Hello. Everybody is inside. Uh, Even though I announce here, they will not able to hear. So just we will wait that everybody will join us, and within a minute we'll start. So meanwhile, Suswagatam, Namaskar, Vanakkam, Sasriyakal to all. So unity in diversity is the beauty of India. And here, as it is ACM India Summit, so we have a representative from all the corners of India, and some have joined online. So I welcome you all and greet you all on this very beautiful morning where we are starting with the ACM India Summit. So it is my honor and privilege to welcome all the guests, hosts, professionals from industry as well as academia, and my student friends from ACM India's Students and Professional Chapter Summit, which is organized by ACM India Student Engagement Committee and ACM India Professional Engagement Committee in association with PICT ACM Student Chapter. And a special mention for the ISER for giving the venue. Today is overloaded with fun activities and with very good takeaways. And I'm sure you will enjoy this day-long event. So let us seek the blessings of Ma Saraswati before starting a day. So as lightning lamp is not allowed at ISER, so we will do it virtual as we are techie. So you can observe this video is made by my students of PICT student chapter, and one by one the diyas will be lighted.
Yeah. Yeah, we. Yeah. Kushan. Yeah. Yeah, we. Yeah, bring. Saraswati, Bhagavati.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your attention. So now let's start with, so the first of all, I would like to request Dr. Sachin Loda, who is Chair Student Engagement Committee, ACM India, and Principal Scientist at TRDDC. So sir will brief us about the initiatives of these student and professional engagement committees and what is the feast for a year ahead. So I welcome you, sir, here.
This button is for the next slide. This is for the previous. This is for the point.
Yeah. So thank you, Gitanjali ma'am. And I have this very pleasant duty of welcoming you all. As you know, I'm in pandemic. We only had virtual summits. So this is a first physical summit we have after 3 years. And it's great to see people meet them, greet them, and talk and discuss with them. So it's we are going back to good times. That's a great thing. Secondly, it's a probably first summit we are having where we have got together both student chapters and professional chapters together. And I'll tell you what our intent was, right? So what I want to do is maybe in next 5-10 minutes, I just want to tell you about some of the intent we have, at ACM India when it comes to students and professionals, what our current thought process is. I hope you all have seen a day's program where you will see that the agenda is such that, in fact, we want a lot of inputs from you, that's why we have organized breakout sessions. We have organized panel, and we hope that this input will help us sort of refine, or redefine some of the things we should be doing in the coming years, okay? So with that, let me just show you some stats. So this is ACM membership in India. So this is a data of past, maybe about 9 years. And you can see that numbers are looking very healthy. So of course, ye dil mange more, so we'll definitely want to have more, but you see that both the student membership as well as professional membership is close to 7,500 each. And overall, the membership, ACM membership in India has reached 15,000. And a lot of it is because of you, previous ACM India Council members who have taken a lot of efforts, and we'll like to build on that. Okay, so that's one good news. Moving on, so we all, we are representing some student or professional chapter today, so let's look at that data too. So you will see here that, of course, number of students chapter is a lot more. So that's the top line. It's kind of close to 170. And you will also notice that even our other chapters, BACMW, SIG chapters or professional chapters, more or less, they have grown over years. I think pandemic did have some impact, you will notice that there was some impact of pandemic, no doubt, in terms of membership, in terms of chapters, and all that. What has been worrying us at council is this part, so I'm just showing you one stat in terms of certain chapters being put on probation, okay? And I hope we don't have such chapters here, or hopefully people who are listening online, if you sort of are part of any of these kind of chapters, who are being put on probation, I think we need to do some course correction. Typically, what happens is ACM headquarters, they want chapters to submit annual report, on the activities done. And if you don't do that, then first time they'll put you on probation. If you still don't do that in the following year, then they will decharter, and that's unfortunate, and we should avoid. And today, I hope we all will discuss and come up with ideas in terms of how best we can avoid this. It's not a big thing really, no rocket science as such, but unfortunately this is happening and something we like to avoid. So as you can see, ACM India is growing well. And what was realized based on the experience our previous council had, previously we had an internal engagement committee, and it was thought that since both wings, be student or professional, they are growing very rapidly, why not give them separate attention, and that's why 2 committees were formed first time when 2022 we had a fresh council. And one of them is student engagement committee. I am part of that. And there is also professional engagement committee. So you may take a picture of this. We'll hopefully also push this on website. But here are names of council members, and we are very glad. You can see that it's a large number. Don't think it's static. Any of you enthusiastic, please tell us. We want to do a lot of activities, as I'll show you on next slides. And your contributions, participation is very, very welcome. So you can see that Yogesh is here. He'll join us a bit later. So Yogesh, he's a professor at ISC. He's chairing Professional Engagement Committee. I'm chairing the Student Engagement Committee. You may also see that we have some common members simply because we want to encourage sort of give and take between these two different committees. And there is a good spread in terms of both geography-wise, industry, academia-wise, and we are really eager to see more things done, So I'll show you what our intent is, and from the Student Engagement Committee point of view. You don't have any question, right? No. Okay. So from the Student Engagement Committee point, our goal was to, or our goal is to help students, that is our tomorrow's problem solvers, and think of professionals as today's problem solvers, So we want to help both communities. So here, these are some of the objectives, right, that we as a committee said will pursue in the next 2 years. And the idea was that we want to encourage students learn from each other. We want them to encourage learning from professionals, learning from experts. I hope all of you are aware of our eminent speaker program, that was the idea. Also help them build relevant skills. Hopefully what they learn, they are in a position to apply, so kind of create some forum platform for them. And of course, recognition, So as you know, we are all meeting today as a part of Chapter Summit. I'll come to the awards in a bit, but that was the agenda. Now, moving ahead, even for our professional SIG and ACMW chapters, there are some common objectives here naturally, because as I said, we want to facilitate more give and take between student and professionals and so on. So you'll see similar things. They also want to sort of, so this is a very important bullet, the bullet 4, where we would actually come up with a process, so that you can submit proposals and get ACM funding, for some of the activities you may want to carry in your chapters, locally. And more collaborative your proposals are, right, more likely they'll get funded, because that's the idea, that we want different chapters to come together, collaborate, and do some interesting things, right? So that's where we are. So there is an intent. There is a good group of people, a lot of discussions and activities we are planning. Some of them are already in motion, like this chapter summit we are having. And I hope together we'll achieve much more. And that's the plan today. So you'll see the program. That's what our intent was. Now, I'd like to share this. It's already on our website. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but 2022 chapter award winners have been announced. Again, there was an elaborate process. I hope many of you are using the portal. Today, we also have a small session where Rajnish from Chitkara University will be talking to us about the portal, its capabilities, features, and so on. So very glad to announce the following winners. So we have 6 categories, award categories, and outstanding chapter website award goes to CCET ACM student chapter. Outstanding. Now you'll have to clap 6 times, like we did when Yuvraj hit 6 sixes. Okay, so remember that. So outstanding chapter activities award goes to Manipal University, Jaipur ACM student chapter. Sir is here. Outstanding Community Service Award goes to PCCOE ACM Student Chapter. Outstanding Recruitment Program Award goes to I2IT ACM Student Chapter. The Emerging Chapter Award goes to JSPM RSCOE ACM Student Chapter. And last but not the least, Outstanding Chapter Award India-wide goes to PICT Student Chapter. So PICT team is here. Now, while you all have clapped, the chapters who are not here should get a bit competitive and try to dislodge these people, next time. We'll love to have new names next time. That said, I think let's have one final round of applause for all of them. They have done fantastically well. But look, again, in Breakout, you will observe that some of these topics are your breakout topics, where we like to know what's working, what's not working, why is it so, So Tilottama here will be running the breakouts. And you will have opportunity to come and share, your findings, your thoughts, ideas, and I hope some of that becomes part of our roadmap for the coming 2 years, right? With that, let me say a big thank you to all of you, and let's look forward to a day of fun-filled learnings together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sachin, for elaborating about all student engagement committee initiatives and the objectives, and even the professional engagement committee objectives and initiatives and expectations from them. So I hope this might be useful for everyone, and there will be tight communication between the professionals and the students. And I look it at as like these students today in last year will be in 2024 professionals. So they should take it ahead and make sure that the organization in which they are working, make sure like the people are involved in ACM, they should know about the initiatives of the ACM and try to, because here see platform is given and what you want, what is there in your mind, you have to get it done. If you want very good workshops to be conducted on cutting edge technologies, that is welcome. If you want some other initiative, like yesterday we had what is not computational thinking. If there is some misconception in the society about technology, computing and all, if you want to work on it, take initiative, work on it. And we are getting support for everything from the ACM India. I'm witnessing this from 2010 when the ACM India chapter was established. Even though at global it was from 1947, so it was little bit in India, but I think it has taken very good shape here. And as like we Indians are always ahead for everything, here also we are also making like globally remarkable notice, like everybody is noticing the India's growth in ACM as well. So we all are here very close group, motivated in one direction, and we all appreciate all these initiatives. So definitely we all will give promise to Sachin sir that yeah, so we will take it ahead. So thank you very much for that. Now I welcome Professor Supratik Chakraborty, who is professor at IIT Bombay and Vice President of ACM India, to highlight and share the ACM India initiatives, and sir will let us know where our contribution is required. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you. It's really a pleasure to see all of you here. Chapters, student as well as professional chapters, as Sachin said, really forms, the bulk of the ACM support, the set of people who do all the main activities of ACM. I'm really glad that several chapters are represented here. We have the winners also who are going to be felicitated today. I just wanted to tell a few words about things beyond the student chapters, the student engagement committee, and the professional engagement committee that Sachin talked about. So, ACM, as probably all of you know, I don't need to say to this audience, is the largest professional body of computing professionals and students, researchers, and academicians in the world. It's really the body that kind of defines the standard of computing, both in research, in standards, in industrial practices, and academic curriculum setting. So ACM really has a very central place in the world of computing, whichever way you look at it, whether you're in academia, industry, research, policy making. And ACM India in particular, as was just mentioned, that India is a powerhouse of computing activities, of the computing profession. And so ACM India was set up almost a decade back to sort of increase the visibility and to sort of enhance the activities, in a formal setting within the ambit of ACM, which is the largest professional body. And over the years, we have evolved. We started out as a very small organization. Over the years, we have evolved. Sachin just showed you the increase in the number of chapters and the memberships and all of that. And not only, are there activities from the chapters. I know there are wonderful activities that each of the chapters has contributed. Not only the winners, even those who could not make it to the winners list, there are wonderful activities that you have organized and contributed to. As part of the council, which is kind of the overall body that takes decisions and sort of handholds and makes sure that all the activities of ACM India happen smoothly. There are several other things that I want to bring to your notice. Some of you are probably already aware of this, but in case you weren't, I hope this will be useful. So, for students, which clearly forms a large part of the ACM support base, ACM has ACM India in particular has some very exclusive programs which can benefit you both in your academic pursuit, in your career pursuit, in finding out what is the best area that you can choose your professional progress path on. And I just want to highlight a few things over here. So for example, ACM India has a program called a PhD clinic. So if any of you here are doing a PhD or want to do a PhD, this is a program that happens sort of almost every month. And what this program allows you to do is to actually talk to some of the leading researchers, discuss your problems. It's like what happens in a clinic when you go to a doctor, right? You say, okay, I'm facing these issues. What can I do? And so, some of the leading researchers in the country, not only from academia, but also from the industry, they sort of give you advice, they sort of handhold you. And this has really, really proved to be helpful. I mean, this program started off as a small program. It has now really blossomed into a very significant activity. So PhD Clinic, you can do a Google search on this. And in fact, this has become so successful that even ACM worldwide is now sort of kind of starting to take recognition of this, and maybe this will be replicated elsewhere. There is a similar program which sort of allows students who are pursuing research to actually go and spend some time with some eminent researcher at their own institute. So this is called the Anveshan Setu program. It's a bridge for building research relationships. And so this is a very prestigious program where students apply and then they're selected through a competitive process. And once you're selected, ACM supports financially your going and spending some time with a leading researcher at their institute. Typically it's in an academic research institute, but industrial research is also within the ambit. We have a very sustained set of very high quality summer and winter schools. Some of you may have already participated in these. We just finished the set of winter schools for 22. And this really, it's like a 1 week or 10-day program. And once again, leading researchers come, they handhold you, talk about some of the cutting edge topics, and you sort of get trained during your maybe vacation from college or vacation from your organization. Then there are also additional workshops that are conducted, for example, how to write a good paper, how to write a good article. So there are workshops that are conducted. So as you can see, ACM India, what it's trying to do is it's trying to help everybody come up with their professional skills wherever you are, as a student, as a professional, as an entrepreneur maybe. We have a very successful travel grant program, which means that if you write a paper and it gets accepted at a good conference, ACM India and there is a corresponding body called IARCS jointly support your travel to an international conference. You go there, you present your paper, come back, and we are looking to have more and more. I mean, this program has once again grown over the years. So, overall, we want to do everything that helps you advance your academic and professional career in computing, and we are willing to sort of provide the support, mentorship, counseling, whatever is needed for that. ACM worldwide, and particularly ACM India, we are also very, very particular about increasing diversity. Women and underrepresented communities in the computing profession. So there are special programs that are held for women computer scientists, for women computing professionals, both students as well as for working professionals. There is career counseling that happens through a lot of webinars that are presented. Some of you may have joined those. So, we have leading experts coming, talking about where different fields are headed, answering questions from the audience about, whatever they might have questions, including about career choices. As Sachin said, professional recognition is also a very important part of advancing your, anybody's career. And so ACM India, just like today, we recognize the chapter awards. So there are similar awards that recognize, for example, for PhD students, the best doctoral dissertation coming out of anywhere in India. It's a highly prestigious award recognized worldwide. Then there is Early Career Researcher Award, Outstanding Women Computing Scientist Award, Outstanding Computing Educator Award. So there are a whole bunch of awards which are highly prestigious, recognized, among the computing, body worldwide. And ACM India is sort of trying to promote this. We would like to see actually, so I'm very happy to see quite a few from different, both men, women, and also from different geographical locations in India present here. So we would like to see more diversity in these. We would like to see more diversity in the nominations we receive for these different awards. So that because we know that there are people doing significant work which we are not able to, whom we are not able to reach out to, not able to recognize. So please spread this word. ACM wants to reach out to the, the last mile, to the last remotest corners, and we want to encourage, nurture, mentor, and recognize, your efforts and your talents in these things. And of course, yesterday, some of you who were present, I personally could not attend. Computational thinking, in fact, computational thinking has now become a big buzzword, but ACM has been working on this for quite some time through the CS Pathshala program. And we have been working with curriculum development, working with AICTE, working with, the global ACM curriculum framing body. Avijat is here. He has worked on that significantly. So overall, everything that affects computing. Of course, I must also mention about policy issues that, there are initiatives that ACM India is taking up which affect, how computing affects society, how computing technology should be used for various policy issues that affect everybody, legal policy issues, different other policy aspects of it. So as you can see that, ACM and particularly ACM India, we are trying to cover a very wide spectrum. Student and professional chapters really form the main support base for us. And we would like all of you to participate in these various activities, benefit from these various activities, and grow in your academic, professional, entrepreneurship careers, whatever you have in your mind. ACM India is there to support you. Okay. With that, and if I'm sure all of you are probably already members of ACM India, but if you have friends who are in this profession who want to benefit from this, please ask them to be members. There are so many benefits that you get once you become members. You have access to so many resources. So with that, I'll conclude. Let's celebrate today the ACM chapters and their successes and achievements. And let's celebrate throughout the year, computing as a profession, with ACM India being always by your side to achieve whatever you want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Supratik, for giving all details about PhD Clinic, Anveshan Setu, and some awards. So definitely you will see more students there who have registered. So again, I'll add those who are guide. They are also encouraged to tell their students, because I asked my all 4 students to go for this PhD Clinic and Anveshan, apply for Anveshan Setu, and they're part of it. So really, it is like one-to-one meeting they are getting with the experts from industry and all. So very good initiatives by ACM, and take benefit of it. So thank you very much for elaborating on this, along with, like there are summer and winter schools for the student participants, and many, it is there given on the ACM India website. So this platform like this, as we have very short time to tell everything, we cannot, but these are some of the best initiatives. Along with that, many are there. So thank you very much for giving elaborated details of it. Now, moving towards the next session, as the science is not a collection of facts, it is a process of discovery. It is said by none other than Robert Zubrin. So scientific discovery is very important to continue the growth of technology in various domains. So to throw the light on this particular topic, we have here with us Harshal Hayat Nagarkar, who is principal scientist at TRDDC, and his topic of the talk is E4R, an initiative for accelerating the scientific discovery process. So I request Dr. Abhijat Vichare to introduce Harshal Hayat Nagarkar sir, and welcome him with a flower.
Thank you, Dr. Kare. And it's an honor, it's a pleasure to introduce a friend, Harshal Hayat Nagarkar, from ThoughtWorks, by the way. He's from ThoughtWorks. That's okay. There's a kindred spirit that I have with him. It's a personal relationship. His interests range in what I should call as complex systems, but they will be, instances of that would be molecular dynamics or control systems of very large scientific instruments. These are just some of the things that Harshal is interested in. One of the things that he's going to talk about today is how engineering can be used to support cutting edge research. And when I say cutting edge, it is really cutting edge. But that thunder is with Harshal Hayat Nagarkar. My pleasure to have you here, Harshal.
Thank you.
Welcome. And the stage is yours.
Thanks for a very warm introduction. Good morning, everyone. No, this is fine. So thank you so much to the ACM Council India for extending this privilege to me to present the work that me and my team we do at ThoughtWorks Engineering for Research. And before I begin the actual presentation, I would like to share 2 quick thoughts. One is that not so long ago, roughly 25 years ago, I used to be at the other side. Basically, I used to be a student And one of the talks that I had attended 25 years ago inspired me to pursue career in research. So I hope that this is on this day, it's sort of a payback that I will also try my best to share what we are doing. Hopefully some of you will find this useful and pursue career in research. The second thought that I would like to share with you is that the work that ACM India has been doing in popularizing, extending the ideas around computational thinking, I would like to really appreciate those, because all the efforts, in my opinion, will lead to adding computing as the fourth basic skill, along with speaking, reading, writing. So you could say that computing is the fourth basic skill that is common amongst India. So with that, I will begin my talk. All the work that I'm presenting here is done by my team, and it's my privilege to present it to all of you. Let me quickly see if the clicker works. Okay, all right. So what we do? So we collaborate to solve many computational problems which are relatively hard, and we do that by collaborations. So these are the three examples I would like to give. These are not, these are some of the difficult problems that we have been working upon. The first one is our collaboration with 30-meter telescope organization. This is to build the control system software. You could call it the operating system for the telescope, which is used to, which can be used to control all the elements of the telescope, everything from collecting the data, actuating the, the motors. Basically, you could do everything. And the backbone has been written by ThoughtWorks Technologies, E4R. The second example, so TMT is the largest optical telescope being constructed. We are also involved in construction of the largest radio telescope, which is being constructed at two sites, Australia and South Africa. And there we are involved, we are collaborating with IUCA, Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics, which is to develop data processing pipelines, and also with TIFR NCRA, National Center for Radio Astrophysics, both from Pune. And there we are involved in large-scale data storage, machine learning, accelerated computing, and so on. So while these two are from astronomy, the third one is slightly different. It is in the field of computational epidemiology. So what we have been doing is to develop a very large scale, perhaps ultra large scale simulation framework, whereby you could simulate not only how epidemics could spread in the cities, but also to do economic policy making and climate change policy making and so on. So this work has been in collaboration with Ashoka University, and it was funded by the Gates Foundation. So with this, how do we do? So we have two goals. The reason why we are into this. The first one is that we publish. So we co-publish with our collaborators in respected venues, conferences, and journals. Along with that, whatever we develop, we try to contribute back to the open source. So the idea is that whatever we have developed, it should not just stay with us. People should be able to build on top of that, and preferably, give us feedback. So if there are things that we need to do our course correction, that should also happen. So with this, I would like to ask, share, why did we start this initiative at all? So we asked this very simple question: have we taken the progress for granted? So progress, as it is not just meant in science and technology, but it could also mean in terms of policy making. So discovering laws of nature, like for example, understanding how black holes emerge and how do they evolve. Not only the intangible things like laws, but also tangible things like seeds, because we are witnessing climate change, perhaps climate crisis. So we may need to understand, how our crops and food security is, is ensured. So you need medicines, you need seeds. You also need to discover materials, say solar panels and so on. You also need to discover medicines such as vaccines, but also beyond that, like telecommunications. So moving from 3G to 4G to 5G to 6G. So a lot of the progress that we have seen around, especially in information and communication technology, it has been made possible because of the progress in telecommunication. But there is also underlying computing hardware and software that also need to evolve. So these are all, you could call them tangible benefits. But also these need to be coupled with other policy related things such as health policies. For example, how much should be, when should a lockdown be intervened? What should be the duration of the lockdown? Who should be allowed, who should not be allowed? So these are public health policies. Similarly, you could also try to understand economic policy making. For example, during 2000 financial crisis, when the Lehman Brothers collapsed, it started a contagion through the entire financial system and spill over into the economy. So when do you do bailouts? Why do you do bailouts? Whom to give? How much to give? These are all economic policy making. When to increase repo rates and so on. In addition to that, I will not extend the examples in ecological policy making and education policy making, but these are all in collectively a basket of policies, and they all have some of the toughest problems that scientists, engineers, and policymakers face on the computational side. So what our interest is to work on these computational problems so that we contribute to the progress in general. So how do scientists basically, what is their interest? So the interest at large for scientists is to understand nature, but the nature is complex. For example, if someone asks me what am I made up of, my answer could be I'm made up of atoms, which is true. If I say I'm made up of cells, which is also true, which is the right abstraction. So it depends upon, and those abstractions are basically listed here, and those kind of give rise to the compartments. But underlying it could be one continuum. That continuum essentially gives rise to the abstractions, and we try to work at those abstractions and giving rise to the disciplines. So when does a system start becoming complex? So you have, imagine a simple system, and after making some changes, you could say it's a complex system. So why does it become complex? So there are 4 drivers of complexity, and these are all related to computing. The first one is scale. For example, when you add more things to something, it becomes complex. Like for example, 1,000 mice as a collection are more complex than one elephant. Diversity, as you have more kind of things, that collection becomes complex. Network, how they are connected, and dynamics, how do they change over time? So all these 4 things collectively, they make things complex. So how do you see that scientists doing this study? How do they learn about the nature? So everyone follows the scientific method. So it's the only method. There are no 2 methods of doing science. It's an iterative process, as you can see. There is no authority, so it's a peer-reviewed process. And you see there are 2 loops. There is an inner loop, there is an outer loop. So it begins somewhere like making, asking interesting questions, or it could be making observations and then asking interesting questions, formulate hypotheses, and then develop testable prediction. That's very important. You would like to have predictions which you should be able to test. If you can't test prediction, then you can't make progress. So a simple example is string theory. So string theory is a hypothesis which is still trying to come up with testable predictions. Once you have testable predictions, you need to gather the data, and then that helps you to refine the hypothesis. So that's the local loop. How do you get out of the local loop? When you have enough data by which you are able to make now general statements. And once those general statements are refined by peer-reviewed efforts, they become general theories. And now you need to make more observations, either to prove that the theory is wrong, which is falsifiability in philosophy of science, or to corroborate that the theory is right. Like for example, many telescopes, they make observation how the universe looks like, and every time an observation is made, basically you get to read a sentence or statement in news articles or papers that Einstein's theory of relativity has been proven to be true one more time. So that's the power of this method. But while we are making progressing by using this method, there are challenges, and these are the forces that I have listed. Some of the forces or challenges, we believe that they will also help advance science and technology both. So these are the 4. The first one is data deluge. The data volumes are growing because scientists, they are collecting a lot more data. The second one is complexity. No matter what you are building, it is more complex than yesterday. Today's telescopes are more complex than yesterday's telescopes. the phenomena that you study, it gives rise to finer details, which makes the things more complex. Artificial intelligence, it is helping, but there are challenges that you need to be really discerning, when to take help and how much to take help. And the fourth one is also tour de force for computing. Since 1960s, that gave rise to all the progress that we see from room full of mainframes. We have more computing power today in our smartphones. So that has been made possible by Moore's law, but it's fading. According to some people, it's perhaps already faded or dead. The question is what to do now. Does it basically mean that it's end of computing, as we know? So today's talk, I'm going to focus on the data dilute challenge, and the other things perhaps we could discuss offline if someone is interested. So let's look at how the scientific instruments have been changing. This is Galileo's telescope that he used to observe the Jupiter and the moons that he discovered, making revolving around it around 1610. So over the last 400 years, this is how the telescopes look like. So this is very large telescope of the European Southern Observatory at Chile. So this is how Galileo used to take notes. Okay, and these notes, basically, as you can see, there are small stars which are actually moving, and that's how Galileo could infer that these must be the bodies or objects making rounds around Jupiter. So how do scientists take notes? This is how scientists take notes today. So this is the famous data grid at CERN, 300 petabytes of data till now, and growing every year. So that data needs to be processed now. Someone has to read these notes and draw inferences. But the question is how big this data is. So CERN lifetime data is 300 petabytes. So how big is big for the future? Look at SCA phase 1, which is only 15%, 10 to 15% of the overall SCA vision. And it's already 300 petabytes per year. Okay, and you can see here there is a small dot, which is 1 petabyte. 1 petabyte is 1,000 terabytes or million gigabytes. And you can see Google roughly collects 98 petabytes of data per year. Meta or Facebook collects 180 petabytes of data per year. And Sky, in its first year itself, will have 300 petabytes of data. And this is data collected. You need to process this data, which gives rise to derived data. And then there could be second order derived data. So it's only going to grow. So in order to make understand how the nature is, basically you need to process the data, and that's where the computational sciences they are required. And here computational sciences mean computational astronomy, computational biology, computational particle physics, high energy physics, and so on. So how do? You read this data, and thereafter you try to understand how the model, how the nature looks like. So you need to have computational methods for that. And basically you try to understand how the abstractions, how the hierarchy looks like. So computational science is not necessarily a big bulge. It has been evolving. This is the computing terminology I have used at the center. So in innermost circle, you have expressions which do not carry any dynamics, either space dynamics, spatial dynamics, or temporal dynamics. You need to add dynamics to that. That's where you need algorithms. And once you have algorithm for one dynamic, and you try to combine dynamic of other phenomena, that gives rise to the systems models, where multiple phenomena are they are interacting. And then you have optimizations. So you try to understand which of those phenomena is of most interest for me. Beyond that, you use data science and machine learning, which help you to automate this process further. And then you have emergent explanations, where the traditional boundaries of physics, chemistry, biology, they disappear. So generally, I try to explain this using the Great Irish Famine of 1845, when a fungal infection entered from Americas into Ireland, and it started infecting potato crops. Field after field, year after year, people lost crops. That resulted into population contraction by deaths and immigration. Some people tried to enter from Ireland into UK and Canada. UK blocked it by legislation. So people had to move to United States. So basically, something that started at USA ended at USA, and many people, Irish immigrants, they ended up contributing significantly to the US economy by inventions and so on. So how can we use this framework to explain the two disparate points? Something, a fungal infection at in Americas, finally leading to a mass migration or immigration into Americas from Ireland. So this could be a topic of details perhaps, but I will be brief here. So these are the techniques on the right hand side in the boxes you see. So for expressions, you need statistics, calculus, linear algebra, system of equations. For algorithms, you have serial, parallel, distributed algorithms. Then you need for systems modeling, systems engineering, graph theory, so that you can put all the things together and so on. And on the left side, you see the way the computational science side is moving. So you have fundamental laws, building blocks here. You have dynamical systems emerge thereafter, and then there is network dynamics when multiple dynamics blocks are put together. And at the end, you see there is a transdisciplinary science, like I mentioned. The traditional boundaries of physics, chemistry, biology, they all disappear. Like in order to understand there, you need that Irish famine, you need to understand what were the agricultural policies or practices in those days which made the infection spread rapidly in such a short amount of time. We don't know what the future would look like for this one. So once you have the computational so there is complexity, by the way, that you need to understand. So once you have these models ready, there is complexity of the nature, because we know nature is complex, but there is also complexity of the modeling itself, because the complexity of the modeling is in terms of, say, algorithmic complexity that we face. It is also complexity as in the software engineering talks about the technical debt. So as you make evolve software, it accrues or it collects entropy, and that technical debt needs to be paid off. Otherwise, evolution of your software cannot happen so rapidly. So this complexity is essentially affecting the way we do science. It's affecting the scientific method itself. So what do we do with? So how it affects? So there are the 4 ways of doing science, as they are called, 4 paradigms of science. The first paradigm is empirical, the way Galileo did, Newton did, by making observations and experiments and so on. Thereafter, the second one is the theoretical science, basically. So Einstein, he wanted to imagine how the world looked like. That's where his research started. He asked a very simple question: how would the universe look like if I am sitting on a photon and traveling? So now you cannot actually sit on a photon and travel. So it can be seen as a theoretical science. But then eventually that gave rise to many interesting questions, and the entire framework emerged out of it, the relativistic framework. The third one is the way Edward Lorenz did. So Edward Lorenz was a meteorologist and mathematician in US. So when he was experimenting with meteorological weather models in 1960s, and computers were, they were being used at that time. So what he did, some of the equations that were generating the dynamic, he used to print the results, and the results used to get printed to 6 decimal places. So what he decided is to, because some of his papers were, some of the models were lost, so he took the numbers from the printed sheets, and they were 6 decimal places. So he thought that why not to enter details only up to 4 decimal places? That should be good enough accuracy. But to his surprise, he realized that the models were giving very different results, even after you give numbers up to 4 decimal places. And why was that so? Because the systems that he was modeling, they were complex and chaotic. So what was, after simulation, running the models long enough, where there was calm at some places, the models were showing storms, and that's how the the chaos theory emerged. Sorry. And then there is the last one, which is as proposed by Turing laureate Jim Gray, when he observed that a lot of the data collected by scientists could be processed using new computational methods. So he being an expert or a visionary in databases, he started proposing that, and he started observing how use of databases could change the way scientists do science. And that's how he proposed this idea of the fourth paradigm of science, which is big data driven scientific discovery, that involves big data, machine learning, and so on in the mid 90s. So there is one interesting thing I would like to share. So I was in a discussion and someone anecdotically shared with me that during the late 19th century, there was this Zeitgeist or spirit of the time that, oh, by the way, the science has discovered everything. I think this was immediately after 1895 when X-rays were discovered, and everybody was blown away. You know what X-rays were, their nature and what kind of effects they were showing. So the Zeitgeist was that so Zeitgeist was that everything that has been discovered is enough now that we have made all the progress. All we need to do now is to catalog it, and science has fulfilled its goal. And then 10 years down the line, maybe 5 years, Einstein came with theory of relativity and then photoelectric effect. And he basically invented the two fields, the relativistic science side and then quantum mechanics in that magnum opus in 1 year, 4 papers that he published, and put everything upside down. So people were cautious when 20th century was nearing its end and 21st century was on the horizon. So they were not making big claims like science has fulfilled its its purpose and now all you need to do is catalog. But there was this somewhere that that thought was lingering. What Jim Gray did is actually he put this computational method in front of everyone, and people realized the implications of it. So the implications are that the scientific discovery can be accelerated by using the methods. And how the acceleration could happen is via automation. And then around in next 5 years or 7 years, deep learning, it rejuvenated AI. And then we all know that what happened after the discovery of or invention of deep learning techniques. And everybody is now interested in AI-driven scientific discovery now, which could also be thought as the fifth paradigm of science. So this is basically, everything, whatever, all the processes that you see, sub-processes in the scientific discovery process, it could be accelerated using machine learning and AI. So it basically adds the fourth paradigm of science, which means that everything that scientists need to do science, say building control systems, data processing, data management, everything will get touched with the data intensive science. So from control systems, so when your data moves from terabytes to petabytes to exabytes, as in case of SCA, the control systems also need to advance and substantially advance. Similarly, for data processing, your old school methods are no more useful. And for example, for a gigabyte of data, you could process it on laptop. A terabyte of data, you need perhaps a server class machine, perhaps a collection of workstations or servers, like a small supercomputer. But for exabyte of data, even the biggest supercomputer in the world may not be enough. So every 1,000-fold increase gives rise to the next level of challenge. Collaboration is also very tricky in that case. For example, the science has reached to a point where one person cannot build a system and claim the discovery, like Galileo did. Look, you build a telescope, Galilean telescope, even high school students can build. But to build a large hadron collider or to build 30-meter telescope or square kilometer array telescope, it's not very easy, even for one organization or one country. So collaboration is very important. But there is one interesting fact about collaboration is that there was a paper published with 5,000 authors on them. So if you imagine like 1% of the people were actually writing and 99% people have built the system, helped in collecting the data. Imagine 50 people collaborating to write one paper. It's not easy. The collaboration tools also need to evolve. And then there are methods. So if people talk about machine learning to categorize, say, objects such as galaxies. But in order to have just the training data set for a million objects, one PhD student cannot label that data because that would consume, entire PhD duration just to label the data. Forget about getting the PhD, which means the methods also need to change, whereby you need to invent something like citizen science. So you need to train commoners, people, how to do labeling, how to do science, how to help contribute to science. Which means scientists have been doing, science, but they end up wearing multiple hats. And this one can observe very easily. So they are domain experts. An astronomer has to be an astronomer first, or biologist has to be a biologist first. But then in addition to that, they need to be a mathematician, they need to be an author because they need to write books and papers. They need to be speakers, and this academician, teaching others. But this is not just enough. The list is just ever growing. Like they need to get the grants and manage them, and then keep the track of whatever is happening vis-a-vis the funding, who is getting into the lab, who is getting out, all those things. But we are asking more from them. We are asking them to be programmers, and not just any kind of programmer. We are also asking them to be system designers, that multiple pieces need to be put together to build a system. We're asking them to become data scientists and nowadays data engineers. Like if you have petabyte of data, manage it, but it's not easy. Vocabulary changes substantially for all these things. And they are not equipped. So to err, it's human, but to err, it's now scientists also. These are some of the articles, not only in popular science, popular technology fora, but also you see in Nature magazine and also peer-reviewed papers that people are struggling, or there is discussion how people are struggling or scientists are struggling to write scientific software that functions and that's reliable. And the numbers there are scary. Like the people are not trained to test, to verify, to write the code which is bug-free, to write the code which is evolutionary. And this is famous article in Nature magazine in 2010, error. So that has some numbers I mentioned. So this is sort of a catch-22 situation. And the reason is the quality of scientific software directly influences the quality of scientific outcomes, which means good, bad software means good, bad science. If there is a bug in your software, there is bug in your science. And in the wake of data deluge, large volumes of data, everything has, all the challenges have got a force multiplier now. So with this, I'll just share what we are trying to do is to ease this burden of the shoulders of scientists, that we as computer scientists and software engineers will share that burden so that scientists can do science. Okay. So that's the interest of E4R, Engineering for Research team. So we started by making 2 observations. How much time do I have?
No, you.
Okay. So 2 observations. The first observation is that there are scientific pursuits, big science pursuits, mega science pursuits. They are facing the challenges equal to or perhaps far greater than the challenges faced by Google and Amazon and Yahoo in their infancy, and even now today, perhaps. And getting access to these challenges means that you have an opportunity to grow intellectually, contribute to yourself, contribute to science. But what do we bring to the table? We bring to the table all the advances that have been happening in computer science, software engineering, and many other allied disciplines that could significantly contribute to ease that burden. So with that, we thought that our vision is to build a community of academicians, scientists, and engineers in order to build tools for scientific discovery. And what we we intend to get out of it is to contribute to discovery of computer science of third horizon. So I will quickly introduce what is Horizon 3. So Horizon 1 is business as usual. It's a known paradigm. The problem is known, the solution is known. You need to build it yet another time. For example, if you need to build a mobile app or a web app, you have done it 100 times, you can do it one more time. The Horizon 2 is known challenges. The problem is very well known, but no one knows how to solve it. Okay. And Horizon 3 is unknown. You don't even know what you don't know. So example is how to scan, say, photograph with million galaxies and then classify their shapes. So that's a perhaps known challenge. New frontiers example could be what should be the programming language for a quantum computer? What are the right programming language abstractions so that you could program them efficiently and effectively? How to manage, say, 1,000,000 drones? Okay, managing 1,000 drones could be okay, but how can you graduate to make managing 1,000,000 drones? So new ideas, new technologies that we are not even aware of, they exist. So we are a small team. In order to focus our energies, we try to come up with 6 thrust areas, which are technology based areas. And they give a very good coverage on the scientific method. So for making observations, you need all 6 of them. But for thinking of interesting questions, you just need 4 of them. Okay. So what these thrust areas are: cyber physical systems. Think of them as control systems. Data, so it is basically useful to control an apparatus, get the data. Once you have the data, you need to acquire it, store it, process it. That's where data intensive computing is there. Consider it as combination of old school supercomputing, new school big data combined. The third one is digital libraries, where you try to keep track of all the things, all the assets that you have. So you have raw data sets, and then you process that, you get a derived data set. You may want to link that. Then you also would want to capture somewhere which algorithms were used, which pipelines were used. You would like to keep track of all those things. That's why digital libraries come into picture. They are cousins of physical libraries. Then modeling and simulation is to conduct virtual experiments that you cannot physically or otherwise do. Lab informatics is to run the show for a laboratory. Consider it as equivalent of an ERP solution for a manufacturing company or so. And AI is to add smartness to each of the things above. So smart control systems, smart data intensive computing, and so on. So I have slides which will talk about these things in detail. So cyber physical systems, when software cannot be an afterthought for a physical system, that's what cyber physical systems, that particular nomenclature or that terminology becomes useful to think. So here hardware and software need to be co-designed. So here hardware is not just computing hardware, it is actually the physical hardware. Like in case of an autonomous car, the car is physical hardware. The ECU, engine control unit, is the computing hardware, and then you have autonomy embedded into that ECU or that computing hardware. And the idea is to integrate sensors, actuators, controllers, all these things together. The terminology for old school could be, embedded programming, embedded systems, but you could call it control systems in general, Internet of Things, all the things related to that, robotics and computer vision. So that's the area I'm talking about here. And the skills typically, used are C, C++, embedded programming related skills. The languages that we use, C++, Rust, Python, and then some of the work that we have done for TMT is Scala and Akka based and so on. So this is the project TMT. It has been a paid engagement with TMT, funded by Government of India in collaboration with IIM Bengaluru, and we directly work with 30-meter telescope organization. We have also built what we call a sandwich bot 2.0, which is basically a generic rover that you could repurpose for various use cases. So it could be repurposed to be a planetary explorer. It could be repurposed for search and rescue mission in case of a disaster, like in floods and earthquakes and so on. So same implementation. This is data intensive computing, as I mentioned. So this is where this is mainly to address data deluge problem. It is not only about data storage, it is about the entire activities, data storage, processing, and all the big data V's, volume, velocity, variety, all these aspects are very important here. One of the important challenges to mention here is that for data intensive computing, data movement is costlier than data processing. So with that intention in mind, when you need to look at the paradigm, you need to develop these techniques. Examples are data reduction at CERN. So a terabyte of data is processed live, and you need to reduce it to say 100 megabytes. So it's a substantial reduction, 1,000,000 times, perhaps. And some of the patterns that we are seeing is that the stream processing, which is like live processing of data, need to coexist with batch processing. So students who are interested in this area, they may want to look at how coexistence of stream and batch processing, where are the research problems in that intersection. The skills required are computer architecture, old school computer science, data structures, algorithms, operating systems, databases, parallel and distributed computing, and so on. But also with the rise of these domain specific architectures such as GPUs, you also need to be aware of GPGPUs and field programmable gate arrays, which is reconfigurable computing, hardware computing paradigm. And the skills we we required are C, C++, Scala, Rust language, Python, CUDAs, Apache Spark, and so on. So I will rush through now. So these are, by the way, some of the projects that we have developed. RT is a data processing pipeline with Ayuka. PERC is a hardware. So PERC is basically it is based on an idea of POSIT number system. So POSIT number system is an alternative to IEEE 754 that people are thinking. IEEE 754 floating point format has several problems. PERC is trying to address, and PERCs are also hardware friendly. So what we did, we tried to build a POSIT processing unit similar to floating point processing unit, embedded that into an open source microprocessor design called as Rocket Chip, and then we basically tried to show that how this can be a drop-in replacement for your FPU. So in addition to that, we are also working with CSIRO Australia for optimizing their data processing pipeline using GPUs. We also were engaged with EMBL, European Molecular Biology Laboratory, to kind of give them recommendations about building a exascale storage system. So they have a storage system which is at petabyte scale, but they need to scale 1,000 times over next 10 years. So how to have that storage system? We did that. So these are some of the recurring problems that we see. Digital libraries, I mentioned, this is an asset management system. Everything that you do for science, raw data sets, derived data sets, algorithms, pipelines, everything need to be linked together. And the examples, are data grid at CERN and astronomy archives, genomic archives, multiomics archives, and so on. And the skills, the areas are information retrieval, databases, and not only relational, but also non-relational, catalog modeling, indexing, and so on. So it falls in that space. The skills are like Java, Python, MongoDB, Neo4j, Redis, and so on. Modeling and simulation, like I mentioned, it is to do virtual experiments. So what happens if two black holes collide or two neutron stars collide, or what happens when there are two strains of COVID-19 that are infecting this particular city? So how do you do policy making around that or understand what's happening? So virtual experiments help. You do what if and if what scenarios goes. So what happens if there is a condition? So that's the forward placing, but you could also do it backward facing, such that you say, if I need to achieve this goal, how can I, how can I achieve it? So it is basically non-linear dynamical systems, complex systems, calculus-based methods, agent-based methods, human behavior modeling, and so on. So it is that space that we work upon. And the skills are C++, Rust, Scala, Python, and Neo4j. So two projects we have done: EpiRust, which is an epidemic simulator in Rust language. It's an application. It's already it is able to process 100 million agents population. Like you could imagine a virtual city with 100 million people living like you and me. But they carry their routine, and then an infection spreads. So how do you understand the behavior of that infection? So it is currently one of the largest epidemic simulators in India. But thereafter we also collaborated with Dr. Gautam Menon to build a framework by which anybody can develop their own large-scale simulators, and this we call it Bharat Sims, where we combine our visions. The idea is to go beyond epidemic simulation, so economic policy making, climate change policy making, and all those. This is currently delivered, but currently being validated by scientists across the world at various universities, and hopefully we will make it open source sometime in this year. EpiRust is already in open source. In addition to that, lab informatics, like I said, running the show for an institution or a lab. And AI is basically, like I said, to add smartness. So we not only go by the machine learning, we also go by the old school AI method, which is the deductive, inductive, abductive reasoning. So machine learning is inductive method, but deductive methods such as knowledge graph based or ontology based, we are interested in that. Abductive reasoning also, we are interested in that. And there are some of the examples. So these are the examples that we have worked. A couple of them are in astronomy, radio solar imaging, like processing large volumes of radio data, solar data in radio spectrum. So that we have worked. We are currently working on weather data analysis with IIT Bombay, and we recently finished our participation in the Government of India's Drug Discovery Hackathon. We were one of the 7 teams out of close to 370 plus teams that were promoted from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3. And all the work that we have doing is related to how a particular drug can lock proteins of COVID-19. So that fitment is an open problem. We try to use reinforcement learning based approach there. So while we are working, as I mentioned, some of the challenges, problems that we have faced, we try to also organize an annual event. And so far we have tried to organize 1 event per challenge. It had just happened, so it was not necessarily intentional. The first one was on the 4th paradigm of science in 2018. We organized this event. We call it E4R Symposium. And the second symposium we organized on complex systems, how complex systems you could see in physics, in chemistry, in biology, in economics, in ecology, in engineering, and many different kinds of engineering, also in computing as well as in space engineering. The third one we organized in 2020, the effect of AI. We asked this question, will AI ever win a Nobel Prize? And we were not the first one. There were many other people who have been asking this question. So that was an interesting one. The next one is fading of Moore's law that we organized last year, Feb, around this time. And the question that we asked, what happens next? And based upon the Turing lecture by Dr. Hennessy and Patterson in their award-winning ceremony, they said that the future looks exciting. Because they are calling that after fading of Moore's law, we will step into the next golden age of computer architecture, which is exciting. So it's not all gloom and doom. It's basically a golden age coming. These are some of the a short list of publications. We have 40 plus publications in the last 5 years. And these are like only some of them. We also speak at technology conferences, not just at scientific conferences. For example, we spoke our Epirest experience at, so we have published a couple of papers on Epirest, but we have also spoken about, Epirest experience at Russ Lang conference, where technologists are majority. This is the E4R team. We are a bunch of folks passionate about technology, not just computer science. We have a good mix of folks from different backgrounds. So computer science, and for domains, we have people from astronomy and bioinformatics, robotics and computer hardware and so on. We do data science, we have a good mix of that. Scientific computing, we have folks who understand supercomputing, high performance computing, accelerated computing and so on. We also have team building now around scientific outreach also. So outreach activities are also important for us now, related to writing, speaking, publishing, and so on. So with this, I will conclude. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your interest. If there are any questions, I will be happy to take.
So any questions? We have a little time for questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 chapters are not present. So next session.
Fine. So we have any questions?
Good morning, sir. I am Alamelu. We are from Coimbatore, Kumaraguru College of KCT ACM student chapter. It was quite interesting to hear for E4R research. So you have given the plenty of domains in your presentation. Is it we can collaborate, the academic can collaborate with your team for any of the domain, for data science,
Yes, yes.
artificial intelligence?
Yeah, so we are open to collaboration. It's just that we are a small team. And if you are interested, you should definitely write us to e4r@thoughtverse.com.
Okay.
What your ideas and what your thoughts are.
Sure, sir. Is it an proposal invite? Can we get any intimation regarding any websites or anything is there from E14?
No, we don't take the route of proposals as of. It is more collaborative. It's
Okay.
more discussion oriented. And if you have any thoughts and ideas, then conversation over emails is the best way right now.
Okay, thank you.
So thanks for a wonderful presentation and good morning. I had during your presentation, you mentioned that data movement is more costlier than the data storage.
Yeah.
So how do we, like, I'm more interested to know that, are you working on this problem and there is some solutions or some idea?
Yeah, so this is an open problem, and data, when you can't move the data where the code is, the simplest solution is move the code where data is. And once you are in that paradigm where you move code to the place where data is, you are in that big data ecosystem. So if you look at enterprise computing, the classic enterprise computing, as in banks and insurance companies, telecom companies, retail giants, they have been trying to work upon this problem, and there are methods, to deal with this problem at certain abstraction level. I will come to that. But for scientists, mapping their problems onto this paradigm, it's still an evolving landscape. So it's moving goalpost literally. And what we try to do is take the existing methods and try to infuse them with new ideas so that the problems are now, they can be mapped to the scientific problems. So to give an example, if you have large volumes of data, you could run your code or your, say, Python script or so, your piece of logic where the data is stored. So you could imagine cluster of workstations or some storage, distributed storage, so that code can come, that logic can come. But once it is in the system, this problem you could see within system also, like movement of the data from the storage layer, like hard drive or solid state device or NVMe's, to CPU cache and CPU registers. So movement of this data from different layers, it becomes a challenge even there. So you need to come up with different way of thinking now, how this could be tackled. So there are two ways that people are thinking. One is computational storage. So you again bring computer hardware where the data is stored. In-memory computing is another. And we are trying to experiment and explore how to make use of these techniques in the scientific paradigm.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Good morning, sir. It was a really great presentation. So one of the aspects that you were discussing was EPIRUS, the epidemic simulations.
Yeah.
So one thing that any epidemic or any virus or so, one of the major problems that we deal across. So basically, I am really interested in computational biology. So one of the aspects in that is mutational analysis and phylogenetic evolution. So those are one of the major problems when trying to simulate and kind to know the epidemic factors. So how do you tackle those factors? Because we can't tell, for let us say for 100 million agents, the mutation analysis on phylogenetic works for immunity for different people is different. So how do you tackle that? What parameters can you use?
It's a very hard problem because so I will just try to explain what I understood, and you need to say that I really understood your question, but the way I understood it's a hard problem. What you are asking is that if you need to simulate, say, 100 million agents or people, a virtual society, each person would have its own epidemic as a immune system profile. An individual could respond to an infection in different ways. And there could be other additional factors such as comorbidities like diabetes and so on. So now in that case, what would be the interaction of an infection? That's one. And the second one is if the infection itself is changing, then what's the interaction of the changes like the mutations and the way it drives the physiology internal to that infection and the physiology implications for that person for 100 million people. So for that, you need to have refined data for each level. Like for example, you need to have the details, the model details for how the manifestation of the mutation is. What is the immune system response for that, and for each agent it's going to be computationally very intensive. You also need details about what is the right profile for capturing the diversity of immune systems and the protein structure as well. Yeah, so that's the interaction at the molecular level. Capturing those details itself is very hard. So just to give you an example, if you need to understand, if you need to create, say, representative population for city of Pune itself, then in that case, you need sufficient details, and finding out those details reliably is not easy. So now if we need to go, so what I mean by details is age, gender, literacy, and then economic, or financial status and so on. If to go deeper into physiology, that data becomes even more elusive. So that's why I call it as a harder problem. Computationally, it will add one more level of complexity because now you need to simulate for each of the interaction, the infection and immune system interaction.
So that means the current kind of simulations have much more deviation to the real life than expected.
Yes. We are. I would call it as for large scale simulations are still in their infancy.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, there's much more to achieve.
So I'm sorry, I have to stop it over here. At this point, the speaker is available, and you guys, whoever has questions, can interact with him. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So as there will be break, during that you can take offline questions if there are any. So thank you, Mr. Harshal, for elaborating and enlightening everyone about this E4R initiative. Like first you have started with scientific discovery and then maybe challenges while implementing that in India, as well as the actual challenges in the domain, and exploring all the domains on which your group is working. So I'm very impressed with the work. And from question we can see like you might receive some emails of collaboration from the participants here. So thank you very much for that. As a token of appreciation, ACM India has taken this initiative, like there is 14 trees. The initiative is of the another NGO, but many times like we, with the consent of the speaker, we plant one tree with their name, and like ACM India is giving all the bearing all the expenses of it and giving it to that NGO, and they are taking care of that tree for the whole of the life of the tree. So for initial few days they have to give major attention, afterwards they sustain. So 14 Trees is foundation. It is charitable organization dedicated to building sustainable carbon footprint neutral ecosystem through the reforestation. So this area is near to Pune, and it is observed, or they have studied, that one human being emits the carbon dioxide, which if we want to make the effect neutral, we require 14 trees. So that's why name 14 trees. So one tree will be planted with your name, with your consent. So this is gift or token of appreciation from ACM India for you. So thank you. And so you will get the dashboard, and as this dashboard is showing for me, so your name will be displayed and you can track the progress of the tree. So that is good. So now next as per agenda is break. So as we are little, this is the filler kept. So if there is delay, we can fill it here. So as we have very interesting group activities after that, before that we have chapter presentations. I'll just announce the names. Will you please raise hands if you're present here? Because as per my statistic, 2 chapters are not here. So MUJ is here, team MUJ, yeah, right. PICT team is here. VIT ACM we could not contact at all. So they are not here. UPES. So I square IT, they are here, right? And GMRIT is also here, right? GMRIT. Yes, good. So for presentations, so be ready with your presentations, upload it here. And meanwhile, after that, we have breakout sessions, very interesting discussions in that. It is after lunch. However, I'm announcing now because we have made a sheet. We've taken online interest of people as there are 7 groups made with different topics of discussion. However, online we had received a few interest, and here on the spot registrations are there from few members. So now again, once again, we are circulating this sheet. There are 7 pages. On each page, one topic name is written on which in that breakout room discussion will happen. So you please register your interest on this particular page. Next guidelines Tilottama ma'am will give. Okay, so just I'm circulating this paper. So add your interest here so that it will be smooth afterwards. So if you have multiple members from one chapter, so our recommendation is you go be in different groups so that to maximize the benefit of it discussion, so that you will get maximum of it. Like topics are very interesting, different, and it is related for your chapter's growth. Diverse group also we want. So professionals are also requested to take interest in different groups. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. So as per agenda, it was break till 11:30. So maybe meanwhile, we will take offline questions and be little bit networking, and chapters will load their presentations. Yeah. Thank you. 11:30. So 10 minutes. 11:30. Yeah. Yeah. So no tea. So as tea we had. So just 11:30 sharp we will start. Okay, so that we will get more time for discussion. Thank you, Mr. Halshal. हाँ लिखो मतलब अभी ठीक है, क्योंकि वो जो थे ना वे सभी आए नहीं। You can also take break.
Where is it? Okay, that's right. So kindly circulate, don't keep it to yourself and just circulate. Thank you.
I request everybody to get settled down so that we'll start with next session. Get settled down, everybody. I welcome you all after this short break, and I'm sure everybody has utilized this break for networking and communication with everyone with other chapters. So now for the next agenda item, that is the presentation by the last year's winning chapters. So a morning in inauguration, Dr. Sachin has given the names of this year's winning chapter, like given in 2023 and for the events in 2022. So for your information, I'll just iterate like this. All information is taken from the portals. So there are two portals. That portal presentation will be there, like how to handle it and all for everybody's information after this particular session. But just to tell like how these chapters are being chosen. So information is taken from social media, websites, and the information which is filled on the portals. So as per the statistic, ACM India has total around 220 student and professional chapters and few more emerging chapters because every day we see like count is increased even in Pune itself. So every week one addition is there. So thanks to our sponsors, ICTs, who is, I think from 4 years, they are sponsors for the Best Student Chapter Award. So before it was just 3 top awards, Outstanding Student Chapter, 1 first, second, third. So after that, from 2 years, we have done the categories and announcing the awards in each category so that every sector should get benefit as Professor Supratik has given, like we should reach out to every sector. So like emerging chapter, W chapter. So these are the new additions in it. So I'll not stand between the presentations of the winners and the audience. So I'll go by reverse way. That is Emerging Chapter Award of 2022 was for the events in 2021, GM RIT ACMW Student Chapter. So we have representatives from that chapter, and now I hand over the mic to the representative.
Good morning, everyone, to all the dignitaries present here and all the faculty sponsors and all the students over here. I'm representing ACM Women Student Chapter of GMRIT as GMRIT Institute of Technology was located in Rajam, Vijayanagaram district, Andhra Pradesh, and it was established in 1997. It got first rank Clean and Smart Campus Award in 2019, and AICTE approved second most clean campus for GMRIT in 2017. And our college hosted SIH Smart India Hackathon 2022 Software Edition and SIH Junior edition in online too. Yeah. And these are some of the awards which we got. And coming to GMRIT ACM, it was established in 2016. And after its initiation, we had given many benefits to engineering students and surrounding of our institution. We had planned many events to all the engineering students over there. And this is our website, gmritchapter.acm.org. And GMRIT ACM Women, our college is also having Women Chapter 2. It was established in 2020, and ACM Women Chapter has exclusively for women. This chapter will initiate various kinds of activities which were only for women. And these are 5 objectives which we follow in our ACM events. And these are our faculty mentors, faculty advisor, HOD sir, our A.V. Ramna sir, and faculty sponsor of ACM Women, Vinila ma'am, and faculty sponsor of ACM, Abhishek Haya sir. And this is our core team of 2022 to 2023. And coming to our events, we have organized many flagship events. Some of the highlighted events are Orator Championship. Orator Championship is only for first years to build confidence in them, so that it is a 2-minute speaking event in which a topic will be given and you have to speak on it, and the best will be awarded with a prize. These are some of the pictures of that event. And coming to the second event, Women Codathons, which are only meant for girls, in which 2 or 3 hours time will be given. The best solution of the student will be awarded. And coming to the Greenhorn, it is a freshman induction. This is one of the awaited event of our college, because after completing first years, every student go to their mother departments, so that after coming to their mother departments, we introduce them about the ACM community, which is ACM and ACM Women. These are some of the pictures of that Greenhorn. And we also invite our alumni for this event, so that they say more about our ACM and ACM Women too. What are the events which were happened in last few years? And the second one is Career Signoroy, which is only meant for girls, which means the opportunities of girls, like Amazon Wow is one of the event which is only meant for girls. So like that, events which are only meant for girls or scholarship which are only meant for girls will be seen in this session. And the second one is community event. The ultimate focus of our, it is the part of Hour of Code, and it is a part of CSE Edweek. As community event, in sense, we say about the computer science we go to the nearby schools and say about the computer science. These are some of the pictures in which last month we have celebrated our CSE Edweek, which is coming in the next slide. And CSE Edweek. As you all know that ACM celebrates CSE Edweek every December from 5th to 10th. So a week full of events will be happen here. And these are some of the pictures of last month. And monthly codathon. Monthly codathon, every month we conduct one codathon. And the codathon is only not only for those who are interested, who are good at coding. All the participants are welcome to the codathon events to improve their coding skills, etc. And not only technical events, we also organize non-technical events because to make refreshment for the students. For example, Talk Teens. We organize an event called Talk Teens. These are the pictures of that. Talk Teens, in the sense, we give a topic of we give a topic and the student have to speak continuously about the topic, and it has a word will be given or a word will be given to it, so that on that word he has to speak for 1 minute, like that. And these are the events conducted by ACM Women in 2022 to 2021. We organized around 15 to 16 events. In 2021 to 2022, we organized around 26 events. In 2022 to 2023, we organized around 35 events. This is only for ACM Women, but we combinedly do more than 60 events because we are our college is providing 1 day, in 1 week, 1 day will be provided only for the events, which means SDA, student development activities. so that he or she can perform more in the events. These are the student participations. And special interest groups, artificial intelligence, full stack development, cyber security, competitive programming. These are some of the special interest groups of our college in which the interested student of that development or in artificial intelligence will gather together and do the work related to it in a lab or something. And outstanding emerging student chapter award. This is a very proud moment to us because we started our ACM Women chapter in 2020 and we got award in 2021. This is really a proud moment because after starting our chapter, the whole nation is facing COVID and so we organized many online events so that we got this outstanding emerging student award, which we are really happy for that. And our coordinator Bhargavi, she has gone to UNESCO UAE hackathon, which is conducted 36 hours around. And one of our senior, she's also our coordinator. She got Best Student Influencer Award in recent month. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, very good, Drakshani. Good presentation. So all might have enjoyed. Any question, anything anybody has want to ask? Maybe new chapters, those who have just started. I think no questions. One.
Competitive, you said, show me that slide. Back. What is there in the competitive programming you do?
Competitive programming in the sense problem statements will be given, sir, in which the person have to do the solution for it. So that in HackerRank or HackerRate, we do competitive programming so that we can, it is easy to achieve our interviews better and perform better. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Drakshani, congratulations to you and your team and your faculty sponsor. And I hope your now next time's award category will come up from the emerging. So now next chapter, I welcome I2IT ACM student chapter. They won Outstanding Recruitment Program Award. So it is like maximum number of members. In between, sorry to disturb, there is again announcement, where is the sheet for the breakout room? So please, that is what you want, right? Whether everyone, how many have filled it? Please raise your hand. So many have not. So everyone has to contribute, like participate in it. If it is not filled, at last we will randomly allocate the groups. So that is not good. Like go by your choice. So please fill it. If you have not got it, please let us know. Our volunteers are around. You will get it. Otherwise, there will be random allocation. Okay. Come here and
A warm welcome to everyone present here. We are from I2IT ACM Student Chapter, and those who don't know, we are from International Institute
of Information Technology, Pune. We are located in Hinjewadi. So a big thanks to PICT ACM student chapter for welcoming us here, and for ACM India. So we are accompanied by our team, our faculty coordinator Nilesh Mali sir, secretary Rohini Rao, vice chair Ganesh, vice chair Kunal Javne, and myself Akhil Bhalerao, the chair of ACM I2IT ACM student chapter. So Rohini, please take over.
So let me start with a quick introduction about our ACM student chapter. So our main motive in our college is to encourage activities along with the curricular activities that we already provide them. So we want students to have professional growth and bring in career development, make them aware of the importance of professional networks. And this is basically our goal of ACM student chapter. And we are constantly trying to inculcate this within our students. So our main vision is organizing timely events. So our goal is most of the year, our goal is to organize 2 events per month, excluding exams or holidays or vacations, but any 2 events focusing on career development or skill building. Technical workshops, mostly ACM focuses on building the technical skills. So we want our students in our college to be prepared for the industry, as well as focus on coding or skill building for their interest or passion. And expert guidance, obviously ACM has its own array of eminent speaker programs or other speaker programs, and we try to make use of that to our best so that we can expose our students to such motivational speakers so that they can get a proper guidance with their career.
And our achievements include we won the best recruitment award for the past 2 consecutive years, that is for 2021 and 2022 and 2022 and 2023. So despite having a college crowd of 1,000 people, we have almost 50% of our college crowd as ACM members. So, and this is all because of my team, those who are doing the hard work here to make sure everyone gets the ACM membership and everyone gets the benefit what ACM is providing to the students. And the number speaks for itself. Like for the 2021 year, we were having like 222 active members in our college. And after the pandemic, we were able to grab almost 530 active members in 2022. So it's almost like 138% growth from our last year. So thanks for the I'll thank my team for this.
All these membership numbers that you see and that the numbers that speak for itself is only possible because of the quality events that we are putting out throughout the year. And these are I wouldn't want to take a lot of time with all the events that we go through, but these are the top 3 events that we think have helped increase our membership. One being a panel discussion called Bridging the Gap Between Academia and Industry. We have a panel discussion mostly in every semester, but this one was the highlight where we were able to get 4 speakers of different generations having different experience levels in the industry who got to tell them how much the academics actually benefited them in their career or what they are working now in the IT industry. The second one being Spree of Coding. We have a GitHub campus expert on our campus, and hence we try to make sure that this event becomes the flagship event of ACM I2IT. And this event being sponsored by GitHub and IEEE Pune was part of our annual festival Dhruva, where it was a sprint-based coding event where teams or individual members based on their interest had to participate in solving maximum coding challenges as possible. And this went on in 3 rounds, and the final team of 3 members were selected as the winners. And finally, Quizzical. This is our flagship event that we organize every year. This is a tech-based trivia quiz where technical as well as non-technical but related to the IT industry questions are asked in a range from beginners to expert, and people from all age groups, as in from first year to the final year, everyone can participate in it. So these are the 3 events that we consider have increased our membership count. So this is a glimpse of all the events that we had in the past year. Quite a few of them, if I just list down on events, being the panel discussions, the career guidance events, the alumni interaction events, the quizzicals, the hackathons that we have. These are just quite a few so that I don't take a lot of time. So yeah. Thank you for listening to ACM I2 IT student chapter, and we are very excited to collaborate with more ACM student chapters through this summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Does anyone have?
It's nice that you got the best recruiter award for the 2 years.
Mm.
Are you there in the 2 years when you recruited?
Yes.
Okay. Assume that in the first 100 recruitment, I'm the first guy. Just motivate me, buy me out into ACM.
Yes. So basically, we have a lot of communities.
No, just make it concrete, actually. My question is very concrete.
Okay.
You have started recruiting.
Yeah.
I'm in the first 10.
Yeah.
I'm the first member.
Yeah.
Just buy me out into ACM.
Okay. So we have quite a few committees in our college, but I'll tell you why ACM is the best. We have not only
Name the committee names.
we have GDSC, we have chapter-wise committee, and we have IEEE.
IEEE CS.
Yes.
CS is there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we also have Geeks for Geeks student chapter, and we have quite a few more emerging committees.
Okay, just buy me out then.
So ACM is.
I'm already IEEE CS member. Just buy me out.
Okay. Okay, cool. So ACM, first of all, for new members provides free memberships, which IEEE doesn't. And the events that we organize is far more different than IEEE. IEEE follows a strict agenda of events where they have to follow bi-monthly 2 events, which forces them.
Any validation of the statement?
My college IEEE.
No. You are saying IEEE.
Yeah.
I'm just asking, don't take other way around.
Yeah.
Okay. I've done a lot of volunteering in CSI. That's okay from 8 years.
Yeah.
So I buyed out so many students as a teacher also.
Yeah.
So my question is, when you are buying out, are you putting the weak points of IEEE CS
No. If
or
you,
strong points of ACM?
strong points of ACM.
Just
obviously,
let me know
but
that.
Since you put out why
Yeah.
it's better than IEEE.
No, I'm not putting out better than. No, it's not better than. All are good at their own space.
Yeah. No, yeah. For ACM, we'll talk about my college student chapter. So the events that we put out are based on quality. So we usually have a form circulated asking what interests the students. And this happens like every 2 months, say. And we try to take in the interest that they have, and we put forth the events that they want. We gather speakers and we try to get sponsorship for all those events so that the events are organized in a special manner.
Okay,
and
let us
just-
not go abstract. Why should I pay 1450?
Sorry,
Why should I pay 1450 for you?
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, so
Make it a concrete for me. I'm a student. I don't know anything about ACM.
So as the ACM provide ACM library.
No, I don't know anything about ACM. Hell with ACM. Sorry about that. I just as a student, first student, and you are contacting me first time.
Okay.
I faced this problem when I was there in CSI in 2006. The same thing happens everywhere in membership. So I need to learn, because it's really great thing that out of 1200, it's really 600 around, means it's a great achievement. So first 100 is the gravity pull. Remaining are exponential as per the law. So first 100 makes a lot of sense. So I am the first guy in the first 100. How do you bite me out on that time?
Okay, so like starting with an example, like like our seniors were having they were using the ACM libraries for their research works and all. So the people were because of that there was a pool starting that people started using AI ML in our college.
I don't know anything about AI and ML. I'm just telling I'm a first year student. No, sir, I'm telling, how do I see? This is recruiting is a big challenge, sir.
So you're probably not going to be the first member if you don't believe in what they're saying.
So how do I make me myself believe? That's the problem I'm
Sir,
facing.
I think I got your problem, and even it is with every this
Yes,
is
yes, that's what I'm
challenge.
saying.
Yeah, challenge with all the chapters. Even about PICT, I'll say like we have very like vibrant IEEE chapter, CSI
Yes.
chapter, and all 12 clubs. Okay, and all chapters are award winning at national level. So it is very challenging to impress people like newly admitted students to join which club, like which club they should join for that. And our events, basically they look at, so like, I don't know what is their answer, but that for PICT, like if allowed, I can share, like if it is, it will be useful to everyone. So generally, okay, fine. So, okay, she's stopping me to tell it. So, okay.
What they have done is really a big milestone, actually.
Yeah.
The
so-
conversion 500 to 600, it's rare, actually.
So brainstorming, it will be outcome of brainstorming, she's saying. And yeah, and no,
Is it entire gallery sitting there? Okay.
yeah, so we will just rewind points, no, and the session given to me is events organization. So I'll talk about it. Okay, good. So do you want to add something?
I'll just add this, that the events that ACM puts out in our college at least is by far the most creative, because ACM has been one of the oldest committees in our college, and recently we have seen this recruitment growth. So by far has been the most creative and the most quality events that we have tried to put out. And I think the events that we showed speaks for itself. So yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Excellent work. So keep recruiting people.
Ma'am,
And
excuse me, but I
yes.
have a question for the.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
So
I don't
please,
know, it might be very subjective, but a team of good people, probably if you take, for example, technical team, a team of 10 is enough. I think for my ACM, it's more than enough for me, because people know about everything, right from web dev to cybersecurity, a database, they know. So you said you have around 530 members. So how do you manage that?
yeah, so managing large group of students is difficult task, and everyone should get some takeaway and benefit. So we will postpone this question to the breakouts. Otherwise, Tilottama again will stop me. So this is very good question. This is also again challenge, because students take membership, and then if they are not getting benefit next time, they are not motivated to. So we have to keep everybody engaged who are members. That is one challenge, right? I agree. Okay, good. So now the next chapter, Vinay chapter, is PICT, and they won for the outstanding website. So I welcome them.
Hello. So very good afternoon to one and all present here. We would like to thank ACM and ACM India for giving us this opportunity to be here and be the organizing committee for this summit, that is the ACM India Summit 2023 that we are here. We would like to extend our thanks to ACM India for that. I am Sharayu Hivarkhedkar.
And I am Aditya Kanguni from PICT
ACM Student Chapter. Yeah. So we as PASC are very proud to share that we have been the winner of ACM India Best Student Chapter Award for the years 2018, 19, 20, and 2021. And apart from this, as last year, ma'am mentioned, we were the winner of the Outstanding Website Award for the year 2020-21 and 2022.
This award is given to college student chapters whose websites effectively engage with students and provide important and timely information and foster a sense of community. We are honored to have been we are honored to have been chosen to receive this award. Our website was designed with the help of our members who worked tirelessly to create a website that was both visually appealing and user-friendly. The tech stack used was Gatsby, GraphQL, Tailwind CSS, Contentful CMS, Cloudware CDN, and the commonly used MERN stack. It is filled with information about our chapter and its activities such as upcoming events, news, and opportunities for students. This website is constantly updated with new content and information about the chapter and the student initiatives. It also provides an online platform for the members to interact with one another. We are also proud of how our website has helped to increase the engagement between students and the chapter. More students are now aware of the resources and opportunities available to them and have been able to take advantage of them. We look forward to continuing to improve the website and making it even more engaging and useful for our members. We are proud to have won this award and continue to strive for excellence.
So you can have a look at our website at pice.acm.org. So let us move forward. As it was announced a few days before, we have won the Outstanding Student Chapter Award for this year, that is 2020-22 and 2023. So this makes it a total of 6 consecutive ACM India awards. Let me now take you to the journey of PASC. So if you want to go fast, you should go like alone. But if you want to go far, you should go in a team together. So that is how PASC was formed in 2012 with just 4 members and our faculty advisor, Dr. Gitanjali Kai. And now we stand here with a team of around 900 plus members, and we have 3,000 plus proud alumni. We conduct numerous events in the domains of computing and technical knowledge.
Let me give you a brief about our flagship events. Pulsion 2022. Pulsion is our annual tech fest, for which students from all
We'll be coming up with new things every year, so we can add up things in the next presentation as well.
Pulsion is the annual tech fest. Students from all over Pune and outside Pune come to participate in this event. In fact, one of our events, Codelations, even went global. So Pulsion consists of several tech and non-tech events. This year's Pulsion consisted of total of 14 events, 7 tech and 7 non-tech. Apart from the events mentioned in the previous slide, we also conducted side events like gaming, treasure hunts, etc., which were developed by our own students in-house. Pulsion 2022 observed a huge registration count of over 3,400 participants and 45,000 plus website views, along with 500 plus app installations. This year, we offered a prize of around 3 lakh rupees. We also get excellent sponsors every year with the contribution of the marketing team and the collaborative effort along with our alumni network.
So coming forward, in Pulsion, one of the special element was strike placements with Striver. I'm very sure that every student present over here know this photograph and is a fan of. So this is Raj Vikramaditya, also known as Striver. He's currently working as an SD at Google Warsaw. And he has a YouTube channel, as we all know, with 300K plus subscribers. So PASC hosted him in the session, Strike Placement with Striver, in that he guided on the complete roadmap of first year to fourth year engineering, which all domains should we explore, what all steps should we follow, how do we crack placements, how do we crack internships, hackathons, and a number of things. So that this session was a complete blast with around 470 member attendees, and it was conducted at Tilak Smarak, Pune. Apart from this, we also conduct expert talks and SIGs. So let me brief you about the expert sessions. These includes the ESPs and the DSPs. So ESP stands for Eminent Speaker Programs and DSP stands for Distinguished Speaker Programs. The speakers of these programs are selected by the ACM India to deliver speeches and conduct sessions on various computational topics to the various student chapters of ACM India. So we are very happy that we also got the opportunity to host Professor R. Ramanujan, Jam Sir, in one of the sessions, Game Theory for Internet Age. Coming towards the SIG part, PASC has this culture that we have SIGs, that is the special interest groups. So what we do is people interested in various domains such as C++, CP, Python, ML, open source, research, patents, papers, and a number of other domains as well. So all of them, they come together and there is a give and take of information through various series of sessions. So we conduct sessions like the members of PASC themselves, they teach the other members so that they develop their speaking abilities as well. And they can also deliver their knowledge and they can explain others. And the others who are learning, they can then broaden this knowledge to the other batches, the upcoming junior batches. Next, please. Yeah. So Rise with PASC is one of a series that was very famous, that is very famous in our college that is currently going on. So we started this last year. RISE stands for Riveting Seminars. So Rise with PASC is a series in which the PASC alumni placed at like various famous MNCs and a number of colleges. They've got like admits from foreign top universities. They come and they guide us on the various like platforms or domains. There have been a total of around 11 plus sessions so far, and now we are hosting the second series of that. Some of them are as listed below. Roadmap to Success, Career Pilot, Web Cloud and DevOps, How to Win Hackathon, SIH, Game Plan, and a number of other things. And all of our speakers are from top renowned companies and premier institutes.
With the skills that we have gained from various events that we do in PASC, we aim to provide help to others. This year too, PASC has helped various organizations and events in their successful execution by contributing to them. PASC members ease the technical as well as management tasks in several events and projects. They also gained exposure by contributing to real world cause-driven initiatives and dynamic projects.
CTIS was one of the conferences that CS Pathshala has hosted, and the conference was here itself in the same hall in ISER. So Sonia ma'am, like we got an opportunity. Yeah, she's here. We got an opportunity to be one of the organizing sponsors for this event. Our team members developed the website and helped in the overall smooth organization of this event. One such other event that we collaborated with was ICEI. That is the second international conference in emerging trends and innovations in ICT. This was conducted in PICT. So our members developed the application, the app, the website, and like the abstract brochure, the promotional content and everything. So basically, the students of our club, that is the PASC, they got an opportunity to present the live projects to the world, like the website and the app that they developed that was downloaded by the members from this conference that was international.
As the world was taken by the storm of the pandemic, everyone resorted to finding connections digitally. This year, the right advice and guidance from an experienced individual can tremendously help in molding one's future. With this in mind, PASC, along with other ACM chapters all over India, collaborated to host a 3-day event, Gold, gathering of outstanding leaders in various domains. This event was covered in 3 days. Day 1 was all about getting placements in FANG companies. Day 2 was about MBA, and Day 3 was all about Masters and MTech. This event witnessed 500 plus registrations on the Google form, along with 5,000 plus views on the YouTube channel of ACM India.
Yeah. Now let me introduce you to the women wing of PASC, that is PASC W. So we conduct our event as Radiance and many other events specific to Women's Day or GSC, that is Grace Hopper Conference, and we guide the girl students to achieve greater heights. So the girl students of PASC, they are the organizing leads for these events so that they get an edge over organization as well.
Members of PASC have received placement offers from prestigious companies like including Mang, Deutsche Bank, Morgan Stanley, PhonePe, Zeta, Microsoft, VMware, and I'm sure the list will go on and on. Our students have received admits from top foreign universities, including UC Berkeley, UIUC, Cornell, Stanford, etc. Members have also published papers at various A-star conferences and journals.
Yeah. We are very happy, and every year we strive to be the best and develop and upskill ourselves in terms of learning and skills in various tech and non-tech domains. And all this is near to impossible without the guidance and support of our teacher counselor, Dr. Gitanjali Kare. So we would like to thank her through this platform. And special thanks to ACM India for giving us various recognitions, because of which we always are motivated to do and to achieve greater heights in the future. So thank you so much. If you have any doubts, please feel free to ask. Thank you for listening to us. Yes.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sarvjit from Chitkara University.
Hello, sir.
So first of all, congratulations. And we are also motivated from your achievements. We are continuously checking your activities. So again, my question is same like sir already had. And I know that ma'am already informed us that we can have a discussion on breakout rooms. But
Yeah.
the problem is that might be in that breakout I'm not present, or you might be absent in that breakout room. So we have total 7 options. So one of the factor that each and every ACM chapter that can be a professional or student, the problem is how to motivate student to pay around 1,500 to join the ACM. And you too have a 900 plus student members. So is there any special provision that you are providing, or is it that the members, those who are the part of the ACM, will only attend your events?
Yeah, so thank you so much. I would like to answer this question that actually in PICT, we have a very good culture. Like the seniors are very supportive that they guide the junior batches, and we have a very special connect, and the network is so strong that our seniors who are placed at like numerous, as we mentioned, at the high-tech companies, so they being a part of ACM, the junior batches have seen that how they grown and how they upscale themselves via the platform of ACM. So we don't explicitly need to tell them anything. The senior batches are themselves as a role models for like the ACM chapters. And I would like to also add that like the school projects that we do, they are only limited to the schools, or the development is the deployment is not done. Like we only like present the project to our you know, the guide or something, and we just like we are done with the project. But here you get a live platform to upscale your project to like the world level. So your website, your apps, or whatever you do, the research papers, the patents, and everything that we do in our club, that are exposed to a wide like a public or audience. So you get a completely new, broader scope. So that is how I think that's one of the factors.
So, Sarojit, as I have to reveal secret now.
Okay.
So first, she has covered, but I'll tell you like what generally we do, all the clubs. Okay. So after admission in the same semester or in next semester, we do organize our flagship events. US Impulsion, loaded with 14 tech and non-tech events. Okay. So till that moment, we just say like we have ACM, these are the members, these are brand ambassadors of the ACM. They're roaming in the campus, and they just are looking like what these guys are doing. Okay. And then we are doing that annual event, and we just ask them to attend it. Okay. So they're attending all that events, and many times like football is 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 like that. Online also what we did international events, and we had participation from 22 countries for this particular event. And we had some exclusive international events. Okay. So we're just asking like to them, watch, participate, enjoy what we are doing. And after that, we are announcing, like now we are recruiting. So do join. So those weren't, so I don't have to do anything explicit, because at first year, as sir said, they don't know AI. They don't know क्या patent का importance है, what is the importance of the live project and all that. But they know like ये brand ambassador है, they are excelling and they are doing something good which is enjoyable as well. Okay, so that is one thing. Another SIG is, as they are shown even previous slide also, like some chapters presented, but at our college SIG sessions in each group are conducted every week. Okay, and senior members are conducting the SIG sessions, and in that SIG sessions we are floating some projects as well, as city as project was taken by our web team. So this kind of NGO projects we're doing, outside projects we're doing, we are giving sponsorships, so they are getting live opportunity. Even platforms for these events are designed every year. I always tell them, why you are reinventing wheel again and again, you're designing platforms, you just modify the previous one. They're saying, no ma'am, we want to learn new technology changes. Okay, so this year also they are which website they are shown, it is again another version which won the prize was different. So every year they are reinventing wheel, but I see that they are keeping everybody engaged. Like that was one question, how to keep everybody engaged and they should feel like I learned something. So these SIG platforms we are using, and this AIML and all that SIGs know, generally third year and B students are there. So how to convert their projects into paper and patent and maybe further how to take it, there we are guiding them. So this is how we are keeping them engaged. And as people observe and as they see like they are growing, the members who are there, and all these activities happen after the college hours. Okay, and this kind of culture is there in every club. At PICT, and there is very healthy competition. Okay. So like, and as sir was asking, are you saying IEEE is bad? So that is the tagline of our chapter. We never talk about anybody. We say like, if somebody is coming to us like, are ACMB hai, ma'am, there is, as I am head of the department, I cannot like divert students in one direction. I should be very neutral for everyone. So always I'm saying like, there are 3 chapters. You just observe their activities and everything, and then you join it. So rightly pointed out the challenge of attracting students for 1540. Is that correct figure? Yeah. So sir, here challenge is IEEE's fees is 1100. Okay, so student वहाँ पे भी देखते हैं. And I think CSI, it is group registration. I don't know about CSI. So it is group registration. So sir knows better. So, sir, so that is the challenge. But maybe I am not right person, or I don't know. This is not a platform to discuss it. Yes. So I hope all the questions are answered. And
yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
First of all, congratulations to the team.
Thank you, sir.
And it's very beautiful presentation from your side. My question is, have you got any financial support, financial sponsorship from the ACM for any of your event, whatever it is, your the college event or any conferences like that? And if yes, so what is the process and how other chapter will get it?
Yeah, I think ma'am would explain.
So we are not approached ACM for any financial support, first of all, and we are looking for the sponsors, industry sponsors. Okay, that is beauty of it, all these events, as they are shown all logos. So we are approaching them with like, we have this kind of student chapter and they are doing this kind of activities, and this is the event. So what you will get branding, and our social media presence also you can see. So we are preparing proper brochures of our chapter. We are giving, our students are giving presentations to industries, and we are convincing them to be a sponsor. And every time we are very fortunate to get sponsor. All these 3 lakhs awards which they had announced, they were from the sponsorship amount. And all whatever is there in the campus, like all decoration, everything, we are not a single pay is given by my college or by ACM. Like we haven't approached ACM, and even in our college, it is a model that everyone should make a sustainable model. Okay, initially colleges supported with the seed money. They're giving seed money, but however, now we have our own account balance enough, and even we are nourishing the clubs. Last time, two clubs we are given sponsorship. Our club has given sponsorship to conduct the activities for 2 clubs. So we have extra money in account here. As it is matter of the sponsorship and all, I would like to share here, AICT is giving funding of 1 lakh for 1 year for any club. Like one institute can apply only once. That is Spices. Name of the scheme is Spices. PICT has got it last time. So we got like 1 lakh to use for the student activities. So this is also one source, and you get it easily if you have website. They require like website, your activities, your presence, objectives, what you're going to do. So all this proposal you can fill and you can get it. Many colleges, I don't know, many might be knowing about Spices scheme. So you can get fund through that. Fund is not problem, sir. Only passion should be there.
Thanks for the suggestion, ma'am. But what happened? I also work for the IEEE as well. In comparison to that, no, not only 5,000, ma'am. They sometimes, if you go for the beyond of that, they will give it from the all of the expenses. They will. No, I'm just talking about that. So our expectation is from the ACM as well. Thank you.
Sir, to answer to your question in. Okay.
Yeah, I just had a doubt. So you said that your senior batches initiate, I'll help with the junior
Yes,
batches.
yes.
Currently, one challenge I am facing that in our college, that people are very excited and they initiate the project, but how do you get it done to the end product? Because in the middle phase, they are dropout, and many of our projects or many of our initiatives are not getting completed as we had planned before.
Yes, so I think the answer to all the questions will be the culture that we have in college. So the thing is, our seniors have been so good to us in mentoring that they have become our friends. Like one of our seniors is right here to attend our presentation right now. So like to elaborate it, the thing is, we believe in quality. Also to answer sir's question that how do you compete with other chapters? So we believe in quality. So the quality for our sessions will be the exact same even if there are 5 number of people in the room or there are hundreds of people in the room. So because of that quality, even if those 5 people stay with us, they will stay with us and they'll bring more 5 people. So that's how we try to engage. So even if you engage like 5 people, they will tell their friends. That's how we work, because
campus crowd with IEEE and CSI is more than the PICT. In PICT campus, crowd is more of CSI and IEEE. However, activities and quality of activities are good of this, like maybe they will judge.
and even for marketing purpose, so our seniors, even if they are placed in a particular company or if it's a startup or something, they give us those contacts. So we can contact them, we can give our presentations and brochures, and that's how we can receive. Yes. I think.
You want to take your question? Okay. Yeah. So thank you so much, everyone. We leave you all here with our motto as join as members and leave as professionals. PICT ACM Student Chat. Thank you.
So this is our tagline, and I think in line with that tagline, even ACM India will like that tagline, how to increase professional members. So catch them at student level and ask them to join as professionals to the ACM chapters. Okay, good. So thank you. So now most awaited presentation, last year's winner of the Outstanding Chapter Award, MUJ ACM Student Chapter. So I welcome them here. So just before moving, everybody is showing that last time's nice award photo. So thanks to Chitkara, they have made the trophies very nicely. So we have 6 trophies. So out of that one is the best. So now I'll use this platform. I think so I'll use this platform, like please give good trophy, amount kam diya to bhi chalega. Because we are keeping that in our display, and that is very proud moment for us. Like if other IEEE CSI trophies are there, so okay, yeah, just on the lighter side, yeah. But thanks to Chitka, it is really nice.
So can you help me? So just try on put that.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, professional chapter members, student chapter members, and our dear faculty sponsor, Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Sharma. I'm Ariman Sai, chairperson at MUJ ACM Student Chapter, here along with Umang, chairperson at MUJ ACM Sigbet Student Chapter. And we're here to give a presentation on our chapter, which was the recipient of the Outstanding Chapter Award in the year 2021-22.
Manipal University Jaipur ACM Student Chapter has successfully conducted a series of events, competition, workshops. Our members are also offered mentorship programs, various domains from the seniors who are pursuing a career in that domain. After recent success of major fest and technical activities such as LSA 22, RoboFest, General Championship, and STSP, Experience Focus was also diverted to cater the interest and demands of our student members who wish to pursue more specialized fields. For this is MUJ ACM Sigbet Student Chapter and MUJ ACM CGI Student Chapter along with MUJ ACM W Student Chapter were created, enhancing Manipal University Jaipur technical culture for over 6 years now.
Now, over the years, MUJ ACM Student Chapter has been the recipient to multiple awards, both by the ACM India Council and the ACM headquarters. Our most recent achievement is the Outstanding Chapter Activities Award, which we have won this year for the tenure 2022-23. Apart from this, we had also won Outstanding Chapter Award from ACM India in the tenure 2021-22, the Outstanding Recruitment Program on a global scale by the ACM headquarters for the same tenure. Our website had also bagged the Best Website Award way back in 2018-19.
Now highlighting a little bit more about our membership trends. As of January, this data is as of January 19, 2023. Back in 2018-2019, we had a membership strength of 542. 2019-2020, 443. In 2020-2021, 325. Post this tenure, we registered a massive uptick in our membership and the count went to 970. And with the current tenure, we are into 4-digit as of now, and the count stands around 1400.
So just to brief all of this into a tad bit easy to understand numbers, our membership growth from the tenure 2021-22 to 2022-23 has been about 47%. Membership growth from 2020-21 to 2021-22, which is when we bagged the Outstanding Recruitment Award on a global scale, has, if you can see that it has almost tripled. The active volunteer strength of MUJ ACM Student Chapter is over 150, and total footfall across major events for the tenure 2021-22 alone has been over 10,000.
Some of our events include Decode, that is a cryptic hunt, Mini Hacks, our flagship hackathon, ACM Ignite, a 2-day bootcamp to get people started in their respective domains, RoboFest, which attracted participations from all over India, IDRL, Indian Drone Racing League, Robo Wars, AutoCAD workshop, and panel discussions. General Championship. This was conducted at COVID time, our first online event which consolidated events like Ideathon, Decrypt CTF event, MUJ Hack 6.0, Circuit Tricks, Tech Quiz, ACM Startup Table, and Codathon 10.0.
Coming to LSIT. Now, LSIT is MUJ ACM Student Chapter's annual Techno-Cultural Fest, which included our flagship hackathons, codathons, designathon, CTFs, eminent speaker program by the ACM India, drone building workshops, assemble fast, gaming events. In all, we had close to over 20 plus events in a variety of both technical and non-technical domains. Total participating engineering colleges were over 80. To tell you a little bit about our upcoming events, we have a SIG Fest planned, which is a fest that is jointly planned by all the special interest groups which are present on campus. Tech Ideate, which happens to be our annual technical fest. ACM Experience, which is to describe ACM experience, this is our project building group. Mentorship program, which is the student teaching student program, wherein students in particular domains, train their juniors on particular domains. Research and Coding Symposium 2023, RCS 2023. Now, I would take this opportunity to invite all the chapters present here for this particular event, which is due to be held towards the end of March. Now, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I hope you liked the presentation. I hope I've kept it short, crisp, and sweet. And I would like to now open the floor for some suggestions, Q&A. Okay, so Research and Coding Symposium, this idea was initially given to us by our faculty coordinator, Dr. Akhilesh. The objective was that, now that we have conducted so many codeathons, hackathons, so many, beginner-centric events, what I'd call, it's now time that we start catering to the 3rd, 4th years, to the PGD students as well. So this is where we introduce the idea that let's have a symposium. Let's give students the experience of, presenting their research papers. The coding part is, again, it's similar to a codeathon. So if people are over here, students as well, if you all are into research papers, if you all write, please do consider this event.
So many different things that can be clubbed together. So it will be a symposium where research talks and students can come. They are having some platform to discuss some ideas. And additionally, we would like to collaborate with the regional chapters. They can also learn some new things, especially targeting for the PG level peoples and the PhD students. So maybe sir can also contribute towards the PhD clinics. We would like to have that sort of activities there. So this is the one idea that we would like to just collaborate here. Thank you.
I think this can be replicated in association with professional chapters, and we can collaborate all the student chapters in the region.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, where is the sheet of choice? Yeah, so I think this all have entered, right? Good. Please float it further. Why na piche? Just take it. Yeah. So it's no, it is there. They are filling it. You just go back. Who have not filled? Okay, you just. I think there are some in between members who got skipped. So will you please raise hand those who want to fill it? Array, whole crowd is there. So where is sheet? Please don't keep it with you. Please pass it. Let us show the teamwork. From 1 hour, we are floating one sheet and we cannot write one line and float it. So yesterday we have seen how we should do teamwork, na 1 to 15. So our eyes are open. So we can see each other. So just write your choice and just float it. Make sure that everyone is entering. Otherwise, random allocation will be there. That is the problem. Okay, good. So it's really impressive to see the students are moving on the right path towards the opportunities and success. The awards are rolled out every year. Thus, every chapter has the opportunity to win it. So I'll encourage everybody, take some takeaways from this, note it down and make your action plan for the year. And in action plan, target what you want, which award you want to target, and I'm sure you will achieve it. So all the best to all the chapters. And we are learning from each other. There are some good things to take, so please take it, note it, and implement. So just I would like to dedicate four lines for all the chapter members and all the members who are here. काम करो ऐसा कि एक पहचान बन जाए. काम करो ऐसा. I'm not good at शायरी, so don't go by. Just I feel like I should say it. So काम करो ऐसा कि एक पहचान बन जाए. हर कदम ऐसा चलो कि निशान बन जाए. हर कदम ऐसा चलो कि निशान बन जाए. यहाँ जिंदगी तो हर कोई काट लेता है. जिंदगी जियो इस कदर की मिसाल बन जाए. So in your campus, everybody should know there is ACM chapter. There are amazing people who are doing something great. And I want to be part of that particular group. That will motivate people to pay 1540. It's not marketing, whatever is the figure, sir. I might be wrong, but just that is challenge, I agree. Okay, good. So I think next presentation is every chapter has to feel online also it will be useful those who are attending online. Every chapter has to add their details on 2 portals. I'll make it clear because many times it is a doubt like which portal should we follow. So one ACM India portal where you have to add activities. So add your activities on the portal because this time's evaluation of the best chapter award, it has been announced before. However, it has been done from that activity list. Okay, make your social media present noticeable to everyone. Add your all the events. And again, this is my general observation. So with everybody's permission, I'll take this platform. Don't mix events. Many times people, what they do know, my NSS club has done this activity. So for a chapter award, I'll add this as ACM activity. Don't do that. Motivate your student, ACM students itself to do some NGO activities or maybe social activities. Okay, ask them to teach to students they enjoy. I'm sure like they will come up with like, ma'am, we enjoyed it a lot. Okay, so ask them to do it. Don't merge the activities. If something is done by another club, so just for the chapter hour sake of, you are adding in the portal. That is my general observation. It is not about anybody, but your students are capable to do everything. Our chapter is doing that, and in our PICT, I'll again not put the band of PICT, but no one takes the activity of another club. So they will get enough stuff to do. Like how to keep them engaged. No, you can keep them engaged, and what is their choice, you put them in that particular domain. So that will help. So actually, we had invited Dr. Rajneesh Sharma from Chitkara University, who is handling this particular portal. And as he could not make it due to his commitments, we will play his video here. And in that, he's explaining like how the activities should be added and how it is making the impact. And if you have any questions, we are here to answer it. Yeah, so now I request to play the video.
Yeah, greetings, everybody. First of all, thank you so much to Sachin, who made me make this recording about this student chapter portal, which has been in place since last about 2 years of time or so. And thank you so much to ACM India for giving me this opportunity to address all the representatives of student chapters. So I would be speaking for about 15 minutes or so, so as to make all of you understand the utility of this portal and how it can be used in the best possible way, so that many of you can be possible claimants for the student chapter awards in the next year. By the way, this year's student chapter awards have already been announced, and when I refresh this page, this is what I get to see at the home page on this portal. So the portal address, as many of you might be knowing already, is acmindia-studentchapters.in. So, my heartiest congratulations to these institutes, students, faculty mentors, and everybody associated with these institutes who have helped in conducting a large number of ACM India relating activities and promoting the spirit of ACM. So coming back to portal, so I remove it, and then I have created some and on the home page, of course, the information about 6 different categories of possible awards is there. And if I'm sorry, I'm having a bad throat. If I do click here on any of the say outstanding chapter website, now what exactly the jury would be looking for all the applications or for the performance of all the chapters, that is very much mentioned over here. And if you select anything like outstanding chapter award, we click over here. So the information is mentioned over here, right? The process which is going to be adopted. And on the home page, of course, the information about that, what is a Facebook page of ACM India, LinkedIn page, or Twitter, or Instagram, etc. All that information is there. And then the this tabs on the top take you to these links for about ACM, for the ACM India Council. And then when this portal was launched about 2 years back or so, what we had thought of was we'll make it very interactive so as to encourage the different student chapters, so they can get featured here. So we especially got created this featured student chapter of the month, and as of now it has been AISSMS Institute of Information Technology Pune. And owing to the suggestions coming in from jury, later on we started retaining this data as well under this tab past featured chapters. Of course, the intention remains to feature a chapter every month. But then, of course, we admit that we have not been very regular in doing so, mainly due to when we are not able to take a firm decision on any of the chapters, then whatsoever chapter has already been featured, so that continues for extended duration. But otherwise, the intention is if you all of you will start using this portal more frequently and will keep on feeding the details of this your activities which you are conducting for ACM India here on this portal, of course, you do stand a very good chance to get featured also, right? And then other thing on the homepage that you see that whatever activities you conduct and when you feed a report in the portal, so that activity is very clearly gets highlighted here on the homepage itself, right? So this is what the homepage interface of the portal is. Let me take you to when we say enter your space thing here. I have got created a dummy ID, right? So I will just log in from that only. Just finish to, right? And I do submit. So as soon as I do it, okay, no need to say password. The first thing, let us assume that I'm logging in this portal for the first time. I already got the login password details. And then simultaneously the names of all the chapters which have been approved by ACM, right? Those get figured here. And I have got created some dummy name of the chapter again here, right? That is say FTP3. That is basically for testing purpose 3. I will be writing here date of establishment of chapter. So let me write say 01/01/2023. I can select it from the calendar also like this. And then name of the host institute, let me write say ABCDE only, just for testing purpose. Current count of ACM members, you can write a number here. So let me say 10. Address of the institute, let me again write a dummy address on the ABCDE, right? And say city, let me write a Pune, right? Then first time when you're logging into this portal, it is asking you to provide the details of the office bearers of the chapter. So I add a row here. It asks me the information. These are the expected office bearers of any student chapter: president, faculty in charge, treasurer, and secretary. Let me choose, say, president, right? I write his name, say A, right? And email, say, I write, say, AB. Okay, I write my email ID here, shr.rajneesh@gmail.com. I choose the gender, then an upload a photo here, right? And let me choose a say dummy image, right? Okay, so photo, some dummy image I have to do here. And then website address of the chapter I feed here, .com, and provide some information. It's new chapter or testing. I simply write over here. And I write here submit. Now you will see that whatever information has been added over here. So that information has been captured and it says, thank you so much for providing the basic details about your chapter. Log in again to see your personal web space on the ACM India student chapter portal. Right. And when you do that, it means you log out once and you again log in. Right. Submit. So whatever information you had added here about office bearers, so that information is very much available over here. So I added a dummy picture only. That information is there. I can always add more office bearers as a. This is just a trial run. So just wanted to make sure understand that how it can be used. So about the information about the office bearers, it is very well understood that that is required to be updated also on the regular basis. There is a provision that information can be updated also. And then whatsoever other details you have added, likewise name of the chapter, date of establishment of chapter, name of host institute, current count. So that all that information gets featured over here. Now in the process, the portal captures a lot of information about the chapter, about the office bearers, when it has been established, what the count of ACM member. So here the request is that this information should be filled in very, very correctly, because this is the information at the back end which the jury members have a careful look, and accordingly they do decide on the winners of different chapter awards, etc. Right? So, and then because the main purpose of the portal is to capture the details of the activities which different chapters are conducting in their respective institutes pertaining to promotion of spirit of ACM. So, so I do here say add a new event, right? Random event over here. And then I can add information about the past event which has been conducted and forthcoming event also. If I do add information about forthcoming event, then it will be featuring on the home page. So that when any other chapter other than your chapter logs into the portal or visits the homepage of the portal, they should be able to know that this particular activity is happening in this particular chapter, and if they want to participate, so they should be able to participate also, right? So let me show you that if when I do feed the information about some past event, let me write my past event, ACM India event, right? Title of the event. And then when this event has been conducted, so we do find here, say, okay, this is conducted on the 10th of January. Whether it was technical, non-technical, or community related, this is how the information is again categorized. Let me say it is community related. I'm supposed to write about 100 words about the activity, so it is a test entry. And number of attendees in the event, again say let me write say 100. Now this figure of course is very important. The effort is to now conduct the activities for ACM members, while non-ACM members can also very actively participate in those events. But then again, this data is required to be filled in very, very carefully. ACM members count 50 and non-ACM members count, that is again 50. And web link where information is more information about the count. Again, the jury chair has been repeatedly telling me that most of the chapter coordinators or this chapter office bearers do take this link information very lightly. Again, the request here is please, because portal will not be able to handle all the details of the activities in a very, very elaborated manner. So that is why, but simultaneously there is a provision that if you have stored the information, if you have displayed the information about the activity which you have conducted at any other website link, so that website link can be provided over here. So actual links about the activity only should be provided over here. And then at least one picture, right? Again, it is very clearly written, highlighting the ACM chapter logo with presence of all attendees and organizers. This is again done so that the jury members can get fair amount of idea that if the chapter is saying that 100 members are participating, actually whether there are 100 members there in that photograph or not. right? Because jury members do take very close cognizance of all this information which is fed in this portal, and this portal remains the only source from where they do take care. They do have a look into the performance of every chapter. Plus the information, as Shekhar sir has been telling me, plus the information coming from ACM headquarters as well. So it is very important that the information which you're feeding in over here, that should be absolutely correct. So I submit this information, right? And it says, thank you so much, your event details have been added. Okay, right? And when I see, this is what has happened. But when I fed in the details of one activity, this has started appearing over here. And as I feed in more activities over here, so this will keep on, these activities keep on, I can always see that details will be available over here, right? Now, if I go to home page now, the portal, you can see this particular activity which you just fed in, the detail is already available over here. Okay? And as I told you, this particular bar, the below bar, is for forthcoming activities. If you want to feed in the information, share the information about the activity which is going to happen in your campus in next few days, next month or so, and you want that the participation should be coming in from other chapters as well, you can again use this feature. Now, this has been around 15 months or so since this portal was launched, slightly more than that. And we have obviously tried to make it even better in the meetings among the student chapter committee members. This has been discussed time and again that we really want to make it the Facebook of ACM chapter so that they can come interact with each other so as to promote the spirit of ACM, right? So any kind of feedback, any kind of suggestions which you think that will help in making the portal even better, those are most welcome. You can write an email. You already do have that email, ACM India studentchapters@gmail.com. You can always write an email there. And all the emails are looked into by the development team, and then due action is taken, right? So this is what the portal, this demonstration, or you can say the details in brief are. In case any kind of further questions, I'm sorry, first of all, that I couldn't be there in Pune. I had to come, but then there were some pressing engagements from my institute, and then simultaneously I remain involved in so many other activities as well, so I couldn't make it. Oh, my deep apologies for the same. But then any kind of feedback about the portal, you can always write at the email address which has been provided to all of you. And we really look forward to that you will use this portal in a very interactive manner. If you come across any kind of issue, do feel free to write the email. And then simultaneously, whosoever has not been able to win an award this year, they will use this portal more effectively this year so that they remain very strong contenders for the next series of awards. Thank you so much, Sachin. He has been doing a wonderful job in steering this committee relating to student chapters. And especially Shekhar sir always remain the heart of any of the activities, right? Simultaneously, Professor Gitanjali, and then Abhijat, who are the important members of the committee and keep on giving a lot of their inputs. And my big thanks to the hosts of this year's ACM Student Chapter event as well, who will be playing this presentation. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Hello. If anyone has any questions about this portal, you can ask now. Anyone?
Whether every chapter present here is present on the portal? That is first question. How many are not present on the portal? So if you want to be in the winning chapters, first condition is you have to be present on the portal, upload all your events as mentioned. It is very simple, user-friendly, right? No questions. All are hungry? Okay, good. So, filling information in this portal doesn't mean you have to skip the ACM portal. Okay, you have to fill there also information. I'm reiterating because that is questioned many times. You have to enter member information on the ACM portal, right? And again, your activity information also you have to fill it. Otherwise, your chapter will be charted, even though you are conducting events and not entering on the portal. Okay, good. So now I'll hand over this session to the Tilotama ma'am, as she has some announcements for the breakout rooms. I hope everyone has entered the choice of the group. And I'll again ask where is shit. Abhijat, do you want to make some announcements for dramatization as well after this? Okay, good. So there are two group activities. In evening, we have a dramatization of algorithms and now the discussion. So for that same groups, we will continue, which are getting formed now.
I need the sheet also.
Can we get the sheet? Where it is? Can you please bring it? Give it first. Hello. Give it anyway.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So this is actually regarding the activity which we have told brainstorming sessions. So before you all brainstorm, there's a committee who brainstormed earlier. Shekhar ji, Yogesh ji, Abhijat ji, Sachin ji, Gitanjali ji, Nitin ji, Sonia ji, and myself. So we have come out with 7 topics. So this has been circulated to all of you, and this includes the professional chapter members and the student chapter members as well. So the group 1 is recruitment of the volunteers. Group 2 topic is organizing events and activities. Group 3, engaging with other chapters and external organizations like IEEE, ISOC, etc. Group 4 topic is why should one join ACM? Group 5, role of annual summit, how ACM India can help the chapters. Group 6 topic is website portal, social media visibility. And group 7, very important, the inclusion and the diversity. So we have requested everyone to fill in, and the objective is the diversity, so that from all across India, people are there to put forth their ideas. And now after I have circulated, I have seen little bit I myself have to indulge in, because one of the group is overflowing. So I have to manage that. I'll do it and then announce, and I'll tell you who all are there in the teams. Okay, so now what we are going to do? So it has to be planned in such a manner that in the given time, 2 to 3:30, 2 o'clock to 3:30, there will be parallel sessions, 7 sessions. All of you will be in your own, the cohort will be there for all these 7 topics. And the output is minimum 10 challenges with the solutions. The more, the better. So every team, every cohort has to present. The time is from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. There will be presentation from each of the group, and it will be maximum 10 minutes. So 8 minutes plus 2 minutes question answers, or we can just break it. So the presentation will be one slide or just a 1 page, which you can read out. 2 columns. First column is challenges. Second column is solution. You are either a part of a solution or you are either the part of the problem. Okay, so once someone has told like that, either you are a part of solution or a part of the problem. So, okay, so now there will be a big thing that, okay, will this ACM chapter summit will be a successful or not? So yes, we believe that the size of your problems is nothing compared to your ability to solve them. So with this in mind, with this heuristic, I think all the 7 cohorts will come out with some innovative ideas, and whatever questions we were facing, the evening chapters were facing, and with ma'am's guidance, and there are so many people who all have experience, we will be able to solve all the challenges. So we look forward to your contributions, and we will be meeting again in the presentation. So your presentation, it's very clear. It's just column 1, the challenges and the solution to the challenges. That's it. Okay. So now the team, I will just finalize because I told one of them is quite overflowing. So then I will announce it, ma'am. Yes. And now I would hand over to Abhijat sir for some announcement. Thank you.
Fine. So thank you, Tilottama. At the end of the day, after going through all of these things, breakouts and stuff like that, we are planning to have some kind of a fun. And the idea is the groups that Tilottama just announced, each group will be given an algorithm and you are supposed to enact it out. Okay. So there is one trial that we are trying to have, but nevertheless, if you were there yesterday evening, you had an interesting game where there were 15 people who were supposed to do something, recite out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and stuff like that. That was an example of typically, if I remember my networking right, Ethernet protocol, carrier sense, multiple access, collision detect. Okay. Hopefully that was it. But nevertheless, whatever happened yesterday was actually an example of an algorithm being enacted out. All right. Each of the groups, 7 groups that Tilottama has just announced, will be given an algorithm. Let's have it after the break. Okay. I have the lists here with me, but this announcement right now is just to get your thinking started. The actual algorithms will be given to you towards the end of the day. There is time for you to think about how to enact it out. All right. And then the later half of the time, you will be presenting it out to everyone. Okay. This is fun activity. There is no judgment. It's only meant for fun. All right. Okay. So if the people are ready, then we can sort of try to show them. Is it done? All right. So we will have it a little after lunch. Okay. I don't want to stand in between the lunch and stuff. Yeah, because the breakout also will be announced at that point. At that point, we can just enact it out and show how reversing a singly linked list can be enacted out. Okay. Apparently, the proposed drama has some bugs. I don't know. Maybe you can check it out. All right. Fine. Okay. Thanks.
So hello everyone. So for the lunch, there is a bus arranged. So those who can take a walk, please take a walk. And there is one bus arranged which will take only 1 round. So those who can't take a walk, just you can go through the bus, and you have to return by 2:15 over here. The dinner is at dining hall. I again repeat, dinner is at dining hall. Those who the lunch is at dining hall.
So those who are taking bus, please start and follow Vimal. Those who are taking walk, follow Sonia. Sonia is the best person who know ICER campus. So fast, otherwise you will miss in campus and you will not get lunch.
पर भी काम किए जा रहे हैं
moderator. The moderator name is the first in the list. Sarayu. So you will name the moderator. Moderator is one of the committee member. Next, the moderator will help identify or please be a volunteer, one advisor who is either faculty advisor or a professional chapter member. Okay, so that he can steer or he can guide the students also. And another third person is the student reporter who will make a note. So you have your notebook. So whatever is going on, he will make a note. After presentation, he can assist the advisor to finalize the presentation. So three people are here. Moderator. Moderator won't do any spoon feeding. He will just steer that it's going on and you're not wasting the time, or if you have any confusions, you can ask the moderator. Okay. And the faculty advisor, along with all other members, will discuss minimum 10 problems and solutions with the team, and the reporter will make a note on the notebook, and then finally you will have the output as a table with problem and the solution. That's it. Okay, thank you.
So the first group, that is recruitment of volunteers. The moderator is Dr. Tilottama Swami ma'am. And the members are Gauri Zadhav, Aryash Deshpande, Sunil Singh, Khalid Arftami, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, Vaibhav Kharade, Mahesh Dorwale, Shreyan Shivastav, Mond Muzakit, Abhishri Tembakar, Sakhar Padia, Sarika Khamse, Anurag, Om Shinde. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a room 103. So the first three groups will be sitting over there for their discussions. By the time I'll announce the group 2 members, organizing events and achievements is the topic. Dr. Gitanjali Kare is the moderator, and the members are Jignesh Shah, Sharvin Shah, Aditi Sambhare, Disha Chaghani, Shirne Agrawal, Yurtaza Bora, there's A. Vanilla, then Snehasis Mukherjee, Dr. Srimathini, Dr. A. I'm sorry, Shokumu, Rohini Rao, Akhil Bhalerao, Nilesh Mari, Dr. Deepak Dharrao, Ranjit Bidwe, Pratik Gade. Yeah.
First team, have you finished it? Everybody from first team?
Everybody from first team is out of this hall, right? For 103. I mean, are they like moved out of the hall? Group 3 is engaging with other chapters. The topic is engaging with other chapters. The moderator is? Yeah. Okay, I'll take a break. For the group 3, the moderator is Professor Yogesh. And the members are Rutvik Bhalerao, Omkar Dhanave, Urmit Megh, Shaunak Jotavar, Om Bidwe, Professor Neelam Nayekar, Aditya Paranjape, Bhargavi Patil, Shruti Savanur, Mohit Sharma, Nikita Nimbarg, and Ashwesha Kar. The topic is engaging with other chapters in external organizations such as IEEE, ISOC, etc. What's the topic? Why should we join ACM? Anvesha. Okay, I'll remove Anvesha card. I'll remove them. Otherwise, you can put me there. Okay. So we have one more member who can join group number 3, Ganesh Dhumal. Yeah, is Ganesh here? Okay, yeah. So the fourth group is why should one join ACM? The moderator is Dr. Sachin, and the members are Nikhil Dharak, Ashweshwar Kar, Vivek Buzruk, Dr. M. Almek, KS Shashwat, Dr. K. Reddy, Dr. Sarvajit Singh, K. Dharak Shamini, Dr. R. Satyabhama. And we also have 3 more, Khushi Vishwakarma, Krishnalal, and Tejas. Kindly go with Sachin, sir. I think we can accommodate one more member here, Kunal Z from Pune. Okay. Yeah, what's your name?
Yeah,
Actually, I've been allotted 7 by now because there were many members over here.
There was one person less. I was more interested.
Okay, then go.
Where's that?
Group number 3.
Three.
Okay.
Where's
Group
that?
number 3 went out, right? Which group went out?
Yeah, they went out.
They went out. So we'll have to figure when.
Oh, yeah. So the group number 5 is a role of annual summit, how ACM India can help other chapters. How can ACM India help the chapters? The moderator is Dr. Abhijat, and the members are Srirang Mhatre, Alam Sam, Rahul from Vizigaram, sorry, Anshika Singh, Yagnesh, Riya, Krishna, Sheshank, Ubhay Badri, Akarsh Anand Sinha, Sarina Abhiram, Neeraj Vishwas Kulkarni, Radhika Gaikwad, Priyash Gupta, Nikita Nimbark, and Dr. Sanjay Tripathi. Along with Abhijat sir. Yeah, you can take one part of this, I think, this side. Group number 5. Group number 5, please come to my left. Yeah. So for group number 6, the topic is website portal, social media visibility. And the moderator is Dr. Nitin. The members are Dhruv Kuthe Gokar, Mrudula Bodke, Navin Venkat, Vaishnavi Bhuzbar, Arun Soniga, Yash Yegare, Anirudh Gyani, Pratham Bhagat, Anuradha Parudkar, Sahil Khandave, Shashank Bhusag, Aryan Chaudhary, Amar Darvi. The moderator is Dr. Nitin. Okay, yeah. So you can take up the middle section. Group number 6 members, kindly settle down in the middle section. Role of annual summit, how ACM India can help the chapter. Now let's coming to the 7th and the final topic, that is inclusion and diversity. Moderator is Dr. Sonia, and the members are Dr. M.K. Satyarthi from Delhi, Dr. Zainab Mirze from Mumbai, Agaz. And we also have Aishwarya from PICT, Harita Bhargava, Shubham Asbe, Aditi Chauhan. And is Dr. Tripathi already allotted a team or is he here? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can have you. Group 7, the topic is inclusion and diversity. So the group number 7 can settle down in this section. Is there anybody who has not been allotted to any team or something? Can you please tell me your name? Okay. Sir, may I know your name? Doctor? Okay, okay. I think then as we have less members in this team, we can have you here if you don't mind. Yeah, thank you. Is there anybody else? Kindly come here if you're not allotted any team.
Team.
Groups are involved. Like, actually, you can join this group by the topic is inclusion and diversity. Yes. I think we can have a different sheet circulating properly. But still, I just you can tell me. Yeah. Is there anybody else who is not allotted any team? Yeah.
And we can take question answers after one group. Don't ask questions, then maybe the other teams won't get the time. So let us consecutively give them the chance. They will tell the problem. They will just read out the problem and the solutions. You can make a note of your questions. And at the end of the session, we can have some 10 minutes break for the question answers. I hope it's fine with everyone. Okay, so let us start with the team one. By the time they are going to, please display the Google Sheet. Team one, who is going to present? Team one, who is going to present? Please have a seat over there. Yes, whatever you have planned. All the three of you go there. Team two, who is going to present? Yes, please be ready. You can take the these chairs. You can take so that we don't delay. Come over here. Team two. Okay, you both sit together. Team two. Please decide who will be presenting. Okay, so that moment we don't want to waste time in that. Team three, please raise your hand. Who is going to present? Team three, maximum 3 people, minimum 2. Okay, so you three are together. Team three. Team four. Team four. May I know who is going to present? Team four. Please, ma'am, please ask them to come. Team five. Team five. You two. You three. Okay, sit together, please. Team six. You two. Sit together. Have the okay. Team seven. Team seven. You and 2 people will present. So who you both? Okay. And team 4 is coming. So almost we are ready. So it's is it everything is visible because they will just read out, make it wrap format, wrapping. You can just tell, sir. Okay, team 1, be ready. Okay, to cut short the timing, I'm thinking whether all the team members will introduce themselves, so that will take time. So they will just tell their names and from which city they have come. That's fine. And even if you are not ready with that details, you can just start off with your presentation. We would prefer just tell your name and the city from where you have come. And the other option, if it is not there, just start with your presentation. Tell the title first. Thank you. So team 1, please start. Tell the topic name, okay? Please take the stage. Or come over here. Mic लगेगा ना? 5 minutes time. End point. 5 minutes time.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aryas Deshpande. I am from Geetam ACM Visakhapatnam chapter.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shan Srivastava, and I am from ACM OIST student chapter.
Good evening, everyone. I am Gauri Jadhav, and I'm from REIT ACM student chapter, Navi Mumbai. We were going ahead with the very first problem, that is recruitment of student volunteers in ACM chapters, and we came ahead with 10 issues and their solutions. The very first one is the performance biasness. How can it be solved? There are problems related to academics and attendance. So students usually who want to go ahead with academics don't tend to enter into volunteering. So how can we make an interest domain and let them come into this thing?
So the solution to this is we take a proper interview process, and the selector panel should assign the students at their interests and assign the positions accordingly.
The next problem is how can we increase the awareness about volunteership and the benefits?
We should keep everyone technologically up to date, and there should be rewards provided to the students after every event. And the final year students can be the professional members, and the students of ACM member can be called as a resource person.
The third issue is, since there are limited positions that are available at the international portal, so how can we increase the volunteering in this case if there are only 5 or 3 international level positions?
So we can increase the amount of office bearers, that is the official positions the people have got. We can increase it in a personal level from 3 to probably 10, then 15 and 30. So this will help the students to, get more interested in our ACM. Next.
The next problem is, if there is an ACM, if there are multiple ACM student chapters in a particular institute, should it be further clustered into one or should there be different ones?
So the solution to this is we can create special interest groups for the institutes which are having more than one colleges inside them, and we can create women and student cells separately.
The next one is, if the person is interested in volunteering and loses interest with time, what can be done in that case?
So in that case, we can keep everyone technologically up to date, and we should focus on performing different events in different years rather than performing the same event again and again in the multiple years. So now my friend will tell the solution for the next 5 problems.
The next problem is about, since there is a recruitment process or when an institute applies for a student chapter. So in certain cases, it has been observed that there are no options for multiple branches. So should that be also included?
So usually what happens is that people from different branches should be included into ACM student chapter, whether it be from computer science department or IT department or biotechnology or chemical industry. So there should be no bias towards volunteering, and there should be a kind of a cohesive environment that should be created.
Next question is, if we want to inculcate volunteering, so we need to begin at the institute level. So what could be the motivation to start a chapter with the awareness of benefits for accreditation like NBA, NAC, NIRF ranking, etc.?
So usually when you go for when the college applies for a NAC or all these credentials will happen. So usually the faculty or the professors will encourage students to take part into volunteership for the club, or indirectly what happens is that from one way or the other, due to this, there will be more students who will be willing to volunteer. And in fact, there will be a push from the side of the department as well to join the ACM student chapter.
The next question is, if there is a volunteer, should it be made mandatory for him at least to take a local membership?
So usually one of the aspects that local memberships provide is recognition and opportunities, like opportunities for higher studies. So whenever you go for higher studies, in fact, quoting one example from my own family, my sister, she studied her master's in USA. So one of the one of the answers that she wrote in her resume and in her essay is that she was a member of an ACM student chapter. And that has really given a solid foundation for her selection basis. And also during recruitment process, whether it be job or any other opportunities, if the name of ACM is mentioned, that itself plays an important role. So in that way also we can motivate students and we can motivate people to join in ACM volunteership as well.
The final question is, if we want maximum volunteers for ACM student chapters while competing with other committees in our institute, how can we encourage them to come into the ACM chapter for volunteering?
So finally, one of the important aspects is that we all here are computing enthusiasts. So instead of getting divided into teams, why don't we kind of help each other out? So we can have class-wise presentations with alumni. We can have different communities helping each other. So selling points, whereas why should we join this chapter and not
other chapters is basically we need to sell points of our own chapters. There should be flagship events that cater to the masses, that cater to the people who are really interested in that aspect. So that if when I say ASM's this event, so that should ring a bell and they should say, yeah, okay, this is a very good event. I'll join ACM because we can have this event and we can even organize this such kind of event.
Thank you so much. We've addressed the 10 problems.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Group 2. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shervin Shah and I'm from ASMS IOIT student chapter. So our topic for today was when we are conducting any event. So what are the challenges or problems that we face during conducting an event? So
yeah, so this is Snehasis Mukherjee from Srinagar University. I'm a faculty. G2. Yeah. Can you please click on G2? Yeah. Right. Okay. So the problems, if we discuss about the problems.
yes. Okay.
Okay. So the first thing that comes in our mind is funding opportunity, how to get the fund.
So for that, we can actually go out for sponsorships. Like if we are in Pune, we can reach out to firms for some sponsors, title sponsors, IT industries to be precise, if we are going for technical events. Also, there are food sponsors. So for example, there are some specialties of a city. We can approach the food sponsors over there and they'll just pay some amount of money and we can put out a stall out for them in our event campus. So when we get sponsorship, they get recognition. Yes, sir. Next question.
Yeah. The second problem that we discussed is getting eminent speakers, how to get eminent speakers.
Yeah. So as we discussed in the morning, we can get speakers by writing to ACM India, but it is provided that we can have only one speaker per year. So we can actually collaborate with 2 to 3 student chapters and we can get a eminent speaker program, and even we can write to some speakers if we know them personally. Like if they are alumnus of our college, we can approach them.
Yeah. And above all, everything is under, I mean, social networking.
Yeah, social
That
networking.
solves all the problem. Anyway, so the third thing is technology for the event.
Yeah.
I mean, more specifically, the topic of the event.
So for discussing or understanding the topic, we need to first understand what is our audience. So we need to choose our audience carefully, and then we can divide them into subgroups and then we can handle them personally. But we need to be ready with the prerequisites that are needed for any event.
Next is catching crowd. How to catch the crowd for making any event.
So for getting any event done, we can announce some rewards or goodies like t-shirts, hoodies, and bags. We can actually interact and engage the crowd well with the goodies. Second, while having technical events, if we keep technical events the whole day, the crowd might get bored. So we can have some games, quizzes, non-technical events to be precise, and some sessions on the trending topics like cryptocurrency, blockchain, which attracts a huge amount of crowd. So we can keep that lectures or seminars on that. The fourth point, as we discussed in morning, is quality over quantity. So if I know 5 people who are going to come for my event, they will be spreading they will spread the word around and more number of people will come in the next session. Also on spot registrations if an event is going good, and early bird offer, as we all know, if you come soon, if you come first, you will have a discount in having in the event. Yeah. Fifth question.
The next problem is only attending the event or increasing the number of participants doesn't make sense. So how to keep them engaged or how to actively make them participate?
So for that, we can have special interest groups in the college itself, in the committee itself, and there will be level-wise session planning. So if first year students come into the college, it will be on the basics of programming. As they go in the second year, third year, it can be more deep, like in AI, ML, according to their caliber and according to the knowledge they have in that particular field. Yeah.
Next problem is more towards scheduling of scheduling of the events. Okay, so if there are several activities going on in the university or institute, whatever, so how to schedule them?
So one thing like we can do, like at an institute level, we can make a calendar. Making that calendar will help to avoid clashes, because at an institute level we have the students which are common or which are interested in multiple things. But if they are kept on the same day, so they cannot be able to benefit from that. So at an institute level, if we make a year wise or a semester wise or a trimester where the trimester pattern is followed, if we make that calendar there, so to it will help in avoiding clashes. Secondly, if a clash arises from that also due to some professional planning or something, then every body has a faculty coordinator. So the faculty coordinators of that bodies can mutually come together and form a group, and then provide a solution for that to avoid clashing of that event.
Next problem is it's for some institutes that they may face this accommodation for the speakers and the attendees and
Yes. So events, if are not arranged locally and arranged on a national basis, or if speakers, eminent speakers are called from India or outside, so accommodation issue arises. So some institutes may not offer or may not have guest houses or accommodation at their institute. So in this, two options are there. One is contacts and second is collaborations. So collaborating with different ACM chapters, we can have facilities which are available in their college or their institute, and those facilities can be made available to the participants.
Okay.
So
okay, so next is how to fix dates and events tallying with the university.
So you should just identify the target audience of that event and accordingly plan that.
And how to approach sponsors.
So making the sponsor realize their benefit and their reach, and we can have industry sponsored events and hands-on sessions from the industry people.
And promotion of the event.
So QR scanners at different digital boards of the hostel entry gates, the messes, and the college notice board and digital media. And secondly, social media, you can push your handles and tag the official handles of your institute as well. Thank you.
Group 3.
Hello, everyone. So we had a lot of discussion actually, and a lot of thoughts were there, and it was difficult to come up with this format and to adjust them in this format. Okay, what is the challenge and what is the solution? So just few points which came to mind that we have noted down, I think 6 or 7. And many things I felt were repeated. And even in the previous talks, I felt that there is so much overlap. So if we try to engage with different chapters across universities, ACM chapter only, or IEEE chapter or some other chapter, then which chapter will do what? That is one common, I feel, one problematic situation. And obvious solution, I think we all think is that depending on skill, what you are capable of, say if some chapter has already organized some hackathon and I have not, okay, you help me with that. Or if you are in good connection with some speaker, okay, you arrange that speaker for me. So depending on skill and the previous work which have been done by that chapter, then which specific chapter to engage with, whom should I contact actually? That is again on depending on how much scale is there for my event and what type of event we are trying to target, who is capable of arranging or organizing that event. So I would like to take help from that specific chapter. And although I don't think that any chapter has a lot of funding, but how do we actually share the funding? So that is depending on discussion. Maybe the host can put more funding or come up on a conclusion, depending on how much return each chapter is getting from it, how much publicity, how much relevant topic is to each chapter. Depending on that, I think we can come up with a share. How to convince other student chapters? Okay, you collaborate with me. That can be one challenge. And obvious benefits can be we get more number of participants, networking, and resource sharing. Next is including many people may create chaos. So it's not so easy to handle a lot of people, and people who are different teams, it even becomes more troublesome. So again, depending on who has handled some task earlier, depending on that, we can assign the responsibility. And again, the chaos has to be resolved based on the discussion. Then connecting to industry or any professional resource. So how do I know which chapter has what connection? That is very unclear thing to me. I want to invite this speaker, but how do I connect to that speaker? I think there can be one quarterly meeting between chapters so that I know the updates about other chapters, what they are doing there. And okay, that speaker they invited, I also want to have that talk in my college. So it can become easier if we have some quarterly meeting. If multiple chapters are collaborating, then which speaker should I call? I'm interested in listening to this speaker. Someone else may be interested in listening to someone else. That can be based on discussion or rotation. Okay, previously he was called, you preferred him. I want this person to be listened. Or depending on relevant topic, how much relevant that topic is to the available audience. Say this audience we have, and maybe this speaker is more relevant to us. So almost everything I felt was based on discussion and coming up on some conclusion. Yeah, that's it from our side.
Group 4. Yes. I think we can kept our laptop here. Here. Do you want to speak? Okay. Speak something from that.
You can sit down because others will be seeing it. Yeah. Okay.
Good evening all. So we are team 4. So the common question which is to be raised in the morning, that is why we should be the ACM member. It's a general question that has been raised. So that topic which we have taken as team number 4. So we have going to present for what is the problem and what is the solution for that. So we have that more number of emerging chapters in an institution, plenty of chapters are there. So we can start with the problems. The first one is the challenges and followed by the solution. The first challenge which focusing on why should be an ACM member and what is the non-benefit or what is the benefit of a non-ACM member? So she can answer.
Like one person can get the guidance from the top experts and authors who are directly linked in that field.
So ACM acts like an umbrella for the members who are present under it.
So they provide additional benefits of mentorship, one-to-one talks where we can approach the author of the papers directly and ask them our doubts. And with that, like there are additional benefits of getting a newsletter, which is known as ACM Tech News, which would help us keep an update with the daily emerging cutting edge technologies. It's like it has some 12 categories, and we can get a brief overview of the current research or the technologies which people are focusing on. And other than that, like for authors or PhD scholars who are trying to publish a paper, so they would get an additional benefit of cutting their author registration cost down. So yeah, this is what are the initial benefits. No, five. We have five only. Okay, so the next thing which comes to our mind is that what are the categories of the students which are likely to get benefited from? Like it would not be like that same benefit would be eligible to all the students. There will be different categorization based on the experience and the expertise area and what what position they are in their career life.
Okay, what do you think about that newsletter which is to be available? We can get to know about the current updations. See, we have that, all of the emerging chapters have that. So what is the benefit of that? What do you think about that?
I think that ACM Tech News from more than authenticated sources, and plus every alternative day we get the news, tech news from the ACM India. So it is more beneficial than the other news which we are getting in internet.
Fine. So, and one more thing is we are offering, see, we are getting the benefit as an ACM membership. We are getting the benefit all from the different categories like student chapters, professional chapters, and special interest groups. All we are having its own benefits. See, we have one more new invented challenge, that is of why not offering the internships from the beginners or from the first years students, from the first year students. So we are letting it to the forum. You can also give some suggestions for this. Industry internships. Second question. And one more thing is for the beneficial of the students, especially for the students, beginners who are coming here, they have only with the schooling knowledge up to that. So from the first year, they are entering into the domain. From the upcoming 3 years, they have to gain that domain knowledge. So that is a big challenge for domain centric. So focusing on that, the solution what we are providing here, it is from the first year itself, we are segregating the domains. So with that domain, the students can be expertise throughout the upcoming 3 years. That is, they can be trained as a professionals when they are completing the course. So that is the one of the solution we are providing.
Okay, I have another question. How to maintain continuity in emerging chapters? Can you have any solution for that?
So continuity in emerging chapters. See, if I am a new emerging chapter, I doesn't have any role models. Okay, so if any profession, if you want to bring out a new person to reach with some role models, it's needed. So the emerging chapters to be connected with the developed chapters, the developing chapters to be connected with the developed chapters. So by that, they can gain the role models from that chapters, and they will be connected with the upcoming members. For example, we are from the south, where we can connect with the person from the north side chapter, which was well established, as like we can take here IACR chapter, we can take as a resource person, and we can establish the chapter. So thank you. We are completing here. So because of the ACM members, we got the ACM membership only. We are all gathering here, and we have all connected with the different members. So only with a membership, we can connect with the different resources from all over India. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Group 5.
Wait a minute.
You can start talking, no problem.
Fine.
If you have anything in your
Yeah.
mind, you have to have it. Yeah, then you please start. Sorry for this.
No issues. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, my question to you guys is, how many of you here are from outside? You're not from Pune and you're attending this ACM annual summit. Okay, that's a very good number. So with this, I come to the first issue, which like most of my team members were from outside Pune. And one of the issues they faced is like, oh, yes, my bad, sorry. Yeah, okay, I'll start from the beginning. Myself, Anshika Singh. I'm from IOIT ACM student chapter. And our topic is what is the role of annual summit and how can ACM India contribute to it? So, yeah.
My name is Alan Sam. I am from the IIT Jodhpur ACM student chapter. So yeah, we'll go with the first.
First point, yeah. I'll again repeat it. So the first point is travel reimbursement process is not proper. So what we think is that most of my friends here are from outside Pune, and what these people have faced is that if they're coming from a far off place, for example, Jammu, and they're still getting the reimbursement to be 4,000. And if they're coming from somewhere nearby, or maybe I'll say Gujarat, they're still getting 4,000. So what we are trying to, the point we are highlighting is that maybe these reimbursements should be, so there are 2 points. The solution can be, it should be based on distance. So from how far are they traveling to attend the annual summit? And second should be the financial status of the students, or, if they can afford. So if, if they're paying somewhat like more than the reimbursed amount, can they afford it? So that is the first point. Moving on.
Yeah, coming to the second point, like yesterday night, I would say we had a pretty good, in the hostel, we had a pretty good night. So one thing we thought about was that this is an annual summit and the next time we'll be meeting is next year. So the next question comes like, what can we do to, increase the number of summits? We can't have, 2 annual summits because it's annual is once. So what we thought is that what we can do is we can have, break this down, maybe have a city-wise summit or a zonal-wise summit, wherein a area, maybe the north, all the ACM student chapter members or the council members from the north, they could come together and have their own summit. And then the problems that they discuss or, solutions and things can be done there. And later on in the next year, when the annual summit comes, people can. So in this, the number of summits increase, more interactive in things happen, and, it leads to overall development.
Yes. Continuing the same point, we want to network even more. Being an engineer or being into a technological background, we need to have good networks. So what we feel is that if the duration of these summits would be longer enough, firstly, we can network more. And second of all, when we go back,
when we go back to our respective ACM chapters, we can inculcate or we can share our experience, we can share more knowledge with them, whatever we have learned or we have gained from this summit. So the duration should be even longer than the usual.
Yeah, coming to the next thing, as you know, again, Anshika said she's from Pune, and as far as I've heard from her, there are a lot of student chapters in Pune itself. But still, here looking at this, we can see the participation is less. So what we think, there is a way to increase the participation, like increase the number of programs, or how it is being done, and each program can be organized by one of the student chapters. So every student chapter gets an involvement in this, and even another thing that can be done is when we form the team for the the annual summit, we can do is that we can pick in volunteers from different student chapters in Pune itself, so that they can brainstorm. There will be a local connectivity, plus they'll have a lot of participation in this summit itself. Yeah.
Okay. Next is ACM student mentorship. So during the introduction, we were informed about few student chapters which have gone on probation because of their inactivity. So what if other student chapters and professional chapters who are doing well in their regions, they can support, they can guide, and they can encourage these chapters for more ideas, more implementations, and they can actually so the networking increases, and there's no chapter which is left out from this ACM India efforts, the community is taking. Sorry.
Yeah, and one thing, like since our topic says that what ACM India can do, like we feel something that to promote this, a best mentor award can be given to this student chapter. Again, so it might help motivate more student chapters which are established, which have such large resources to help others, and we can increase the network. Going on to the next topic, the project idea. So this is one thing that we thought maybe as an event, the next summit when we can do is like like the GD we had, people can pitch in their project ideas here, wherein the other student chapters which are interested, they can collaborate with each other on the projects. So in this, a sharing of resources, sharing of knowledge happens, and more importantly, a bonding between the local chapters happen. And again, the question comes like, why can only local people do? No, even far away people can do, like from the north and south. Yeah, we'll just wrap it up.
Yeah, okay. Next point is variety of events. So we think if more chapters can contribute to the annual summit, we can have more networks, more connections, and then eventually more industry people coming and guiding the audience in the annual summit.
Yeah, and the last point is again a bit of continuation from the one of the previous points. More student chapters organizing the summit, rather than like here we had the PICT. If more, we believe that when more student chapters are organizing, more resources can be put together, and financial supports also can be different student chapters can put in their this thing for a summit. So it can also work.
And next is lack of participation due to less connectivity. So here I'll just take it over. Basically, what we mean is that being an annual summit, we were expecting even a huge crowd more than what is present today. So what we feel is that there should be some connection between the chairs. There should be a network between the chairs and then the chapters, and there should be a hierarchy where we start connecting the student chair, the chapter chairs in a city or in a zone. Then they representing an area and then a state, and then it goes up till the pyramid of connecting with the ACM India. So
one initiative which, I mean, this is the last thing.
Yes.
One initiative which we as a group in the discussion we decided, and we are planning to do it today here, is that my friend here, he will be actually showing a QR code. This we'll be sharing with all of you.
Hello.
So, yeah.
So guys, I just want to make sure that like we are here, like we are all from student chapters, and many of our are from the professional chapters. Like we are here with the one thing, like we require all the student chapter to be united all over the India. Like we are starting with this much people, like we have a few number of students attending this ACM India Summit. So like if you are participating or you are just organizing any of the event in your college, like you just join, you just enter some details, like you have to fill up your faculty coordinator mobile number and your mobile number too.
Like, so we can create a WhatsApp group or something like that. So we can just join each other, we can just communicate and we can network. Like I have previously seen, like in the past 4 topic works, like there are 2 to 3 ideas, like we can do networking and have some context and connect to each other, but there is no proper database for that. So for that, we are just here, like this is the QR code, this will redirect you to the form. We can just create an initiative, and you guys can also share to your nearby ACMs, like if you're connected to them.
Yeah, this is what we thought. Let
Like
this be
it's a
start for us
practical
connecting
initiative.
This thing. Yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's a practical initiative, and everyone, it's not compulsory, but if you want to be socialized with all the ACM chapters, student chapters, just make sure to register here. It's all for your benefit and others too. Yeah. He's having the job. Like, okay, so we will be sharing there too.
Group 6.
No, ma'am, we will talk once.
We are able to see the text also.
Okay. So the first problem which we have noticed is so our topic is web portal and social activities. The first problem statement that we have found is like, for hosting the web pages, ACM have provided us a cPanel, and over there is no support for database. So if we want to integrate the database within our website, so there is no support for that. So it will be helpful if ACM provides some kind of facilities for incorporating database in our websites. So the solution provided are like, ACM can provide a cloud-based database support, or secondly, if they are not able to provide that kind of support, then what they can do is they can provide a financial support for students chapter so that they can host their website with the help of database as well, because the websites are more over static, and so the engagement with the website is not that good when there is no database. The second problem is there is no version control system as well in cPanel. So if we have to make some kind of updation in the website, then we have to do it manually by building the whole project and then putting it on cPanel. So the solution should be like, there should be some feature like Git version control provided so that we can so that, so that people can control their web hosting with the help of version control easily.
Hello guys, I'm Anirudhyani from RIT ACM student chapter. And one problem that we have noticed is that in india.acm.org, the type of content that has been used, it is not accessible in nature. And all the major websites that we have seen, some sort of accessibility control should be provided so that people who cannot use such websites, they should have the access to, the content as well. So the website is visible, but there is so whenever we use Google Chrome, there is a feature called Lighthouse, and we can see how many accessibility points it gains. So in that, the official india.acm.org website, it failed a bit. The reason for that is because the descriptions and metadata wasn't used for images. So if we add that, it just helps us to, get more inclusive, add more people so that they can use our website, so that we can reach a wider audience. That was one point. Secondly, the website has a lot of text and is time consuming. So rather than having text, which we are blatantly putting out there, having pictorial representations or having micro interactions so that people really want to interact with the website, they want to learn that, and making ACM, like the India page or the website, more accessible and more useful. So that was our suggestion regarding the ACM India website.
So coming to the fifth problem, for organizations website, there should be a particular website disclosure and disclaimers, because whatever content that we are putting on the website, the people should get that that the content is valid. Means the chapter is putting and like that content is valid, so that we can get with the disclosure and disclaimer facilities. And coming to this sixth problem, there should be accessibility for colorblind people as well on the organizational website. So because people look at website from the people find website more attractive if there is attractive color in there, but we should think for colorblind people as well, so that they can interact with the website and it will be more helpful for them as well.
Next few problems are related to social media. So there's a lot of overlap. The main concern is our social media presence. Starting with our Twitter presence. So when you go to Twitter and search ACM India, you'll find two accounts, ACM India and India ACM. One was created in January 2011 and it has been active only for 1 month. Maybe someone created and forgot the password. So the new account was created and in January 2013 again, and it's been active till now. So, and again, the problem is the last post was put in August 2022. We should look at, we should try to report the old account to Twitter and try to take it down, or find out the old email ID and try to reset the password or something. So, and then again, coming to the activity, looking at the global ACM account, they post regularly. They have 67.4K followers and they post regularly. So they post congrats if any famous scientist has won any award or published any paper. Regularly, they keep updates on conference, active webinars. I'll wrap it up first. So in the student chapters, PICT ACM has very active Twitter account. So we can take lessons from them. Next, moving on to Facebook. So again, same issue, irregularity in our Facebook posts. So we used to post 2 to 3 posts every day before February 2022. Then the rate slowed down to 1 per week between February and August. Then we have been posting only once per every 20 days after August 2022. So again, we have to take note on that. Moving on to our next major social media, that's YouTube. So since this event is happening, I think it's live telecasted in a Zoom. So we can post the recording in YouTube also. Most people won't watch that, but again, like a cricket match, no one's going to rewatch an entire cricket match. But when you post highlights, a 5-10 minute short movie, people are going to definitely watch. So, and moving on to.
Yeah, sure. Finally, one thing is about the engagement on LinkedIn. Now, ACM is a professional committee, and wherever we see, we want people to know about our engagement on professional platforms as well, and one such is LinkedIn. However, the engagement on LinkedIn by ACM India has been fairly poor, where the posts are delayed over 2 weeks. On the contrary, there is an ACM members group, which is highly active, where people are posting every day and the engagement is very high. So one thing, the solution that we have is that we can outsource this work to a student chapter that has been doing excellent in like social media, so that because they are an ACM student chapter, why won't they want to help the official website, the page as well? And definitely it will give a boost on the professional front. So that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And ridiculous.
Thank you. Great observation, real-time observation. Excuse me. Who's anyone? Hey. We'll give you time, huh? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Aditya Kangune and she's Aditi Chavan. We are from Group ID 7. Our topic is about inclusion and diversity. So funnily enough, Sonia ma'am pointed out that our group consisted of 8 women and 7 males. So we believe that we are inclusive and we are a step closer to it. So let's start with the problem statements.
First, I would just give a brief idea about inclusion and diversity that we discussed. So inclusion, basically providing equal access to everyone regardless of what their background is, like how to provide it, that what inclusion means. And diversity, making sure that people from all backgrounds, irrespective of which gender they belong or which community they belong, including them is in any activity is what diversity. So the problems that we discussed, most of the problems are overlapping, and the solutions are as well. But let's go ahead. First one. So we observed that a lot of times there's a communication barrier because of language differences. People from different states move into different states for education, for jobs, and specifically focusing on education. So there's a big communication barrier because of language differences. So what could be done is the ice breaking sessions could be conducted, wherein students have to be forced students have to be forced. So there could be ice breaking sessions wherein they are made to engage, to converse with each other.
Yep. And the second point is about having a fixed mentality. By fixed mentality, what do we mean is, for example, as students, if we are joining in the first year of engineering, we see that we talk to people who are having similar kind of interests or hobbies as us. Suppose I'm talking in, or if I'm talking in Marathi, I'll talk with someone who is talking in Marathi. Like I'll not try to converse with someone who is talking in a South Indian language, for example. So we have this fixed mentality. We don't try to break out of it. So for that, the solution can be conducting social activities that will force them to work together. The best example can be this event or any ACM event, for example. So because we are working in groups, we work with people from different sorts of background. That's why we get access to different sets of opinions, and that's how we, that's why we are able to get to know others. Not just so that we can break the mentality and just in a way we can socialize with others as well.
One example that came up in our discussion was one of the teachers was involved in conducting a group activity of 600 students, in which she had under her 150 students, and in those 150 students, the students were divided into various groups depending upon their communities or languages they spoke. And they were reluctant to mix with each other and work for that one activity. But the teacher took some steps and made them work together, the group of 150, and they won that specific competition. Next problem that we discussed was when we enter into higher education. So obviously we come from different backgrounds and different colleges, so there's a difference in skills or levels of skills that you have. And a lot of times when students have less skills in terms of technical, they tend to be less confident and they do not really step up. So the solution that we discussed is conduct various interactive activities from that could help them open up to the people. And the projects are the one such activity that we can conduct. And one point that was highlighted is practice is what makes the change.
The next problem was technology for specially abled. So we have seen a beautiful point was brought about by our sir, that we make or we develop projects out of sympathy and not empathy. So that mentality needs to be changed. So for one example that I can come up with, my own B project is about translating the Indian sign language into natural language. So basically we're trying to build an interface for them. So so such technologies, and we were also talking about like what ACM can do so that we can have more such projects developed. So the solution that people came up with was ACM can probably award some kind of accolades to students who come up with these ideas, so that so that they are more selfless, because generally it's people tend to focus, or people tend to create projects that will be beneficial for their careers. They don't think about the environment or the community as well. So some accolades will be a motivating factor for them so that more such projects come up.
One problem that we came across was like we all faced a pandemic called COVID, and in those times, first was that many people lost access to technology, and the first groups that were the ones which were less privileged, and especially it was seen that when in a family, mothers have to give up their phones or give up their laptops for the sake of like children attending the schools and lectures. So like the point here is keep the access to technology during such pandemics is lost, and so there the solution to it is like initiatives in collaboration could help solve them.
So one more point that I would like to add to this point is that we call ourselves modern, but if you see, even if in our family both the parents are working, still in most of the families the mother has to work as well as cook. Why is this a thing? Like, why are we wired in this way? So we should think about it, and we as the future generation should make a change. We should, like, as a boy myself, I should be able to cook. Why not? That's it. Thank you so much.
Hello. So we are done with all the groups. Thanks a lot. So commendable job by all the members. A big clap for them. So I just remembered one line, Jin dhuna tin paiya. He who has searched, he found. So that's why. So we had these problems also. That also we searched for solutions as well. So wonderful team effort across India. Jai Hind. Thank you.
So thanks a lot. I think this was, amazing job by all of you. And be assured that we'll follow up. So I really like that Excel. It's one great takeaway for us in the committee. And us and professional engagement committee, student engagement committee will take a very careful look at this, may reach out to some of you, and will definitely action some of them. And you will see that difference coming up. Thank you.
Slide a few minutes back. Pull it as the first thing, same email. And then most recent. There are 3 slides. Make sure it's 3 slides. Earlier one 2 slides. This one has 3 slides. Yeah, you can put this up first. Of course, yes.
Good evening, everyone. All the groups, breakout groups, have been given their problem statement algorithms to dramatize. Now it's time to sort of quickly tell you the rules of the game. Students are going to dramatize the algorithms. You will get some time to think about how to enact it out and then present out. All right? Fine. After the panel, we will have some time for thinking about how to do it. The groups that were in the breakout are the ones that are going to do it. You have your problems with you. Think about it, create a drama, let everybody see what your algorithm is, and have fun. Clear? Any questions before I leave? Right, thanks.
Thank you. Sure, no worries. All right. Good afternoon, all. So I guess you didn't expect the summit to release so much work, huh? Meeting after meeting, report after report. We're outsourcing all our intellectual work to you guys, but we'll have a long, like Sachin mentioned, a long task ahead of us within the committees to take whatever feedback we got and digest it and try to improve upon things, right? So right now we are going to be having a panel discussion, right, on a topic which I think should probably touch each one of us over here in one way or the other. The topic that we have sort of come up with is asking the question, are graduating students, which is a bulk of you in this room, are you guys ready for the real world, right? What real world is, we'll leave it for the panel to decide, right? But we just wanted to think about, because whether it's industry, whether it's academia, whether it's students, right? So each of us have a role to play and we want to explore, right? Are we all doing our parts in this whole mix, right? I'm Yogesh Simhan. I'm a faculty at the Indian Institute of Science. I also serve on the ACM India committee. And I also happen to chair the professional chapters committee. And we work closely with sort of the student chapters committee as well, right? And oh, that's much better. All right, so to get the conversation starting, we have an excellent set of panel members over here. I'll introduce them in a minute. But I just thought, from my perspective, I would just throw out a SWOT analysis, right? Not a SWOT analysis, but a SWOT analysis. But here goes, right? One of the key challenges, like strengths that we have, right, so which might be underappreciated, it's easy to look for faults rather than sort of the glass half full part of things, is that we have a sort of very strong network of higher education institutions, right? There are very few countries which have these many colleges, right? In terms of number of colleges per student and density and so on, right? And these span the spectrum, right? So everything from sort of institutes of eminence like the IITs and state level institutions, as well as a large group of private institutions as well, right? That's a huge strength that we have to tap into, right? And at least the private colleges and probably some of these sort of even central colleges are fairly nimble in going after newer technologies, right? So things like if new technologies out there in the horizon, we jump in, at least there's a program, whether you have faculty or not, you have a degree program that started and you sort of head off into newer directions. So there's a bit of wish to improve in terms of the themes that are addressed. And likewise, from the industry perspective, there's been a good, healthy demand for employees, right? So because that's one of the big things that happened in the last 20 years, whether you want to call it outsourcing, back office, whatever you want to call it, there were jobs out there. If you had a degree, you would get a job, right? And that's a big thing to have in a country as large as India. So we've been able to employ, right? Sort of graduates. Again, I'm sure the panelists will have a lot more to say about employment and employability. And we've also been training students good enough that we export a lot of them as well. We are export quality students, you guys are, right? So whether it's for higher studies or sort of jobs abroad and so on. So these are some of the strengths that we come up with, right? And it's taken decades to build this up, but we are at a good starting point, right? But where are the challenges, right? And the challenges, I'm sure, are aplenty. So from my perspective, the quality of education, which you could differentiate from the quality of training, right, might leave a lot to be desired, right? So you get a degree, but what does that really mean, right? Is a question that the panel, I'm sure, will explore. The challenge, I'm sure some of the explanations that will come up as one of the HR, not within the industry, but within the colleges, is a big challenge, right? Recruiting faculty, having trained faculty, giving them enough time to do all the stuff they are supposed to do, itself is going to be a big challenge. I'm sure that'll come up, but that's part of the weakness in terms of the systemic part. There might also be a demand-supply mismatch, right? So what demand you get from the industry might not be met by the colleges, whether it's in terms of curriculum, training, what sort of the quantity, quality, so on, right? And I'm sure that'll be explored as well, right? And there are also issues with respect to the profit or non-profit natures of these various institutions, right? Companies are there to make a profit, right? Most of the companies are for-profit companies. They're responsible to their shareholders. They need to make money at the end of the day. They're not here just for societal good. But colleges themselves, though education is supposed to be a service, social service sector, colleges themselves are also, a bulk of them are, at the end of the day, commercial entities in some way or the other. So that, again, is one of the challenges which is potentially causing a weakness in our system. And so these are some of the, I'm sure there are a lot more that's going to come up, but these are some of the things to get the ball rolling, right? What are the opportunities, right? One is, what's the role of technology in education, right? One thing that's been in the news for the last 1 month, and it probably has universities quivering, you know, what we're talking about, is ChatGPT, right? So there have been sort of high-level meetings that have been held in various universities around the world. What do we do, right? How do we conduct our exams, right? Are we going to completely have to rethink things, right? All the way to the extent that Google has laid off 10,000 people, right, yesterday, right? So, so this is reality. This could be earth-shattering. It could just be the next Wikipedia. We don't know, right? But these are some of the opportunities that exist in terms of how you deliver education, right? Same in a more mundane way. You got all these Baijus and all these unicorns, edtech unicorns that you have out there. They are, again, a big opportunity, right? Whether they go bust, they become unicorns, they make more money, they train students or not, we'll have to see what happens with that. Policy-wise, we have this national education policy that came out a couple of years back. Many universities are adopting that. That gives a lot of flexibility in the education space to universities, colleges, and so on. So that, again, is an opportunity where you can, if you exploit it right, you might have a big impact. And lastly, the question is, meaning, will universities use this as an opportunity to set up colleges, right? Will the traditional way education is done go away, and companies start, instead of training them in-house, train them externally, set up a university? International campuses are thinking about coming to India. These are all big opportunities, and we'll have to see how that pans out, right? And lastly, what's the threat? If we are caught sleeping in the wheel, we have a huge demographic dividend that can just go down the drain, or it can cause social unrest. And that's a reality, right? The reason why India is seen as sort of the rising power is because we are going to have the largest pool of employable people in the world for the next 50 years, right? But you don't give them jobs, they're going to be out on the streets, right? And that's not good for the country as a whole, right? That's a big threat as well as an opportunity that's out there. We don't want to miss the bus, right? So India is realizing that we missed the bus on semiconductors, HPC, we missed the bus on many technologies in India, right? And we don't want to miss, let's say, the quantum thing, right? We don't want to miss the sustainable and climate change or green technologies stuff. There's a bunch of things that are coming out, which if we don't jump on board and have people working on it through training and through employability, that's going to be a lost sort of opportunity, which would lead to a threat, right? And lastly, are we building resilient infrastructure, right? So human infrastructure, right? So COVID came, we survived. We didn't know if we would survive. We didn't know if we would be out here 3 years later, out having a meeting like this. We could have been sitting in our houses for the next decade, and I wouldn't have been surprised. We survived. Online meetings, online education took off as a result of that, right? Are we ready for the next big threat, which we don't know what's out there, right? So these are some of the high-level ideas that I just want to put out there and seed the conversation. So what we have is, to take the conversation forward, is an excellent set of panel members, right? Who will add on to this and bring their own ideas into this mix as well. And this is a very diverse panel, right? So we have Sandeep Deshmukh from Team Genie, who works as an entrepreneur and a tech recruiter. We'll hear from him. We have Samir Goswami from the TMI group of companies in Hyderabad, where he's a CTO. We'll hear from him as well. Karthik Subramaniam from the Vishwara Institute of Technologies group of institutes, where he's a faculty as well as works in the placement office. And we have Venkateshwaram Venki from Persistent, who's a senior VP. And we have Rishikesh Dande from TCS, where he works in academic relations, right? So with this, what we'll do is we'll invite each of the panel members to stage for a quick 5-minute sort of opening statement. And then we'll spend the remaining hour or so in taking questions from the audience. So start preparing your questions. We want this to be a very engaging session. We want it to be a controversial session as well, right? I feel that if a panel is not raising the debate, right? It's a lost cause, right? So you should be like the parliament in India, with throwing chairs and tables, right? So have a debate, have an intellectual debate, a healthy debate, not just a physical debate, right? So we look forward to that. And with that, I will invite Sandeep on stage. Right? Other slide. Thank you. It's, yeah. Another next slide. Switch to the next slide.
Hey, hi, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Pune, those who are from outside. And I hope you had a wonderful day. Yes. Thank you, Yogesh. So are you ready for the real sharks? Like sharks of the real world? So next. My take is no. Next, yeah. Okay, great. Just 2-3 slides, not much. So some studies, I mean, very standard things, 50% of the people passing out students will not be employable by 2030. And currently that number is around 35-40%. Numbers can vary, but all I want to say that that number is not encouraging for us. So whom to blame? This industry want everything. There's institutions, they have their own challenges. There are students. And there's one more question, for especially for students. There's fourth dimension, invisible. Can you tell me? Society. Students, I would expect them to answer first. Others, parents. So there are a lot of students coming into engineering where they are really not interested. They are not interested, but they're pushing. You know, I have gone through that, but I resisted. My elder brother was an engineer. So naturally, you know, the next one should be a doctor. And I was like so against bio type of thing. I could never score well. My brother helped me to survive that. And I took electronics in 11th itself. So 12th में वो पंगा ही नहीं चाहिए मेरे को फिर से doctor बनने का. And I would have failed. And I know one of my brother's friend, maths 100 out of 100, 150 out of 150 and all that in the board. And he was forced to go to doctor and then, you know, all the things. So certainly that's one dimension which is rarely discussed, but is very important. You should do what you like to do. And then in this era, you have opportunities. Gone are the days where everyone has to be doctor and all. Now it's a pretty open environment. You should explore what you want to do. So the industry and institutions are, you know, trying to push each other. Industry is saying, you know, I don't want to spend time, too much time, I would say, not necessarily, don't want to spend time in training my freshers. And they're pushing like, mujhe .NET chahiye, mujhe ye framework chahiye, abhi ye, this React is new, you know, you should have a course. And what they'll do, even then send faculties to have a like session for them or a course. But I rarely see faculties for data structures and algorithms. For you know, databases, the fundamental topics. I'm of that opinion. You should train the students for the fundamentals and then pick up. And because of the pressure, every institute wants people or students to get employed, and that's why they are pushing, and you know, they are getting pressurized by the industry and then going towards that courses and losing focus on the fundamentals. So it's basically basics or specifics. They are getting too into specifics. I'm on a lot of advisory board of a lot of colleges in Pune, and my always take is like, why are you chasing this? Why are you chasing this? But it's hard to convince. So, you know, it's a joke, but if those who watch Shark Tanks. So the industry has evolved with a lot of tools and frameworks and push educational institutes to follow them. That's the challenge. I am seeing it, and institutions under that pressure are losing the focus on the fundamentals. They not that they are completely out of it, but then slowly they are going away from that. And that's why I'm out of this. last slide. What I would like to see is training students on the basics, as I said, fundamentals, let them be very strong. Everyone would like to hire them. I mean, when I interview senior, junior, fresher, can the person think? If the person is able to think, I think they can pick up anything. But yeah, I mean, don't expect rocket science from them. And kids are very smart. Their projects and all are like so good these days. 20 years back, we were doing like toy projects. This is really changed. So don't train them on the latest technologies for sure, but be aware that you are again teaching the fundamentals. Don't get into the React and Angular. Get into the JavaScript. Understand the basics, and that should be good. I'm of the opinion, move away from pointers in C. How many people really enjoy that? I don't know. I enjoyed 20 years back, but today no one is using that. And I'm perfectly fine if a person don't understand pointers. I can hire if you can solve the problem for me. So problem solving, coding, and communication, these are three things that you need to, acquire during your 4 years. And I have a presentation and a good, talk if someone wants, some colleges wants me to cover that. And the last thing, and this is I picked up from Anand Deshpande during one of the panel discussions, learn to learn. So all you have to do in these 4 years, because there are a lot of technologies coming in. They're coming in and going out in 2 years. So you need to learn how to learn them. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sandeep. And I forgot to introduce Sandeep in more detail. So Sandeep, he's, as I said, entrepreneur, and he is at Team Genie, and he's got experience with hiring over 300 engineers across the globe in various expertise, including data science and systems. He has a PhD from IIT Bombay, and he's also an advisor to various institutions all over, right? So with that, I'll invite the next panel member, Samir Goswami, who is working as the CTO for TMI group of companies. And before that, he was a director for DDU GKY, one of the flagship programs of the government of India under the Ministry of Rural Development. And he's also the advisor for Center for Information and Communication Technology at National Institute of Rural Development, right? So he has a B.Tech in Computer Science and Engineering from NIT Durgapur. And he's also an active member in various boards of studies and educational institutions. There should be a PDF file up and ready. Yeah. Yeah. Over to you, Samir.
Okay, thank you. And that pointer was also recorded. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for, first of all organizing committee body, giving me this chance. I will tell you why. Okay. So graduating students, I will quickly go into the topic. Thanks for introducing me. And once again, this opportunity to speak on this forum. Graduating students are ready for the real world. I think this topic, this real world is the word. Actually, this could have been industry, then it's a problem statement. Real world made it very abstract thing. It becomes very big topic in that case. But I then thought, let me confine to the way I have seen the world. So yeah, that is what I am. And I started in 1995, graduating from NIT Durgapur as a computer science graduate. And 27 years gone, now I'm here. Still, I don't know whether I myself is ready for the world or not. So with that claim, actually, I agree with most of the points Sandeep spoke, just mentioned here. So I think he has done my job. So I will quickly go to next thing is why I am talking on this topic. So the moment I heard this topic, I jumped into it. पहली बार किसी ने ये topic पे पूछा है. Otherwise, every time some technology topic was there and I could not reflect what I experienced in 27 years. So education, two different institutes, NIT Durgapur, Revere University, USA. I graduated from both the institutes or both the universities and found differences in the way we get educated. So Rivier was more on like when you take a subject, you explore the subject. It is more problem solving this thing, not the way we get educated here with the syllabus, with the exams, those kind of targets in mind. So rather than in US, it was more problem solving. You know your subject better, you understand what it is. So we got more exposures there. So those are the expectations, and extensive work on campus recruitment. That is, I almost visited almost all NITs and state colleges in Telangana, and also I met lots of students while interviewing them, and what was my expectation and their expectation from the when I was interviewing them. In fact, after the interviews also I have met few students, so found some gap the way we understand each other. So they were having something in mind, like somehow ye interview ko crack karna hai. And we were looking for, or maybe I was looking for the one thing which Sandeep was mentioning, how strong the fundamentals are, right? And how well you can communicate that. So confusion of a student and confusion of recruiters. Extensive work on training programs. This is also 3-4 years I continuously worked for Intergraph for campus recruits training program. We have different product units, IT products, but different units require different skills. Some unit worked in .NET, some unit worked on some other platform, and we had to make a training program for them to when these new freshers were joining. So we did a lot of work on that so that everyone gets properly trained, and then they go to the product unit to start developing a skill what is required for that product to develop. So this is how we did, and extensive work on training, and then handled internship programs. And when I was engaged with the Ministry of Rural Development, also I did this, a lot of BITS, Birla Institute of Technology students, and now also some students. So I always, wherever I worked, I think like this is from my own experience, because we didn't get that much industry exposure. So I always try to create something like so that the students are engaged with us. And if they are for internship and all, obviously I get very low cost, low cost people to develop this. Otherwise, and in today's this thing, like for 3 years experience programmer, you have to go somewhere 9 lakhs per annum or something, 10 lakhs per annum and above that. So this is a win-win situation I found. If I get a student, good student for 6 months and give some good money to them, and they do the wonderful work. But only one challenge which my managers, or I have heard from other managers, it's very difficult to get the work done by their interns. This question still remains. So it's managers' skill how to take the work. So next thing, this is what is, I think, this is my understanding. University focus should be core education, acts as a foundation, because core education only acts as a foundation. This is how I got educated, at least. And this is what, and second thing is what is industry focus. Industry always will be focusing on skill, and skill is always comes with expiry date. He said 2 years, right? 2 years, aaya gaya. So then you need upskilling, reskilling. So a person should be capable of upskilling or reskilling. With one skill, you cannot sit that. That kind of, quality or capacity or capability, whatever you say, that comes from your core education. And then soft skills are very, very important because you don't work in silos. Communication is the topmost thing, which at least people see in the industry, how good you are in the communication, then how good team player you are, problem solving, adaptability. In fact, in US, I've seen these are reverse. Your skill is checked later. Your soft skills are checked first. So how good adaptability are, and then finally leadership. But migration, how a student gets migrated from university culture to the corporate culture or the industry culture. Who's responsible for that? University should prepare you, or industry should welcome you and come here. And now I will tell you how to get skilled, how to do the upskilling, how to do the reskilling. Yes, some companies do, some companies don't. They expect that you are already done with all these things. You have all these things already ready. How some people check whether you have the capabilities or capacities on these areas, and they take you and then they make you. So first take and then make. That is mostly I will favor that ki first take and then make. But yes, if universities are focused more on core education and building those kind of skills, those skills can be built. The tendency or the niche means the way we get educated, it gives us the strength to change ourselves the way we go forward in future. Okay, I've gone back. So ready for real world. Okay, there are two things. One group is one group is students. Another is, that is the industry. So what is real world? As a student, do I know what is real world when I'm coming out of the university? What do they do? What these companies do? So the exposure is missing. So perhaps universities can do that, giving the proper exposures or creating opportunities for exposure. What are the expectations when I graduate? What will be expected from me? How do I meet them? Standard test scoring registry. There's no registry I know as such. How do I meet them? And is there any standard test which tells I'm very good in communication? So yes, when you go abroad, IELTS or something is there which tells you where you are very good at your communication strength in English, very good. But I don't think within India, we use those scores to find out, okay, the person is good in English communication. So I'm saying that there's one standard there, but within India, I have not seen any standard. Every company, every organization has its own way of testing communication or other skills. Who can help to prepare or understand the better? What will I gain? Recognition, salary, social status, all these things are, I think these are the confusions or questions or some this thing which will be with the student community or the person who's graduating from the university. At the other end, where the industry is, what are the expectations, any industry-wide standard? So there's industry expectation, there's no standard of it. Okay, when I'm taking a BTech computer science, every industry doesn't have the same expectation from that guy. Someone will have some expectation, he should be very good in Java. Someone will say, no, he should be very good in C++. So there's no such a standard. Is there any standard? Okay, if I can show you that I have scored in C++ 45 out of 50 or Java something, will you accept me? I'm this thing. There's no such a standard exams or this thing. So that's what. So where do I find matches? If I am interested to any countrywide databases there where my interest can be, I can find the interested where I can be, find the jobs of my interest. How do I measure their capability and the standard test score? So same thing. So industry also has not defined, this is what I want to say. There's no standardization of expectations and measurement from the industry side also. So we both sides are struggling, and in between जो Venn diagram में common portion होता है ना, दोनों के expectation जहाँ पे match करते, that is still very gray and very gray as far as I understand as of now. So I think there's no other slide. Thank you. No, this is thank you. I'm done.
Thanks a lot, Sumit. Really appreciate your thoughts. Next up, I'd like to invite Karthik Subramanian, who's a professor at Computer Science and Engineering and part of the Central Training and Placement Office at the Vishwakarma Group of Technologies in Pune. He has previously headed the Department of Computer Engineering for 7 years, and he's been responsible for the recent few years for obtaining internships and placements for over 2,500 students at the Vishwakarma Group. Right? Over to you.
Yeah, no, I don't have slides. I'm just. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Happy to be with all of you to speak on this topic. Are graduating engineers ready for the real world? So I would start by asking, graduating from where? Because one thing is, there is a huge disparity in the quality of the students graduating from a huge spectrum of colleges in India. So, as per the latest count, there are over 42,000 colleges in India, out of which 4,400 are engineering colleges. And if you begin from the IITs, NITs, and then come to government colleges, private colleges also, there's a huge disparity there. So the place where I come from, I graduated from PICT, later I studied in COEP as well. And now I'm with VIT as a training and placement officer. So I see, honestly, to tell you, in my college, maybe around 45% or 40 to 50% of the students are very easily ready for the real world. By real world, I mean employability. because in just 1.5 months, they are all picked up in the placements in less than a month also sometimes. But for the remaining 50%, I struggle for over a year later and don't even achieve the end. So the thing is, when we say graduating students, the question is graduating from where, because of the spectrum of colleges that we have. Okay, so then, so I would say that the glass is neither empty nor full. It's somewhere in the middle. So the question is, why is it happening? So I'm just taking 4 points here to analyze. Students, teachers, academic content, as well as administration, colleges. So I want to analyze each of it in this question. First, student quality. So I would like to say here that in the student quality also, there is a huge disparity in every college. Now, just to give you some numbers, in Maharashtra itself, we have 1.5 lakh engineering seats, and the number of applications are actually for engineering are less than that. So basically, even if some student has a non-zero CET score after 12th standard, basically 1 mark out of 200, he gets admission into engineering in Maharashtra. Okay, so this being the case, we actually struggle with that huge disparity. And when I say this, it doesn't mean that it's only the top colleges which would get all the best students. It's not like that. So in every college also, there are so many quotas in admission, so on. So for example, in my college, when I analyzed my data 2 years back, this is the data I got from a student section. The topper student had a score in a CET of 175 out of 200, and the bottom was 1 out of 200. So when I'm addressing a class as a teacher, I have a huge disparity in the student quality in the class itself, which is what as teachers we struggle with, right? So this is one point why this challenge exists. As one of the earlier speakers pointed out, it's because of the societal pressure. As a head of department, I came across so many students who told me, sir, mujhe engineering nahi karna tha, mujhe event management karna tha, my father forced me into this. I would sometimes call these parents and tell them, your child wants to do event management. For God's sake, let him do it. Why have you pushed him into this? So this is one major challenge which we face, student quality. Going to the second thing, syllabus itself. I would actually say that syllabus or content is not the challenge, because one thing is, as Indians, we are all very good on paper. So on paper, everything is perfectly jotted down and written, right? So there is no problem in that. And putting the argument in another way, if the syllabus was really so bad, how come 40-50% of the students are picked up so easily, where companies are telling us, hey, they're really good, right? So the college I come from, I studied in PICT. Even today in PICT, the average salary for engineering student picked up is around 14 lakhs. In my college for IT and computer, it is 11 lakhs, the average salary. So the top students who are picked up very easily, and companies give a very good feedback about it. So if the content was so bad, then that wouldn't be the case. So I wouldn't say that the content is an issue, because engineering colleges, we have understood, despite pressure of companies to include this technology, that stick to the basics. So we all stick to that, and that is not a challenge. And the only thing that was lacking, at least till some years ago, was internships. But most of the colleges, at least the city-based colleges, have started having 3 to 6 month internship compulsory. In Pune, if you go around colleges, most of the colleges have 3 to 6 months of internship compulsory in the final year, which I think has also played a role. So the content is not a problem. Then where is the problem? The other problem is the implementation of the content, where we come to the teachers itself. Okay, so the teacher quality. Is that an issue? To answer this question, I would say yes. So why is that happening? So as a teacher myself, I've been a teacher in an engineering college for almost 20-25 years in different colleges in Pune. So I would like, everyone to be empathetic to our cause as well. See, the challenge that teachers face today is, I would say that teachers in engineering colleges are highly insecure about their future. I'll tell you 2 reasons for this. One prime reason is that in most, at least private colleges, if you leave IITs, NITs, etc., PG, PhD doesn't exist in most colleges. Even I would say that even NITs don't get adequate PhD students. They struggle for PhD students. Even IITs, other than computer science and the cream branches, they actually struggle to get good PhD students. So, and in private colleges, even in good private college, whether PICT, we don't get PG, PhD students. So then what happens is there's no research, basically. So teachers, even though they have done their PG, PhD, they are basically engaged in teaching academics to UG students. Now in that, what happens, their growth tends to be limited. So even after 20 years of teaching, they're teaching the same operating systems, databases, they may be teaching it very well. But then the fact is also that today you have several good videos on YouTube also, which teach these concepts quite nicely. So the teacher in some sense become redundant. Let me tell you, in the last 3 years in my computer science department, 70% of our teachers actually left, because they got opportunities in industry, and they were good teachers. As teachers, they were good. Now, one may say that, okay, what's the big deal in just teaching the same thing which is available? But no, at least they were able to communicate effectively, motivate the students in their projects. They were doing that job well. Even they all left, and we are actually struggling. Even good colleges in Pune, let me tell you, every college is struggling to get good teachers as on day, because of this challenge. And salaries, of course, in teaching was never equivalent, but that was not the problem. But the problem now increasingly is an insecurity. Would we exist? So I know so many of my good teachers who are there with me who are 35-year-old. They ask me, sir, I've done my PhD from an IIT and now I'm here at the age of 35. At 60, will I be able to retire from here? As in, do I have a career? So because they say that today I'm getting a job in industry, I don't know after 10 years whether they will also take me. What am I going to do? So this insecurity, so this is a big challenge. Teacher quality to attract, which is in turn hampering the quality of education that we're imparting. So my point was, syllabus is not the challenge. The content is not the challenge. Teachers, yes, quality teachers, big challenge. That brings me to my fourth and final point about administration itself of private colleges. Now, as I think one of the speakers earlier said, maybe you only mentioned this point, about whether private colleges should exist for profit making at all in the first place. So this is an open question, which perhaps can be a separate point of debate. But I mean, just to put my point as to what is happening, if you see central government runs colleges, like we are sitting here in a central government funded college. So, we can obviously see the infrastructure and everything out here. But other than this, most of the private colleges in India are run by families or trusts. That's the reality. Even in Pune, if you go around. And what happens is, and most of these families, increasingly, what happens, the grandfather had started the college now, and it got divided. So several colleges are there, which has been given to one grandson over a period of time. And these people, what happens, these families over a period of time, they don't even have any other business other than college, which I feel is a very dangerous thing, because then the only thing they have for their bread and butter is the college, which is terrible. So, which is in my sense, but what has been happening is there is no much competition at all. There is no competition to these colleges. The reason is that it has become like a monopoly, because so I really feel two things would maybe help in this, because what I feel is, yes, there is a limit in how much fee colleges could charge. Currently they charge, let's say, around 1.5 lakhs or something average. Even if they would put every penny of that into education itself, it would go a long way in improving the quality of teachers, ensuring that there are sufficient teachers, coaches for the students, and improving the overall, quality of the graduating engineers. But sadly, I would say that's not happening today. For this, I feel that if, I don't know if it's possible, if corporate run could, because they have at least another business, if they come into this, we have some examples of that in our country, but I feel that's less. If that could increase, that is one hope. And also this foreign universities, which is going to come, I see it. And most of us in our college, when we saw the news recently where government said they're going to allow, we were actually very happy, because we thought that these colleges need competition, because without that, it's not going to work, right? So just summarizing my points here, of what I just said in the 5 minutes that I was given. Are graduating engineers ready for the real world? Answer is yes and no. There's a huge disparity. In IITs, maybe 90% are ready for the real world. Colleges like mine, 50% are ready. It's not that no one is. And if you would go to some other college, maybe in a rural area, which really lacks basic facility, even 5% may not be employable. So it's a huge spectrum. So it's not an easy answer. Okay. Causes, student quality, huge disparity. As I said, 1.5 lakh engineering seats in Maharashtra, please remember, applicants are 1.2 lakhs. So that's the statistics, right? Content, not a problem. Teaching quality, yes, I told the reason why. And administration, yes, it could be much better. So these are some initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Karthik. Next up, we have Venki from Persistent, who will be who will be speaking next. So Venki is a VP at Persistent, and he's responsible for various transformational programs with a focus on sort of growth and business at Persistent. He's a thought leader for more than 30 years, and he's taken on various roles at Persistent, including being and even at prior places like Bell Labs and Lucent. With that,
thank you.
Over to you.
So you heard three speakers talk about, focus on the basics, focus on foundation. I'm going to represent the industry. I'm going to talk about, selfish needs of the industry, right? What are we looking for? Yeah, we want day one billability. Absolutely. Why not? We are running a business. We are not running a charity here, right? So the day we have an employee joining us, the person is billable, ready to be deployed, make money for the company. Wonderful. So that's what we are expecting, right? And we'll go whatever ends it's required to make that happen, right? That's what companies are here for, right? Let's not sugarcoat this. Let's be very clean and candid about this, right? Now, the foundation itself. What does foundation mean? The foundation itself has changed over the last several years, right? Previously, yeah, we had to know the nitty-gritties of, how when you write a code in C, you have to understand how pointers work, where the memory is allocated, where to allocate it, free it, blah, 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 all that stuff. Comes a language like Java, then you don't need to worry about so much of it because there is a good garbage collection, all that stuff. And then now we have these low-code platforms where you really don't need to know a whole lot of how the things work. You just need to know, okay, this is a problem to be solved. This is a logic to be applied. Drag, drop, connect, maybe not even compile, click, done, right? Why would you not, why would you want to know, how the operating system works, what a compiler is? I don't even know how many colleges teach compiler course anymore, right? Any college teaches compilers? Wow, okay. Gate requires it, maybe that's why. But do we, as in the industry, do we need compilers? No, I don't think I need anybody who knows compilers, right? Do I need anybody who understands, how memory allocation works? To some extent, yes, but most of the time, no, not really, right? I mean, the platforms nowadays are really very powerful. And then, of course, Yogesh did talk about, the new technologies coming up where even writing code, you don't need to know how to write code. You can ask somebody to write code, right? And I'm sure it does a much better job of writing very good code as opposed to the students who graduate and come in, right? So given all this, what should be the focus of the college? Go to any college website. Trust me, or you go to their campus. What do you see on when you enter the college, the building? First thing you see is 100% placement. Second thing you see is niche with a star, 5 lakh LPA, star, highest offer package or whatever, highest package offered, something like that, right? That's it. That's the advertisement of the college. Any college advertisement you see today, 100% placement and 35 lakhs or 40 lakhs or 50 lakhs. And this is in the front page news of Times of India, which says, IITB student got, what was it this year? Supratik may know, 4 CR, 5 CR. We have lost the number of zeros after the 4, right? So if that is the focus and that is what is the brand of the institute, what is wrong in saying that, we should look for, the industry should look for people who are ready to be built on day one. I don't see anything wrong in it, okay? So that's where it is. Now, what is the gap? Yes, I think Karthik probably spent enough time talking about what the issues are, where the gaps are. So I don't want to kind of repeat what he said, but yes, there is this challenge. The faculty challenge is there. There is the disparity between, what the industry expects and what the faculty can or focus on in getting the students ready. And what are the industries doing? Like I said, they are running a business, so they'll go all the way if required. I know companies like TCS and Wipro, Infosys, Persistent, all of us, we adopt colleges, we take charge of the curriculum, we teach what is required so that when the student completes the course, they are ready for joining us day one, yes. Otherwise, what happens is the challenge is that we take them, we'd spend 6 months to 9 months, maybe even 12 months to get them ready to be on a customer project. 12 months of somebody sitting in a company is a huge outflow of cash for that company, and no company wants to do that. So if they can do anything to mitigate that, they will definitely do it. So that's where we are. Please don't take it the wrong way. As an organization, yes, as a company, we do expect that we get students who are ready. But there are gaps, but we will go whatever, to close that gap. Okay. So I'll pause here and we'll take questions at the later stage. Sorry.
We'll keep the questions to the end if that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, attrition rate, yeah, I can answer.
Yeah, that it's a factual thing you can decide.
So the attrition rate today, our company or in general you're talking about? Our company is 24% annual. No, not at all. 24. Yes. They will go to the other college, right? So the other companies, right? See,
I'm going to interrupt over here. I'm going to use my moderator's whip and interrupt. So great question, but we'll take it up in the after one more opening statement from Rishikesh Nande, who is from TCS, where he's the academic relationships manager for Maharashtra and the neighboring states. He has a BE in computer science from MIT Pune. He's got over 20 years of work experience in various roles in various countries as well. And he's on the advisory board of various institutions in Pune, Aurangabad, and elsewhere as well. With that, over to you.
Thank you so much. So in TCS, last financial year, including campus and off campus, we hired roughly 1 lakh students. And probably this year around 50,000 odd, we have released the offers. But so, yeah, I mean, I'm also 50-50. They are ready, not ready. I mean, generally, we see that students don't have right set of attitude or aptitude. That's what we see. I mean, they lack in flexibility. I mean, generally, students are very rigid that they want to, work in only in specific city, their hometown. They don't want to relocate. I mean, generally, people of my age generally spend money and go to other cities. I mean, students while earning, they get a chance to look around the new cities, but they, don't want to. Their parents don't allow them to go to different cities. Also, most of the trainees come to us and say that, we want projects in Java development, as if Java is their mother tongue. I mean, programming language is an acquired skill, right? I mean, if you can learn C, you can learn C++. If you can learn C++, you can learn Java. But they convincingly tell us, no, we want Java development. As if, I mean, something is wrong. I mean, they should be flexible, right? I mean, you should be inquisitive to learn new languages. You should be inquisitive to learn new technologies. So that's the very first thing that we see, that, no right intent or no right attitude. Otherwise, I mean, as most of the people said, you should be very good at fundamentals. I mean, students should know how to write an algorithm or how to write a flow chart. I mean, then basically you have to develop your computational skills, right? I mean, programming language is acquired skill. You can, acquire it, just spend 1 month or 2 months and you can learn programming language. That's the first thing. Second thing, unfortunately, most of the, nowadays parents, while taking admission, ask what is ROI? And that's their question. I mean, we are paying fees of 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs. What should be the package that my ward will get? They don't ask for the credentials of the faculty members. I mean, that's the sad part. I mean, in IT industry and in academia, probably human capital is the most important asset. But because of, our company also building huge buildings, and now we are becoming liabilities to the company. But faculties and IT professionals are the biggest asset to their own organizations. I mean, that these organizations should not forget. I mean, they should invest in them so that, if the employees and the faculties are happy. I mean, the sad part is in engineering education, academia is not, well sought of profession. How many of you want to be academicians? Raise your hands high. Oh, wow. I mean, students, I'm asking for students. Excellent. Good. So, I mean, academia is a really respected job, right? But engineering education don't train us, to look academia as a, having an aura. That should be, we should change it. I mean, that's why, I mean, then only the engineering education probably will, see the upturn. That's my take. Right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rishikesh. So with that, I'm going to invite the panel members to come over to the stage and take a seat. We went a bit over time for the opening statement, but I think it's worth it, right? Because we had very strong positions that they have taken, which is the whole point of this whole conversation. And we already had started seeing some papers being thrown, I think, even before the opening statements were completed. So we're going to open it up for questions now, right? So I want questions from the audience, anything goes. So if you have a question, just raise your hand. We'll get a microphone over to you. Yeah. Okay. So we have, we will handle your question.
Kindly handle my question, sir. Now your product you are taking from day one, you are saying that industry ready product you are taking as per your talk. So your product is 1/3 defective. So your business model is, from my point of view, is a failure.
So first of all, the reason for attrition is not because the product is defective.
That's the overall statistical conclusion as a teacher I am doing.
No, that's not right. I don't agree with you on that part.
That's the reason why I don't agree with your statement.
Yeah,
X as that X not equal to X.
I respect that you don't agree with my statement, but I'm just telling you the fact, the conclusion is not just because there is attrition doesn't mean that the person is not getting out and going out and not having a job. Because the attrition is because they go and find another job. It is not because the product is defective. Sorry, I don't agree with you on that.
So you're saying persistent is going to the college.
Yes.
Because they want to take the persistent.
Absolutely. Yes, that's what businesses will be.
24 out of 100 is defective.
Okay. If that's what I mean.
Right. I think, colleges, when they have, maybe colleges are advertising their placement just to sort of overcome this, because that's a key challenge for even colleges in terms of placements, right? So they might claim 100% placement, but 100% where is the question, right? So, but anyway, so the question more broadly, right? Maybe Karthik can chime in, right? What, from a placement perspective, right? Do you need to have 100%? Or is it okay for students not to be placed if they get 1 out of 200? Should they be placed? Right?
No, actually, I would say that 100% is not possible anywhere. If anybody is saying 100%, it's a lie actually, because it's not possible for many reasons. First of all, 100% students who come in don't aspire for placements. Because every college we take a data how many are interested in placement. At least 20% are not. They want to do higher studies, etc. And in every college, it may be a top college or any college, they will have students in every branch who are inherently unplaceable for whatever reasons. They were just not interested or whatever. So I don't think that should be a right metric.
Yeah.
So I think it's 80-20 principle. So top 20 students, whatever you do, they will excel. Bottom 20, whatever you do, they will not be interested or nothing will happen. Middle 60 is what we have to focus. If we are able to address that 60%, I think we are successful.
Great. Other questions? Yeah.
Oh, so I had a question.
So can you just stand up so that we know who's asking the question? Yeah.
Yeah. So I had a question.
Can you briefly tell us if you're a student or a
I am a final
faculty
year
or
student from MIT WPU.
Yeah.
So I had a question. Everyone is asking that you stick to the basics, but how we start from from first or second year, mostly we started with our basics. As we go to third year, slowly we are introduced to cutting edge technologies, let's say AWS, blockchain, quantum computing, and XYZ. Then there are many companies who are saying that you should have some certification, it's add to your CV. After doing certification, you don't have an experience. So they say you should have some internship or you should have some kind of projects, mini projects, or some of the real world projects. After implementing the projects, they are ready to hire you. And once you are getting an interview and doing that, again, you are asking to go to the basics. So how this circle, I don't understand, because currently I'm facing the same issue because I have done everything. And then again, when the interviewers ask, do you know C or pointers or let's say data structures and algorithms? Whereas I've already choose one of the certification, I've implemented a real life project, I've done an internship in it. And then how do I perceive further? What are your views individually on that?
Anyone? All right. Who wants to go? Yeah.
Okay, I will take the first attempt on this because I think I covered this point. building on suppose if your basics are strong, whatever the companies are asking, building those skill sets or building on those things is very easy for you. Perhaps the experience which you are mentioning, maybe you are not, maybe their requirement is something else and you are something else. That's why this mismatch is happening. Otherwise, if your foundation is strong, you can do anything, everything, whatever your final year new certification, Coursera, YouTube, Chat GPT, everything is good for you when your foundation is strong. If you don't know how to do 2 plus 2, then I don't think anything can help in that case. So that's the answer. So maybe accidentally you have come across to something which was not meant for you, or you are not the right candidate for that. That doesn't mean that you will have to degrade yourself कि मेरा foundation ठीक नहीं है, कि मैं certificates were not done correctly. So this is opportunity meeting opportunity case. That's how I see. Otherwise, foundation and is strong, and then you build your skill set. Everything is easy for you.
Yeah. So let me, since you talked about AWS, right? See, eventually, I mean, I don't know which company asked you whether C++ pointers or whatever, right? Most projects that we work on don't require us to know what pointers are, because today languages have evolved to such an extent you don't need to know. Is it good to know? Of course. I mean, I'm not disagreeing there that knowing the how things work is important, definitely. But from the job standpoint, from the role that you have expected to play in an organization, do you need to know? Probably not. More likely not than yes. Okay. So that's the reality. Now, if during the interview, if somebody is asking you, can you tell me what a triple pointer in C, and ask you to parse that and figure out what is happening. Maybe it is for the interviewer's pleasure they're doing it, but I don't think it is required for the job.
And one thing, I mean, just to give an example, there are a lot of sophisticated automation testing tools nowadays, Selenium or QTP. We don't expect students to know Selenium, but at least we expect students to know what are the types of testing, what is automation testing, what is manual testing. So that much pretty, of course, I mean, we tell our panels that these are freshers. I mean, don't expect any hands-on, but they should have an attitude, to learn new things. That's the only thing. You should be open enough to learn. Exactly. Yeah. That's what we look for.
Maybe let me pull on two threads that he brought up in terms of the certification as one of these things, because that's become a big business right now. I know even IISc is into this with joint certification and so on. Is that a flaw of the universities not offering enough in their curriculum, or is it just meeting a demand, an artificial demand or a real demand? I don't know about that. So is it really necessary, or is industry looking for these additional certifications in cutting edge technologies going beyond their basic undergraduate education?
Of course, if they have certification, is well and good. But ideally, we don't look for any certifications. I mean, whatever, I mean, in your UG curriculum, you learn 40 odd subjects, right? I mean, you should do well in that. I mean, for a mechanical engineer, he should be good at applied mechanics. I mean, he or she should be able to use that skill in the practical real life world, right? I mean, if you are AWS certified, you should be able to use that knowledge while solving our clients' problems. That's all. But certification per se, of course, it's added advantage. For
Infosys is having its certifications, then Google is having it. They are coming, collaborating with the college, and now they're asking how many students got certified. So, as sir was saying correctly, I think something is going on at the back.
Right.
So then we as a faculty are into the faculty development program. So now 3 of the faculties will be picked up, who will again train the next batch. So then we are given a target, how many Google AWS, how many this Infosys, and they are our clients, and they are actually, what do we say, that mass recruitment, Capgemini. So if they also have certification, so I just don't know, like whether we will teach the subject, whether we'll teach the certification after learning myself. So it's a very hodgepodge, and I can understand the students' confusion mind also. I think somewhere we have to take a strong thing that ready, this word is there, na sir? In that the industry ready, the certification business is becoming a big time consuming. And now the next is NPTEL. NPTEL must, and it is not profession. I'm sorry to say that it's not professional friendly, because every week we have an assignment. And as a professional, like as a teacher, this week I am very busy with ACM Summit. How I will submit my assignment?
True, true.
But NPTEL gives us the edge for NBA, for NAC and all those. So I am trying to say how much we are pressurized from industry. Nowadays, it's from NPTEL. Previously, during the COVID time, we were very happy with Coursera because it's self-paced. But Coursera versus NPTEL is having a higher thing. So, these are all rankings made by whom we don't know, but we are at the receiving end, sir. So that's how time management becomes a problem. Thank you.
Other thoughts on certification? Karthi, any experience from VIT?
Yeah, I do agree that companies are asking for certifications, especially when they come for specific roles. Some say that, we want cyber security.
Right.
So I wouldn't say all are asking that. And I still believe that most of them ask for the basics, right? If the basics are good, then they understand that this person has that ability to learn and they're happy with that. But some who want specific, they ask. So it's like that.
I'll just add one thing into this. Certification is for the students. Means I believe certification is good if the student has gone by himself or herself for that with his or her own interest. Then you can justify your certification. I have interviewed a lot of students also. They were certified, but they didn't know even what that certification contents were. They even could not tell the TOC. So those are like, we पानी में सब बहते तो हम भी बह गए उसमें, उस टाइप से है. But if someone is speaking up by his or her own interest, then it's definitely a good thing, plus thing.
Sometimes I've seen resumes, the longer the resume, the less they know about the topics, right? You only finite time, right? Yeah. There's a question there. Yeah, go on.
Good evening, everyone. So my question is specifically to Karthik, sir. You mentioned about colleges becoming a family business. And sometimes students get into these colleges because of bad luck or not getting equal opportunities or whatever reasons. How do these students who are actually good cope up with these, like whatever happens in the college, or how do they get out of it and stand out of the college or get in a rank where they can actually be equal to students from good colleges? So what can they do?
Yeah, good point. So, just adding a little bit on that. So why I said that is, I think, very clear that, let's say Maharashtra itself, 1.5 lakh engineering seats are there. Hardly 500 would be, or 1,000 would be government colleges. So then onwards, it's all private, right? And that's how the ecosystem is working. But one thing I feel that, nothing can stop a student if she wants to excel. If a student wants to excel, right? I would say even a lack of college itself is not a problem. That means, we are going to that extreme, right? Where, companies may even say later that we don't even care whether you have a degree from somewhere. If you have the knowledge, we would hire you. I think it may be possible in a few years. It may be happening now. So I think that even if the college isn't giving the best of infrastructure, putting in the money really for the education, if the student is keen, now you have so many ways to learn, right? And a lot of thing happens by self-initiative. So that is possible. But then this happens with the exceptional student, perhaps who is motivated herself to move ahead. But the average, the below average student, they need that push. For them, they need that ecosystem where the push happens. For that, the investment is needed. And that's what I was actually addressing, that bottom 50%.
Just to add to what Karthik said, right? Yeah, I mean, the avenues are there, right? You have today, for example, you have these hackathons and other things, right? Participate in them. That gives you a much wider, and you're on even keel with everyone else, whether they come from any of the, the top ranking colleges or from not so, high ranked colleges. There's an even keel. In fact, if you see the statistics of the last 4 years of the teams that have been participating and winning the hackathons, you would see a very wide spectrum of the kind of students that come in, and not most of those students don't necessarily come from the top ranking colleges. So that kind of shows us that, there is definitely potential in everyone. Avenues are there. It's a question of individual interest in the individual. And I'm sure colleges today do encourage all this. Yeah. Me or
just, can you wait for the microphone? We'll come back to you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question on one of the most trending and controversial topic of this time is recession. So I would like to categorize my question into two subparts, like how recession is affecting the way you would plan your business model, or what changes are you want to bring into your business model. And the second, how like, is there any shift on the perspective of the way you recruit the students? Yeah, this is it.
Maybe I'll just give you the industry perspective on recession. Some of the folks are saying in US it's just started. So these 2 quarters will be very critical how it shapes. And you can see in the first 10 days of January, the layoff, what happened is more than the monthly average, any of the max month in the last year. And then now Google announced and all that part. So that's one part. We don't know what's going to happen. In terms of the hiring market, I'm not answering your direct question, but I'm giving you the general scenario. Big companies who sort of grew like anything in last 1.5 years or 2 years, they are in this situation. But I will work with so many startups. It's an opportunity for us to hire. So rather, there are a lot of startups who are hiring aggressively. Some of the big companies are going very cautious, but it's opportunity for the startups to grow. So I'm taking it very positive. The amount of work that I have got for this quarter is like 5x what I got for the last quarter. So there are both sides to it.
So maybe from TCS and persistence perspective, how do you, in general, you don't have to talk about current situation. In general, how do you deal with it? Yeah.
See, this is a cycle. Okay. Right. Every year there is every few years there is a there is a period of growth, then there is a period of recession. So this happens cyclically. Last year was what we call as an employee market. Whenever we tried to hire, he asked a question about our attrition. Last year our attrition was close to 28-29%. It has come down. And it will probably come down, not because whatever we do, on top of that, there is also the market, right? The market forces kind of define this. Last year, when we were trying to hire, everybody had 4 and 5 job offers. So we were finding it very difficult to hire. People would negotiate at the last minute, and it was a employee market, and we had to toe the line. Recession comes, like Sandeep mentioned, this is the time for us to also pick the best that we can at an affordable salaries, which we can probably use for our benefit for the next few years till the market again shifts and it's going to change. So this is going to be cyclical, and our business models are geared to take care of both these aspects. When things are looking good on the employment side, we do the best pickings. When the market is favoring the employees, we will have to go a little bit more conservative on it.
I mean, you can look at the bright side. I mean, if there is attrition of 20%, that means 20% of the associates are getting good opportunities outside. And for a company like TCS, 20% is like close to 1 lakh associates, and that much we have to backfill bare minimum. So we have never stopped our campus recruitment. So you can see that 1 lakh associates have found better opportunities outside. And to backfill those, we are definitely going to hire 1 lakh associates. So if you are good enough in your academics, you don't worry about recession. I mean, your job will be intact.
Yeah.
Sure.
Again, maybe, yeah. Well, she's answering, recession is a great time for academia. PhDs, masters, right? Spend your time getting yourself trained, right? And I see admission. Yeah, we'll come back here, right?
I have seen most of the companies which have already made profit, like huge profit in this year, still they laid off a lot of employees, but TCS, they did not, I could not come across any news which they have cut off.
Yeah, we are
people.
Tata.
Why is it so?
We are Tata company, that's why.
So over here in front, please.
So basically, I'm moving backwards again. Like it's a one topic backside. Like we are talking about certifications. You have just told about the cybersecurity thing. Like cybersecurity certificate is essentials. So one time I just wanted to do like CEH certificate, certified ethical hacker. Like I don't know why I wasn't so much crazy. Like I want to do this, do this, do this. But when I meet a person who has just completed the CEH certificate, he just told me in the CEH certificate you have to just know the things by yourself. You have to read the things yourself. There is no one teaching you behind. Like there are the terms written over there. You have to just read it by yourself only, and you have to just give the exam and get the certificate. And that exam costs 35K. Is it really worth it? Like I have to only learn by myself, and I have to go towards it and just prove my skills. Like yeah, I know this thing, and they will give me a piece of paper like framed. There has been written, you are certified ethical hacker, like black paper.
There is a quota as in the city of quota. So I'm sure, if certifications become important, there will be somebody who will set up a business around making sure that you get certified, right? So see, end of the day, there is always market opportunities. There are people, there is a need and there is a demand and there is a supply. If there is a demand for it, the supply is lacking, somebody will jump into that opportunity and create that supply, whether it is valuable or not. That while you say it's a rectangular piece of paper, that rectangular piece of paper is going to make a difference between you getting the job or not getting the job. So would you rather have that rectangular piece of paper or not?
If I know the skills, then what?
That's fine. But would you rather have the rectangular piece of paper or not? That is the question.
The right now, when I just think about like it costs 35K, then I just sometimes think about it. Like really, I have to spend like 35K for that.
Yeah, so don't do the certification. I mean, if you can convince the interviewer, I mean, basically, your student should understand that training and placement department is just a facilitator. I mean, you have to have something, to market yourself, and as a product, you have to sell yourself.
But many of the companies like Cisco never just enter me in the interview room until I have that certificate. Like they just told, like if you just minimum have the Cisco certification of like basic essential for the cybersecurity.
And that company is unfortunate. I mean, they lost one good candidate. I mean, that's their bad luck. And that's their bad luck.
So maybe we have to distinguish in two types of certifications, right? So one certification is where you get a piece of paper that might actually not have any value, right? For example, you go and sign up for any of these edtech companies, right? If you just turn up for 70% of the lectures or you watch it, you'll get a certificate, right? No, that's right. There are two different types, right? So that's one type, right? And that some of these certificates actually cost much more, right? So they cost 2 lakhs or so per year, right? There you get another piece of paper, right? So the ones that you're talking about are much more evaluating your knowledge. They're not evaluating your attendance, right? And that probably has more value because they don't care how you learned it. You don't have to pay 1 rupee more than for the assessment to learn it, or you could pay 10 lakhs to get trained for that, right? So in fact, one of the questions, maybe the meta question for the, which even Karthik brought up, what is going to be the role of universities, right? If you can go and learn all these things by yourself, if we can teach them to learn, right? So do universities really need teachers? Or can you just say, go learn it online? There's enough material, but we will do the assessment. You come take a test, right? We'll give you a degree if you pass the test. You don't have to enroll in anything at all, right? So do you see this evolving in the next decade or so, right? Will universities become defunct, right? As a training institution, but just as a certification institution.
Just to tell you from the college side, this is a big topic of debate among our heads and deans, the chairs when we meet, because we do feel it's possible. We sometimes feel, what are we doing in the class? We are teaching something, we're just talking some content, of which the best of it is there free, right? So why are you repeating that whole thing? Because the whole thing that we do in undergraduate education is information or knowledge dissemination, which is not an issue nowadays. So I think it's IIT Madras or something that has this BSc course, right? Data science, which is there. When I saw that course curriculum and the way they were doing it, I was surprised. I thought it's great. So yes, I'd say that in years it is a thing, right?
Yeah.
We can.
And
it's quite good. The content is really good in that.
Right. And one of the things that the colleges are doing now is what we call the flip mode of teaching, right? The flip classes. Flip classes basically means the content is already there with the students. It's just that use the class for more of interaction, talking about the nuances of the topic rather than the core of the basics of the topic, which is, a lot of focus on, if you're talking about programming language, syntax and other things can automatically be done. So coming back to the assessment that you talked about, right? See, today, many colleges still assess based on the fact that, you will come to the exam and you will not have access to internet. You will not open a book. You will not, which is like mostly rote learning. But when you come into the industry, I mean, you have access to everything. You are expected to solve a problem, not really worry about whether a semicolon should be placed at the end or the beginning, the curly braces should be there or not there. There are enough IDEs to take care of all that. So the focus is not, I mean, that's what we expect in the industry, right? But the assessment that is done in the colleges are typically not in sync with what happens in real life. So that's one thing that needs to change.
Yeah, I just thought I'll add here.
Yeah.
To your question, Yogesh. So I came across, I don't know how many on the audience or panel you are aware, there is Minerva University that has come up. I think this is an experiment that started in Bay Area. So what I read about them was, so their observation was that you think of any big brand, like think of your Stanfords or IITs, ISC, whatever. Ultimately, what we take with us is the network that we build there, the students and faculty, and those relations and all. So what this university does is, so they are very small batches, it's an experiment. So that whole cohort, it stays together and they move every semester from one city to another. Okay. So one semester they are in San Francisco, next semester they are in Hyderabad, next semester they are in Seoul, they keep moving, Amsterdam. And anywhere they go, they do only online classes. So there is no physical sort of university. They just do online. Everything is online. And there is a lot of emphasis on the sort of the whole development, so they are introduced to different companies and sort of other academicians, things like that. So that they sort of build more holistic perspective. More importantly, they all go through same kind of whatever stressful experience might be going from one country to another. And I mean, I was speaking with Vice Chancellor of Sai University, it's coming up in Chennai, who interacted with the students, and he said they looked a very different bunch. I mean, because they seemed a lot more aware and sort of lot more ready for the real world. So I just thought I'd share this. I don't know if panel has any thoughts on this kind of model of, or Yogesh, you yourself have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, and maybe just to add on to that question, what's the real world? So whoever wants to take that, or maybe all of you want to take that, both Sachin's question, and is this a model that will prepare you not just for industry or job, but it could be government service, it could be social work, right? It could be entrepreneurship, right?
So when you speak about real world, then all role play will come into that. It's not an IT industry. It goes up to your, I think today morning only or maybe it was yesterday, there was a question of computational thinking on poetry, right? So if we are talking about the word, then it will have impact in each and everything. It cannot be only IT industry or someone can write the code or someone can do the cybersecurity. No, it will go everywhere. In fact, just adding to that, like this is what I strongly feel. Any technology, no matter which year, which era it comes only as an enabler, not as a principal business. Role of teacher will not go away. Classrooms will not go away. Learning majorly happens in peer learning with the peers or with interacting with the ecosystem in which you exist. So that's why that cohort is there. Cohort gives you the peer learning. They move to the different ecosystems and learn from there. So these aspects will never go. Universities, virtual or physical or real, will definitely exist. So, but technology, means we are talking. I have seen 2 candidates in my own family who learned from YouTube only. Yes, either book or YouTube. Then both my daughters never went to any tuition. They learn from, they know which teacher, who teaches chemistry well, who teaches physics well. There are a lot of YouTube videos. But they discovered it over the time. But they had their teachers also who could tell them, guide them what to do, what not to do. So the thing is, technology, again, I say this, technology will always come as an enabler, not as main business line.
Questions on is holistic education, on alternative model of education. Is that?
Yeah, one thing about somebody asked about the real world.
Right.
What I feel is in a professional degree, the understanding of real world is always they come for a professional degree for a job. So it becomes like that. Whereas now, for example, we are sitting here. So in a science education, maybe it's not so oriented towards that. So that may not be the real world for someone who joins physics BSc or something. He would look at a much bigger sense of real world. So that would change depending on the sector.
Nowadays, I mean, the measure of the impact of your work should not be whether you're earning $1 billion. It should be whether you're affecting 1 billion people. I mean, now UN has come up with these sustainable development goals. So, you should align whatever you work into that, so that, the impact should not be in the revenue. It should be how many people you are impacting by your work. That's.
But I don't know if we are training people for that. That's the problem, right? So we are training people for $1 billion, not for the 1
So let's
billion
ask the audience
right?
here.
So,
Who will pick $1 billion versus impacting 1 billion people? I'm sure everyone. Let's have a show of hands.
Right. No, yeah, go on, please. Yeah.
Right now in Korea, we have to do an internship. So after we do an internship and we apply for jobs after our degree gets completed, would the companies hiring with would look if they are working at a startup and creating an actual impact on the masses, or they would see a good name like Infosys or TCS? What would you choose? Like if I work at a startup in which is really solving the problem to the masses, or you एक अच्छा कंपनी का नेम है Infosys या TCS है और दूसरे इससे इंटर्नशिप.
Basically, I will look for what you have learned out of that internship. It doesn't matter where you do that, and as long as you are able to explain me what you have done, I think that's it, and everyone I think will agree on that. It doesn't matter you put Infosys or Team Genie, which no one knows, no, but just put what you have done, and you should be able to explain that.
I think you had a question earlier on, right? So yeah, I will come back to that. Yeah. Oh, so Pratik, yeah, go on ahead, please. Yeah.
Should I go?
Yeah, we'll close. Yeah. Go on, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I sort of see the point that when there are technologies available to write code and IDEs available, why should we spend too much time teaching those? But what about problem solving? I mean, you don't write code without knowing how to solve the problem. And I think even as we speak, of course, ChatGPT is magical almost, but it's making mistakes. And you don't want to deploy that code without somebody knowing that it's not solved the problem and there's a better way to solve the problem. And so where do you see this going to, where is this going to come from? If, I mean, all of you said, or most of you said that the fundamentals are needed. I mean, the fundamentals probably for how to write a piece of code, how to chase pointers in a C program, maybe those are becoming more and more obsolete. But I guess it's also becoming more and more relevant that we need to figure out whether the right, because the problems are becoming more and more complex. And so we also need to figure out, right? So do you see that the emphasis on this should become more in the universities, what the universities are teaching? So it's a change of emphasis rather than universities becoming obsolete.
So problem solving, definitely. So I think, Sandeep, you only kind of, maybe you want to take it up, but the 3 points that he talked about, right? Problem solving, communication, and ability to articulate, those are more critical. Then the technology is an enabler. It will keep evolving. It will improve, right? Even today, okay, ChatGPT may be making mistakes today. A year down the line, 2 years down the line, the number of mistakes will drastically go down, right? So it's a question of time. So 2 years down the line, would still writing code be very relevant? Maybe not. And having said that, the end of the day, the problems need to be solved. What technology to apply where is there is a human element to it. There's a human intelligence that comes in. The ability to do that is what we would define as problem solving. I don't think that will anyway go away. And I think Samir said this, right? The ability to learn, learn in a group with collaboration, working in a team, those are going to be very critical, irrespective of whatever happens to the technology and how much it evolves. So those would be more, I mean, we should be able to assess those more effectively. I don't think today we have an ability to assess those very effectively. That's my
sir.
Not yet. Wait for version 4.
I need to think about it. But yeah. I don't want to make myself redundant. So
yeah. See, this is true. In fact, before coming here, I have used ChatGPT. What I will be doing here. Yeah. So one thing is to, like, you yourself have answered this, that problem solving skills are more. Like, what is that you are going to ask ChatGPT? What is that you are going to search in Google? What is that you are going to search in YouTube? If you have not identified what is your problem. And once, because this is like information nowadays, like there's information, there's a garbage information.
Okay, who will be giving it?
So once you receive the response from a system, again, you have to put your brain to validate it, verify it, how close it is, what you wanted. And also, I again go back to that, all these skills you need and all these technologies will only help you, enable you to be faster, to be doing more. And maybe, as we say, like within a day, I was processing 8 units. Now I will be processing 80 units or 200 units. That's kind of thing.
new roles evolve. I mean, there is new role coming up. It's called prompt engineering. What kind of prompts do you need to put to these tools to get the right output? So it's a I mean, evolving area and evolving role. So we don't know how that role will be effective. But yeah, the ability to ask the right questions to a chat GPT or any of these new age technologies is also a very, it's an art right now. Maybe it will become a science once we start teaching people how to do that.
So we'll stop with that in terms of questions. We are already out of time. But I just wanted to make one remark on ChatGPT. Nowadays, every lecture I give, the last slide is what would ChatGPT say. I ask it questions from that lecture, and I point out to students what's right and what's wrong, right? Because it is wrong in several cases, right? That's just to tell them that, hey, I can set questions which ChatGPT will not give the right answer. And your job is to find that, right? So we have to evolve, right? So we can't become ancient, right? So with that, we'll close it. Thanks a lot to all the panel members. Wonderful conversation, right? And looks like you all get a rose, right? So there you are, right? So you.
So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So as it is tradition of ACM, behind you there is one slide. So it is initiative of 14 trees. So with your name, with your consent, we will plant a tree with your name and you will get a dashboard like my name is displayed there. So similar dashboard you will receive and you can track the progress of the tree. So it is 14 because as morning I told, but I think none of you were present morning. So you require like 14 trees to neutralize the effect of how much carbon dioxide you exhale. So for that, oh, so it is 8 only, is it? Yeah, right. So it is 7 and 1 additional. So why 14? One person additional. Oh, great. Okay. Thanks for correcting. Yeah, good. No, before chai, there is group photo. Chai and samosa is waiting. However, first we will take group photo and then we will enjoy it. Where to read? Uh-huh. I'll check outside if it is good. यहाँ पे तो ले लेते हैं. Okay. So we have to remove sofa.
My name is Yogesh.
It's time to spend that energy. And it's time for dramatizing your algorithms. You already have your algorithms sheets. So spend the next half an hour trying to enact it out. I mean, working it out. How do you dramatize it out? It's 7:15 now. By 7:45, you can create your skit, the drama that enacts out the algorithm that you have. All right. Your teams are known. They are the same ones as you were with your breakouts. So just go ahead. Okay. Reassemble yourselves in your teams. Discuss out how you will enact out the algorithm. We did have some more fun element added to it, but let's just first get the skit done and enacted out. So team one guys, team one assemble together. Only two of you. Oh, yo. Yes, but I mean, you guys are the only ones remaining out of team one. Fair enough. Oh, well, I mean, you can call for help from the others also. That's all right. Team two. Who are team two? Please raise your hands. All right. All of the team two is here. Okay. So your problem is going to them. What's your problem? Right. Cool. Team three. All right. All team three is here. Nobody else in team three. All right. Cool. What's your problem? Binary tree. All right. Team four. Team four. Only one. How many are there? Team four. Only two. Okay. Team five. Team five. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only four of you? Okay. So can you accommodate these two from team four? Guys, go there. Team six. Oh, all right. Team six, 3. All right. 4. Team 6, 4 people kaun the? Team 6. All right. Okay. 4. Fine, fine. Team 7. Okay, cool. Right. So let's get started. Brainstorm, enact out your algorithm. I mean, think about how to enact it out. Half an hour. Half an hour. Yeah. To enact it out. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've already told. No, 7:40. Why 7:45? Half an hour. Yeah. No, there will be 4 and 2, 6 and 4, 10 people there. I mean, you guys know they wanted to join the other people. Yeah. Join with this. So 1-1-1 split up. That'll make it cool. So there really are only 4 teams. Only 4 teams, right? Merge ho gaya team 1. I'd like to just think of some name. Huh? Avengers. Avengers. Can you just name your group? Huh? Galactica. Avengers, Galactica. Can you guys name your group? Kaitri नाव द्या. Mix fit. Some name. Something. I mean, he just suggested mix fit. Bits and bytes. Final bits and bytes. Guys, can you give me some name for your group?
This is one group.
Team clusters.
And sir, you are in this group.
Yeah, that's a group. Yeah. Yeah.
So you have group
No, they are not.
volunteers.
Yeah. So Avengers, Galactica, Bits and Bytes, and
Clusters.
Clusters. Cool.
Not quite intuitive. रहने दो, मैं फिर और इसको ऑफ कैसे करते हैं?
बटन दबा के रख दो।
ऐसे
Cancel it. No, no, the event. No, I was ready to cancel it. Okay. You told me to go ahead. So yeah, so don't tell me that I am between their dinner. I am so hurt. I am so hurt. Right. No, it's all right. It's all right. No. Anyway, guys, who all are ready? All right. Sorry. Yeah, we are starting now. In a short. Not ready? All right. 2 minutes. All right. Oh, फक्त try करायचं आहे. अच्छा. Yeah, no, let it be. I mean, these guys are, you need an audience, right? You need an audience. The trial करतात. Sorry, problem. पण आता म्हणजे कसं आहे पहिला तोच ग्रुप आहे का? नाही फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट द वन हुज रेडी इज द वन दॅट गोज फर्स्ट. काय झालं? Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. Please take your seats.
I saw it.
नहीं वो हमने कर दिया डन उसको 800 में सर इतना ही लगेगा
हाँ अच्छा 800 is fine. Guys, let's start. Ready?
प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं
Sorry to interrupt you. Guys. Let's start. Yes. Let's go. Yes.
आप आगे
Right. Hello, everyone. Your attention here. Group cluster is ready. I'll invite group cluster to group cluster to start their work. You guys sit down. Everyone else sit down. A special request to dignitaries, please sit down. Right. Cluster. Right, the stage is yours. What's the algorithm you're going to do? Array versus linked list.
Sir, you can use it.
No. No.
So I shouldn't say the topic name. Okay, I won't. Okay. So this particular thing is a block of memory, and these people are the elements of that block of memory. So what happens in an array is that an element is stored in a contiguous block of memory. So suppose this array, this is the first element of array. So element number 24. This element has a size of 4 bytes, an integer. So this integer will have 4. So suppose the address of her is 100. It starts with 100. This address will start from 104, and this gets added. So 104, 108. It is an AP. So in this way, elements are stored in an array. Now, if you consider there is a different element, now this guy wants to get added to this particular array, but we have declared an array of size 6 only. So if you want a new element to get added in this element, so if this element will try to get added at the last, what will happen is that yeah, so he'll get an arrays out of bound exception. So basically what happened is that we declared an array of a static size, and we cannot allocate memory in a dynamic way. So that's why this guy cannot enter this array now. Now the difference between, let's talk about a different kind of data structure altogether. So now these guys are not in a contiguous block of memory. So they are dispersed here and there. So, so now what we are going to do is, this is the head pointer. This girl is pointing to this guy. There, he's pointing here, he's pointing there, and likewise. So basically what is happening is that, so this is the head pointer. They are stored in different blocks of memory. So in this way, so suppose her address is 100. This address is not 104 now, because this is not a contiguous block of memory. Now this address can be 300, that can be 400, or anything like that. So basically the point over here is that the address of this guy is basically, she's pointing to the address of this guy, and he's pointing to the address of this guy. In this way, we know the location of every element, and we can traverse through this linked list. So in this way, linked lists are implemented. Now what will happen is that if this guy wants to enter this linked list, he'll try to enter the linked list. Now, Now what we'll have to do is we'll have to break a connection. So in linked list, we can do an easy thing. So he was pointing here. So this guy this connection will break. He will point to his address. His address will get, he will point to her address, and this will continue. Sorry, my bad. He's pointing there. And so she's the last element of the linked list. So she's pointing to null. That's how linked lists are implemented. Yeah. You did wrong. Wait. You are pointing to her. She's pointing here. Yeah. Basically, he'll have to point. Yeah. So basically, the gist is that if an element wants to get. Wait, रुको करते हैं.
मैं last में add हो जाता हूँ.
So basically, we can add him last as well. So basically, this was pointing to the null, and now it's not out of bound. Yeah, exactly. So basically, we're allocating memory dynamically. That's what we wanted to show. Exactly.
Cool. Awesome, guys. Awesome.
And sir, one more point.
Sure.
So we just wanted to include our topic from the afternoon. So our point was about diversity. So we can say that in linked list, all these people belong to different blocks of memory. In the same way, in diversity, people from different backgrounds are connected to each other. That's all. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause. Avengers, would you like to go next? Please, the stage is yours. Because it's a mixed up many things.
Good evening, everyone. We are Group Avengers, and we'll be portraying. We have to tell the topic or not? And tell. We have to illustrate heap sort, and I'll tell you this is a scene of a school assembly in which there is a mischievous class monitor, and and these are unsorted group of people. Now let's continue whatever happens.
Chalo students, stand in a heap, fast. Hey you, what are you doing there? Come here, you go on the last. Why are you standing here? Who told you to stand here? Get out.
Now the shortest or the smallest element is out of the heap. Again, we start.
What are you doing here? You go on the back, you come ahead. You are not looking good here, okay? So you both exchange the places. Okay, now it's looking nice. Don't like it again. You both again exchange the places. What are you doing right now here? Again, go out, go out.
Now the second smallest element is out of the heap.
Hey, you guy, what are you doing here? Go at the back. You come ahead. Your height is smaller now, so you go back. You go back. You guys are not looking good again. Both of you exchange your places. You won't follow the teacher's instructions, right? What did I tell you? Get out. Hey man, what are you doing here? Go at the back. Go, you come ahead.
Strangely, the teacher is blind or something, I guess.
I think you are looking good here only. So you come back again, okay? No worries. Arey, you're all influenced by your peers, na? What did I tell you and what are you doing? Again, go out, stand with the rest. Hey man, exchange. Not doing good again? Again exchange. Arey, you don't understand English, right? You all listen to your peers, what they tell you. Bad influence. You have to go, please. Guys, exchange only. You know the drill. Again, you, as usual. Arey, two of them left.
It's fine. You can also go.
Now you exchange place with yourself. Now everyone join the floor. Be in a sorted format. So this is how a heap sorting system works, and we have we from a min heap we converted into an ascending order.
Thanks, Avengers. Thank you so much. You guys ready? You're ready, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Galactica is next group.
Okay. Yeah, guy, on stage. Yeah.
I'm an additional prop with it.
Yes, thank you, sir. Okay, so I'll stand here since I'm anchoring. Okay. So good evening, everyone. The topic for us was Dijkstra's algorithm, and we are trying to enact a school scenario. I think a lot of you, especially boys, might relate to it. So we have Srirang here. He's the canteen. We have Khushi. Sorry, my bad. He's the crush, second crush. Khushi, she's the washroom. She'll enact the washroom. And we have Naveen. He's playing the ground. We have Avnesha. She's the first crush. We have Devansh. He's the canteen. And we have Devansh, who will be playing Raju. And he's the naughty kid of his school. Yeah. And Abhijit sir is helping us with, he's the teacher. So we'll start with the reality of what actually happens. So everyone, please take your positions.
By the way, guys, my name is Priyansh, not Devansh.
Sorry, my bad. Yes. So here is the reality. स्कूल का दिन है, प्रिंसिपल एब्सेंट है, ठीक है? ये प्रिंसिपल का केबिन है और प्रिंसिपल आई नहीं है. सबने अपना अपना पोजीशन ले लिया एंड इमेजिन दिस टू बी द स्कूल. So this is the classroom and this is how it goes.
So may I go to washroom?
I'm going up. I'm going out. There is no principal. Why do you have to go out?
I want to go to wash. It's right.
Okay, go, but come quickly.
Yes, sir, for sure.
Okay, so he comes here and he checks principal तो है नहीं. तो मैं जल्दी जाके क्या करूं क्योंकि कोई पकड़ने वाला नहीं है मुझे. So कहाँ जाएगा, किसके पास जाएगा? क्रश के पास जाएगा यार. एक नजर देखने जाएगा, एक बार झलक लेने जाएगा and he goes over there. हो गया, डन. अब वॉशरूम जाके इतने जल्दी क्या करेगा? तो नेक्स्ट पोजीशन कहाँ है, रास्ते में क्या पड़ता है और एक क्रश से क्या होना है? तो दूसरे क्रश को देखने जा रहा है. ज्यादा सुंदर है ये क्रश बाय द वे. ओके, अब हो गया, वो भी हो गया. अब वो तो क्लास कर रहा है सॉरी. सो नेक्स्ट ग्राउंड जाएगा. उसके फ्रेंड्स ग्राउंड पे खेल रहे हैं तो वो ग्राउंड पे अपने फ्रेंड्स से मिलने जाएगा, थोड़ा खेलेगा, घूमेगा, टाइम पास करेगा. नेक्स्ट, अब भूख लग गई उसको, क्या करे? तो कैंटीन जाएगा, समोसा खाएगा, शेव पूरी खाएगा. कैंटीन वाले भैया उसके फ्रेंड हैं तो डिस्काउंट देंगे. हाँ, ओ ओके. अब खा पी के फाइनली अब सोचता है राजू सोचता है अब मैं वॉशरूम जाता हूँ, तो वॉशरूम जाएगा. So this is what happens when the algorithm is missing. So Dijkstra's algorithm is used to find the shortest path, but in reality वो है ही नहीं क्योंकि principle नहीं है. Now let's again go back and let's look at the expectation when the algorithm is present. Okay, so let's rewind.
हरकत नहीं. Go ahead.
So may I go to washroom?
Please go, but come quickly this time.
Okay, sir, for sure.
And I'm the principal, so he'll come. वो देखता है मुझे बाहर देखते हुए, and he'll go directly to the washroom. So since he found the shortest, so if I look at it in the, now I'll explain the algorithm, which says that if it finds the shortest path amongst the paths to choose, it'll take that and it'll reach the destination. So that was our enactment. I hope you guys liked it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. And then finally, bits and bytes, guys.
No mics required.
No mics required. All right. What is it these guys doing? What was the answer? What tree? Binary search tree. अरे ये तो एकदम AI हो रहा है. धीरे 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 we are converging to the answer. Huh?
Give your guesses in the end.
Right. All right.
अरे हम लोग को तो समझ रहे हैं गलत हो गया वो.
This time they will write the answers like this one.
Guesses?
We are very correct. There were 3 different configurations. There is no order possible actually, because the tree can have ambiguous solutions. in order, post order, pre-order comes when I'm printing that tree. So I'm not traversing that tree. It's just a tree.
So all are searching. Doing all are searching.
Just construction. Construction of a specific tree.
What is full binary? What is full binary?
What are all?
Other things. So since you went from left, so root the leaf node is filled. So it's full binary. Second one you came right side, I think.
Second one it was random, but there was one in common.
It's
Binary is there. We have used to full binary. Something you said. No, it's full binary tree only. All three were full binary tree with 11 number of nodes, and there can be multiple configurations because full binary tree is either 0 or 2 children, no matter in what configuration they are. So the last one.
We had to demonstrate what the one with the maximum height. So that was what we did. So we went from the
so it became a huge. Last one.
So it was not balanced. It was just a full binary tree. There can be balanced. There can't.
Maximum height with 11 was 6.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope everyone has enjoyed this part. And it's time for dinner. Let me pass it on to our organizers. Oh, it's Sachin. Oh.
So great. I hope you all will agree that we had a wonderful day today. Actually, I am standing here with ek aankh mein aasu, ek aankh mein hasu, whatever. I am actually part sad that the day has ended and tomorrow we'll probably not be together. But I'm also glad that this event that we were planning for last 2 months, have come off so well. In fact, as you know, we had virtual summits for 2 years. Last summit was in 2020. So this is fantastic, and I hope you all really had good time and fun and networking, learning and enjoyment. Is that true? So if we have another event sometime, you'll come back. Okay. And come back to another city or Pune. Another country. Okay, good. I like that. So I am here to offer a vote of thanks. And there is a long list. As you can imagine, pulling off such an event in a relatively short period is not so easy. And I want to mention a lot of sort of groups, people, who made it possible. So first and foremost, I think since this was our first experiment, we are trying to get ACM India Student Committee and ACM India Engagement Professional Engagement Committee to come together, student chapter and professional chapter. So I think I want to offer thanks to members of both the committees, who sort of endorsed this idea, came together, and we made this possible. And I think going forward in future also we'll probably do the same thing, combine student and professional chapters. And I think this is going to have win-win for everyone. So thanks to them. In particular, we had put together an organizing team, right? And this organizing team, I think you saw all of them in action today, but I'll just call their name out. And I think let's have a big round of applause for them. So Sonia, Abhijat, Tilottama, Yogesh, I think he just stepped out. but you remember, right? Professor Yogesh Simon, who was moderator for the panel. Of course, nothing in ACM is possible without Shekhar sir. So he is the encyclopedia of knowledge and experience, and we all rely on him to do things. And of course, Gitanjali ma'am, who for number of things, right? I think when we were discussing, we were wondering where to have it, and who could host it, chapter, a lot of logistics issues, and she and her entire PICT team, really stepped forward. And I think thanks to their tireless efforts, we all had such a nice experience today. So I think let's also applaud PICT ACM student chapter. And can you, any one of you, forget the performance PICT Art Circle put yesterday? So even applaud them. They had, so together 50 students of PICT, more than 50 probably, were here, and thanks, ma'am. That was awesome. And also let's, special thanks to Niranjan Pednekar, who yesterday made such a delightful event, along with PICT team. Now, a lot of other organizations at play and a number of people help there, So, so for example, Nitin Patil sir from SPPU, See, because getting people is one thing, but then you have to make sure they are comfortable, accommodation is available, logistics is taken care of, food is taken care of. So Nitin Patil sir big time helped along with Sonia, Gitanjali ma'am. So ICER Pune, big thanks, because and this was special contact that Sonia, Shekhar sir have built with ICER, really helped us. And also to NCL for the ACO help they provided. So big thanks to all of them. Also, thanks to Professor Ramanujam yesterday for some amazing talk on computational thinking. Harshal Hayat Nagarkar today, who gave such a wonderful talk on covering so many broad aspects, of engineering and science. Then all the speakers, from award-winning chapters who shared their experience, So that was, I hope, a lot of takeaways for all of us from that. And of course, all our panelists, I thought it was a very difficult panel actually. But I was glad to see that each had a position, and that made it very delightful, very engaging, and great learning for all of us. So please, let's have applause from all of them, Right. Now, I think this was one, but I think ultimately it's all of you who came here, in a relatively short notice, and really char chand laga diye, you all came and really made it such a memorable event. So I think ek to applause apne liye bhi banta hai, right? So really, really, my heartfelt thanks to all of you for coming. I hope that we had a great community feeling. I was really very glad to see how in that short breakout time, and that Yogesh sir, Tilottama, I mean, they really sort of did it. It was amazing to see all of you people coming up with so many great ideas. As I said, we will actually look at that Excel and take up some of those as action items, going forward, and we'll involve some of you, to get them done. And finally, how much did you enjoy this whole dramatization part? Great, right? We had a little glimpse of it yesterday when Niranjan was doing that fun thing. And today we saw so much of the action. So idea was Abhijat's idea. So great idea, Abhijat. Thanks. And we hope we'll see more of this in some other ACM events. So thank you. I think with that, maybe we'll announce closure of ACM India Student and Professional Chapter Summit 2023. But don't go without having dinner and maybe clicking some selfies. Okay, so we'll move to the dinner hall. Thank you.
Yeah. What? And yeah, so just one thing, I would like to thank Dr. Sachin for giving this opportunity, taking so many initiatives for the students' engagement as a chair of that. And thanks to YouTube and all the yeah. And another one is as very good resources created here, so we are going to make clips of it. Okay, all speech and the panel and everything we're going to upload on the ACM India channel, a YouTube channel, and you can use that as resource if you want to play that at your college and show that what we are doing at Summit, because everybody we cannot make here, right? So you can show it. And just last, I'll use platform as I'm teacher, so always I have a habit of that, but it is important. So morning I missed it. But it is important as we have NAC, NBA, NRF and all. So where does this particular thing adds in it? So in NAC, we have one of the best practice as PICTS student chapter. So I think 15 marks in NAC for that best practice. So you can have a very vibrant chapter and you can add that as a best student, like best practice for your college. So that particular point has 15 marks in the NAC. So you're doing it. So that's good. Like where it is getting counted, you can convince your management, HODs and faculty, everybody. And then definitely everyone will support you. Yeah, good. So NBA also, it has some points. Yeah, thank you. Moktik. Yeah, special thanks to Moktik. He has taken very nice photos, clicks, and entire shooting. And he is only the person who will make nice clips of it and help us to upload it on YouTube. Thank you. And sound person as well. Yeah, thank you. मेरे साथ आपको
नहीं आपके साथ
organizing committee. हमने साथ काम किया था. We'll miss the Wednesdays. I know. I got it. Where is Yogesh?